7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
That guy. You know who I'm going to subscribe to? I'm going to subscribe to that guy.
What's going on, everybody? Whether you're practicing social distancing of 6 feet up to 6 miles, you can still party with On and Off the Field, where you can listen to the best NFL and charity-based podcasts out there on the RTF Sports Network. You can follow them on Facebook or go to rtfsportsnetwork.com and check out the show Thursdays from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What's up, y'all? You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that, money is going to charity. You can count on that. You thought you knew On and Off the Field before. Now, it's better than ever and in the spotlight.
Now airing on the RTF Sports Network live on Tuesdays from 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And new episodes airing Fridays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Head over to onoffthefield.com for all the information.
You know you found the right show when it ends with All Hail the Jockstrap King.
What's up, folks? This is Johnny O'Neill, host of the Heirs of the Dog Show on RTFSportsNetwork.com, the very first veteran-hosted podcast covering everything combat sports, some old war stories, and plenty of shenanigans. Subscribe to our Instagram and Facebook at the Heirs of the Dog. Also, catch us live every Monday at 6 and Thursday at 8, only on RTFSportsNetwork.com.
It's the Heirs of the Dog, baby!
This is Jesse from the Infinity Sports Podcast.
And this is Sully.
Make sure to download the latest episode.
You can find the Infinity Sports Podcast on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere podcasts exist.
This is Wayne G., host of the Infinity Sports Podcast, the best and most entertaining sports show in the country. Listen live every Thursday at 11 a.m. only on the RTF Sports Network. If you aren't already listening to us,
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What's up, folks? This is Johnny O'Neill, host of the Heirs of the Dog Show on RTFSportsNetwork.com, the very first veteran-hosted podcast covering everything combat sports, some old war stories, and plenty of shenanigans. Subscribe to our Instagram and Facebook at the Heirs of the Dog. Also, catch us live every Monday at 6 and Thursday at 8, only on RTFSportsNetwork.com.
It's the Heirs of the Dog, baby!
Those Weekend Golf Guys is the golf podcast for people who think golf podcasts are boring. Oh, sure, all the others are boring. We're not. You should check us out right here, 5 o'clock, Monday night. RTF Sports Network, the network of champions. You play golf now, you'll play better golf. You don't play golf, you're going to want to play golf. You get bored easy? Not with us. Those Weekend Golf Guys, 5 p.m., RTF Sports Network. Check us out Monday night, 5 p.m. Monday night at 5. RTF Sports Network.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
This is Jesse from the Infinity Sports Podcast.
And this is Sully.
Make sure to download the latest episode.
You can find the Infinity Sports Podcast on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere podcasts exist.
This is Wayne G., host of the Infinity Sports Podcast, the best and most entertaining sports show in the country. Listen live every Thursday at 11 a.m. only on the RTF Sports Network. If you aren't already listening to us,
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What's up, y'all? You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that, money is going to charity. You can count on that.
You want sports talk? We got your sports talk.
I like soccer. You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week?
Connor Cook can sling it.
We're Strikeout Beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner. Pickle! I am FIFA Dave.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcast.
Celebrate the 10 best days of summer with Venus. We've marked down hundreds of our most popular, fun, sexy swimwear and fashion styles, which means you get to celebrate summer with up to 70% off. Just visit Venus.com to celebrate the 10 best days of summer and save today.
What it do with your boy Peasy from the 2B Blunt Podcast, and you are tuned in to Strikeout Beer.
Cut the music. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Strikeout Beer proudly presents your least favorite podcast in the world. And now live from a hidden government bunker is Rapid, TikTok Dave, and Alan, the part-time nerd.
And everyone goes crazy.
And we're live. Welcome to Strikeout Beer, episode number 100.
I forgot to decorate.
You forgot to decorate. We've hit the century mark, episode number 100. I'm Alan.
I'm Rapid Dave.
How you doing, buddy?
It was a hell of a day.
Hell of a day?
I'm on vacation.
Okay.
And
yeah, I clocked in this morning, saw out of office. I was like, huh.
Yeah.
Slacker.
Yeah, I had to take a couple days off, and it started off with a bang. Got my car inspected, did a couple things, a little running around, and then got in the house. My little box came that I've been waiting for streams.
What's in the box?
Yeah, got me a nice little El Gato, and yeah, man,
you got a cat.
It went shot. Its wheel shot off.
Wheel shot.
I mean, I was sitting here sweating. It was hot as hell in this room. TV's right here. 3 monitors over. I couldn't figure it out. It was horrible. What's up?
So it sounds like you're parched. Like you could use a nice cold refreshment after a long, hard day.
I mean, if you have something, I could be interested in. So,
okay, well.
What's up, Lizzie? Thank you so much. Happy anniversary to you too, intro girl Lizzie. Yep, what's up, Hav? CBD show. We got Mr. Jason Sorensen, owner and owner and operator, I guess.
Owner, operator, proprietor,
CBD
whatever.
American Shaman of Hearst. Check them out. CBD American Shaman. It's better with a feather. And we're gonna have we got some CBD drops. We're gonna throw in some beer, see where that goes. Figure and kind of let y'all know if it tastes different, if it's something that's going to affect the taste, or you can just enjoy it. And these little lovely ladies, Citra. Oh man, I like this beer too, Citramello. Nice.
So this is courtesy of Mr. Mike Graham. Mike. He went on vacation and Got us some beers from Galveston.
Mr. Leonard, episode 100, time for a grammar quiz. Not here.
No.
I'm out on that.
Yeah, we fail.
And then Mass sent a blank comment. It's just a period.
Okay.
So there we go. And then
what's up, Mass?
Congratulations on huge show number. Huge water.
Huge.
All right,
Ocean water.
So I'm looking forward to this. But
we'll do that later when we got
go ahead and get
Wacko
into this.
on. But right now we're having from Galveston Island Brewing, Citra Mellow IPA. Let's see here.
You know it's good if I'm already spilling it.
Citra Mellow, an Indian pale ale that boasts citra resin flavors from the extensive use of citra hops. 6.4% alcohol by volume, 38 IBUs.
You know I'm a huge Citra hop fan. So that and Mosaic, huge.
You love the citra.
I like the hops. I just like
the hopper.
Yeah. What's up, Mike? Hey, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate you bringing this beer back. I was supposed to bring back a ton of beer from Galveston, but
and you didn't.
It was during like the riots and stuff like that. And Lizzie's mom ended up in the hospital.
Yeah,
so I was like,
you came back early. You had to leave early in a rush.
That smells delicious.
So
yeah, we got there. We got there the night before. We spent the night. Spent the full day at the beach. Then was having dinner, having a couple drinks and whatnot. Got the phone call and I was like, "We gotta go." She's like, "It's either that or we gotta leave." I was like, "We might as well just leave now. Let's just get the hell out of here." And so we drove straight back to Dallas. Crazy stuff.
I'll tell you what, it's a damn good beer, Miller Man.
Yeah,
man,
it's really good. Actually, I might try to put. I've already had this beer before, so I'm thinking about actually just go ahead and slapping some CBD in there just to see what happens.
Yeah, save it for later.
Yeah, but yeah, my day was like hella crazy. It's a lot of technical stuff, and I think that it's time for me to stop using a Mac, and I've got to go back to PC for gaming only. Now, the stream and everything is still going to be based out of this because this little bundle of joy is doing a lot,
Yeah,
and I can't do anything to get rid of it. I can't just sell it. I love this thing too much.
Yeah.
So need something a little bit more powerful. But yeah, our buddies, the guy that's on tonight, Mr. Sorensen, he's actually part of Dad's of Fortnite. He streams on Facebook, playing Fortnite and a couple other games. And the other fellow we have here, that's joined us, Steve Mass Daddy 3 streams.
Mass Daddy.
We're all three on Facebook now. We're all three, part of that level up program that they have. We were all accepted and whatnot. So it's really fun. You get to play video games, stream it, and chat with a bunch of people. And of course, all three of us are just together anyways playing. Right. So it's interactive. It's fun for the whole. And I was gonna say fun for the whole family, but it's not. It's very rated
just for you.
Yeah,
it's fun for me.
Yeah,
family. So happy Bobby Bonilla Day,
July 1st every year.
Every year, Bobby Bonilla gets $1.1 million.
Congratulations!
$1,193,200.
That's got to be like the deal of the century, right?
And 20 cents.
Like he decided he wanted out. They wanted to get him out of that contract. The Mets wanted to get him out of that contract. I guess force him to retire or whatnot. And was it his agent or was it him?
I think it was his agent.
Yeah, and he worked this crazy freaking deal out to where he got it till 2035. Did you already say that?
Yeah, I think so.
It goes all the way to 2035.
We broke it all down. Like last year, I remember I broke it all down because he's not the only player that has a deal like this.
There's a couple,
but he was the first one, and I think his is the biggest of them all.
Yeah, the rest of them are getting like $100,000 maybe or $50,000,
something like that.
But
yeah, it just you gotta love the guy. He stays up all night, June 30th, just waiting. He's got a bottle of champagne there. He's just waiting. 12 o'clock. I'm rich.
Guess what, baby? We're rich again.
Just got $1 million for doing nothing.
Oh my God.
Absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, and let's say a happy Canada Day to Steve Mass. Yeah, Mass Daddy, happy Canada Day, buddy.
He was up late last night. We were talking about 4th of July and whatnot. Yeah, he's from Western Canada,
Western Canada,
British Columbia area. So yeah, it's cool to actually because I always ask. I do inundate him with questions and kind of beat him down a little bit with
about Canada.
Yeah, I mean, just because it looks so beautiful, right? And it's something that they're like completely over with. Like it rains a lot. It's kind of it's right north of. It's pretty much north of Seattle where he's from.
Okay,
and so you get some gloomy weather, but man, he takes some cool pictures. And there's some beautiful mountains all around him and whatnot. And he also has he's a technical guy. He likes drones and stuff. And he takes some good shots, man.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cheers, man. Yeah. Happy Canada Day.
Hey.
And but here's the thing about him. he eats on the when we're playing. It gets kind of late.
Oh God, I bet you hate that.
He starts eating chips. Well, he knows it drives me nuts. So now,
he does it more?
No. He actually turns off his mic or whatever. Like, you still there? And then he goes, rah, rah, yeah, I'm here. Mouthful of Ruffles.
Those Canadians are too nice. Too nice.
Yeah. So you would crank it up and just bug the hell out of me.
I'm just going to start bringing a bag of chips just to.
I'm out on that. I'll just start I'll mute everything. I can't stand to sit there in a room with someone that's eating cereal or eating chips or anything like that. And it's not just, I'm not like crazy. I'm not crazy.
You are.
This is actually in my DNA. I had one of those DNA tests, and it says that I am very strongly a person that is that's annoyed to that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's
in your DNA.
It's in my DNA.
I want to see this DNA test that you took that says that.
I got it.
Okay.
It's my 23andMe.
Annoyed by sounds. That right in there, huh?
I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Oh, don't you worry about it. It might be a late night beer review, how I go through everything, and it tells you how long like certain fingers are and toes, and it's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
All right. We'll see.
Yes, ketchup chip. I was going to say that too because they like ketchup chips up there. And when I say they, Canadians.
Yeah.
And I was like, is it the ketchup chips? And apparently, no one else has heard of it. The reason I know because I follow hockey.
Yeah.
And, the guys, they talk about that on the
ticket.
ticket.
I've seen them here.
Yeah. Well, that's a thing, a massive thing up there. You've seen them here now. It's been going on up there for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And of course he did. He was like, yeah, man, I like those ketchup chips. And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, Canadians eat ketchup chips. What's the big deal? All right. So that's enough me going out of my mind. Alan brought something that he wants to show the people at home. Do you want to go ahead and do it now?
What I'm showing them?
Yep.
I thought it wasn't allowed to.
No, I don't. Let's play nice. I mean, the artist could be watching.
Oh, the art. Okay. I thought you were talking about something else.
What's up?
What, Alan, have you had that beer?
We both have, I think.
What beer is he talking about?
This one right here.
This one, I have it now.
Oh, yeah. I had it before.
He's had it before. I haven't.
Yeah. So we met David Sanchez, I think, last fall time, I guess, whatnot.
Pastime. He was originally, I met him through Pastime, and he did the breaks. And that's where I got that Joe Theismann autographed helmet because I was participating in a lot of those breaks of the sports memorabilia. And then all of a sudden, he just throws it out there. He's like, oh, by the way, I know how to draw. But not just how to draw, but the dude's pretty amazing.
I got the Batman one.
Yeah, we've got a couple over. You've got a couple over there. His Joker's over there.
The Joker's right there.
And we were talking one day. I've got the Miles Morales, the Stan Lee. I mean, the dude's amazing.
Yeah.
But we were talking one night. And we're like, you know what we need to do?
Well, you make it sound so. We were hammered. We were hammered one night.
I mean,
just
coming up. But we talked about it sober too.
We kick back with our feet up, and we're going to take over the world. This is what happens. And we got
this close to taking over the world. By the way,
TV's blasting. We're just it's like 2 a.m. and we figured it. We figured out the world. We're going to take it over. And
I was trying to, but he shuts me down. DFW, let's talk craft beer.
There's nude scenes in this video?
You asked me if I was going to show everybody, and I was like, you told me I couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
But you were talking about the picture and not the rooster.
The rooster. You'd be probably unimpressed, maybe? I don't know. What's Liz say about
Pleasantly surprised.
Oh, there you go. All right, go ahead and show this.
Yeah.
Show this picture that we have to hang up in here now.
But we talked about getting the Step Brothers portrait done with us. And that's what we did. So here's the official. Now, you've been able to see it back when we were quarantined.
Yeah.
I had it over my shoulder, but we talked about it a little bit, but this is the official unveiling.
You want to get out of here, Mass. I'm just kidding. No, he's just going to hold up a picture. You want to stay for this. This is a, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, you can see it perfect. So this is a hand-drawn portrait that we had made for ourselves by David Sanchez. For Step Brothers. We can't really get it a good shot, but it's going to be right there for now. But yeah, I think it came out pretty fantastic. Obviously, this guy is a phenomenal
extremely talented artist.
It's so cool how the comic book world, we started following, we're big fans of Pastime Comics out in Watauga, and you're like one of their biggest, supporters financially.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we run into all these artists, and we even did like what was it, an art con or something like that over in Keller, right?
Yeah.
So we're sitting down, we're interviewing all these artists. We're there. I can't have no beer, but so we're actually hoarse by the end of the day. Dirty Sanchez did a great job.
This mask so epic. I mean, it's awesome. And we're actually in the process of getting some business cards done and one of the designs that we're going to have is going to have this picture on it.
What's up, Rafi?
And we'll see. We talked about kicking around, maybe making some stickers of it and things like that. Just promotional stuff to give away, and just have fun with it, right?
Go ahead and pop that right back.
Pop it back up there.
Just one more time for the folks. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, that's us. Man, that beard is epic.
Thank you.
All right, Javi, QB Matt Sanchez, younger brother. Is that a thing? You know anything about that?
No, it's not.
I will just lay that down.
It's not Butt Fumble's brother.
Oh, it's not Matt Sanchez's brother?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mark Sanchez.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry.
He almost had it.
Yeah. You were so off that it threw me off. I didn't even know what the hell we were talking about. Yeah, you can get a copy. We'll actually have some prints, I think, put together. We do a lot of giveaways, but I think there's already been an outpouring. Like, people have already wanted an actual copy of this. And I'm assuming that if we do get prints, we'll be able to have David sign it. And they'll be available. They're about this size, maybe 8x10 or something like that. Nothing too crazy, but I think we might try to get it blown up and put back here. McLean is always, you got his
guy
hand
can
in
do everything.
Right.
He's the one who's working on the business cards for us. He's got a few different ideas and things. He was telling me about him this weekend. I ran into him this weekend out at pastime. I left your Don't Pay the Ferryman at home.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I paid for the shipping. I don't understand why it wasn't shipped.
It was by me.
It was shipped to you?
No, I was shipping it to you.
Oh, when you go there, when you go there to pick it up, collect my $8. It's I don't want to be nickeled and dimed, but I'm just saying, I'm
pretty sure it was 5.
I'm a cheap. No, it wasn't. It was 8.
Whatever.
Or 6. Maybe it was 6. We'll split the difference. We'll go to 6. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, pal? Yeah, man. Welcome to the show. He's another guy we play Fortnite with.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So let's. You want to talk some sports?
Big baseball fan. That guy.
Oh,
is.
yeah?
We sat there and talked about the Rangers' new stadium and whatnot during a stream once, and it was.
Let's talk a little baseball.
You can replace it at Coors sign. What? Oh, you can put it over the Coors sign. Yeah, man, that's fine. Angry artist in the house.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, William?
Yeah, no, I just got some beer signs and whatnot to put up here.
It's probably
to put on
gonna
the
end
wall.
up like right there.
Yeah, I mean, it'd probably go. Yeah, I'll move the shiner over and.
It's gonna look real nice.
I'll be honest. Spoiler alert: we're having Miller Lite tonight with the CBD oil.
Yeah.
So thanks for sharing, man.
Yeah.
Thanks. This guy, man, supports everybody.
God, I love that guy.
Yep.
He was great on the show.
He was
absolutely loved him on the show. All the
guys.
art I got from him in that mystery box was amazing. If you guys want to check out another awesome artist other than the Dirty Sanchez, David Sanchez, check out William Russell. People watch baseball.
You watch your mouth, sir. I can't wait for it to come.
Not
back
right
on TV.
now.
Yeah, no kidding.
So MLB came out and canceled the minor league season.
Yep.
There's going to be no minor league ball.
Over.
Now, what they are doing is they're taking like a 60-player pool that each team will have. So you can have some of those players be in that pool and be ready. Like, so you got teams that are going to be carrying something like 5 catchers and things like that. Because if your 2 catchers get it, because they're going to interact with your other a lot, you got to have someone to go in and fill in.
Right.
So these guys they won't be practicing with the team, but they'll be practicing somewhere else.
Mexico canceled their whole season.
Mexico did?
They just did it. Yeah, I got the alert probably a couple hours ago.
Well, there was a couple things that came out. So they canceled the minor league season.
Mm-hmm.
You've got MLB was talking that they're not going to be able to release any players that test positive. They're not going to be able to release their names because of HIPAA, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it falls under the HIPAA. They'll be able to talk numbers and say, hey, we've had 20 players test positive for COVID. 5 from this team, 2 from this team, 1 from this team, whatever it is, but they can't tell you who.
Right. Yeah, Mike.
And it's going to be up to the players to say who it was.
I have been watching a little Korean baseball. I'm in on DraftKings as well. I love it. Brandon, you're right. Baseball is one of the greatest games of all time. It is the greatest game of all time. To me, it's a lot of nostalgia involved. I love football, but I mean, us, when we go to a Ranger game or whatnot, we sit back, have some beers, and there's nothing. You're just there to kind of just take it all in. It's
Nothing's better than $1 hot dog night. Always got a pocket dog.
Always got a dog on me. Oh, there I am. All right, let's move on. So, since I feel like they should just let it go with the drugs, with the steroids and whatnot. What do you care? Just let it. Hey, the story of that pitcher that was on acid. That one time I threw, was it a perfect game? I think he threw a perfect game, right? He's like the ball size ranged from a ping pong ball to like a beach ball.
Yeah.
And the weight went from like a grape to a 10-pound bowling ball.
Yeah. Just, so awesome. And then now we started to have players pulling out, opting out of the season.
Okay, there you go.
Opting out.
Yeah. Pitcher came, Granky.
Mike Leake.
There you go.
From the Diamondbacks. From the Nationals, you've got Ryan Zimmerman and Joe Ross, the pitcher. The Rockies have Ian Desmond, which he's opting out for 2 reasons. One, his wife's pregnant.
Right.
So he doesn't want to risk bringing home to his pregnant wife or his unborn kid. I get that.
Right.
And 2, because of racial equality. He's protesting that as well. He's doing it for both reasons. He wants baseball to step up and do more to create some more equality, and so that's part of the other reason why he is. And the Rockies have already come out and supported him in all of this. They came out right after Ian Desmond came out and said that. They came right out and supported, hey, we support Ian Desmond and everything that he's doing.
Yeah, what kind of organization is going to be like, yeah, no, we're against that?
Yeah, especially now, right?
It's suicide.
Whether they believe it or not, they're going to come out and say it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're starting to see players. I've heard rumors that there's actually some big stars that are going to be opting out of this season as well.
Mm-hmm.
Time we'll see, because we got another 2 weeks before training camps are supposed to start.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brandon. It gives other people chances to step up. You get these other, maybe a less known player, and all of a sudden he's a superstar. All they need is a chance.
Well, and it's a short period of time, right? They're playing 60 games?
That's 62, I think. Yes.
So yeah, somewhere around there. So you got a shorter season. I think it's really going to give a lot of pitchers an opportunity to showcase themselves because it is a shorter season. I think teams and you don't have as much prep time before the season. Organized. You don't have the full preseason that you normally get, full spring training and all of that. So I think they're going to be a lot, especially to start with, they're going to be easier on their pitchers. And you're going to see them more. Plus, this is the first year of
DH.
The official changes in the rules. They're still rolling with those rules, where if you bring a pitcher in, he's got to throw to 3 batters or finish the inning before you can pull him out.
What if he gets hurt?
Injury is a different story.
They were like, oh, my arm.
They've got, they are definitely going to police that as far as how that's handled. But you've got the new rules rolling out. You're going to have the universal DH, so the pitchers aren't going to be hitting. It's going to be interesting if the season happens.
I hope it does. I'd like to get a couple games in. I got to go check out the new stadium in Arlington. I love the Temple's one of my favorite stadiums. I mean, it has to be, right? It's awesome. But I want to go see the new one just to kind of bash on it a little bit, because I'm really not really sold on it, because I know it's Texas, and I know it's like today it's 103. That's the heat index, and then we're melting outside. But I've been to a game when it's 100 outside.
Right, and you've complained the whole time.
But just keep feeding me beers. I'll have a good time. At least I have some funny comments along the way.
Keep feeding me beers and dollar hot dogs, and we're good to go.
What? I always got a dog in my pocket.
All right.
All right, so Mike and Brandon are fighting right now in the chat. Keep it going, guys. I don't agree with the 60. Now, Mike said 60 games should be the normal amount. There's no way. For me, that's not acceptable for baseball. You need at least a couple games during the week, and you always play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for most part. So that number is just not possible. Now, I've said bring it down to maybe 120. I would accept 120, but it's a long season. It starts April, the first week of April. It does not end until the last weekend, I think, in September, if I'm not mistaken. No. Maybe the first weekend in September. By Labor Day, I think it's over.
Yeah, I mean,
this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, you're so used to baseball being this big, long epic, right?
Yeah.
182 games. You're going through it all. You've got spring, you've got summer, goes into the fall. You get October baseball. I mean, you love October baseball, but at the same time, I do get it. That's a long season.
Yeah,
right.
And like what they're fighting about now is do you watch all 162 games? Dude, I know guys that watch them all.
Yeah.
Or if not, we listen to them in the parking lot. Like if something else is going on, you catch it at, like if we play I'm part of a volleyball team league a couple years back. We watch the game in between our games. I got a buddy that's in that league as well and plays on a softball team. We're around the car. Hey, put the Ranger game on. So we watch it. We consume it one way or another. We might not watch all 9 innings, but we're sitting there. Someone's telling us to score in the dugout. Someone has it on their phone. I don't understand. Don't get me wrong. It's not a comparison. with football or anything else, because football's king, right? Football's always been king.
Yeah.
You get 17 weeks. Everybody's glued to their seat. Fantasy football has revolutionized the whole industry. It's crazy. You're sitting there Sunday, either at a bar, you're at a friend's house, or you're at your house, and you got TVs all over the place, and you were watching. Now, you have your people that just like, the Cowboys, or you did their own sport. Me, you, hell, even my wife. We got like 3 TVs going, and hell's breaking loose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got, I don't want to say kicking the dog. I'm flipping the table over. I'm throwing something.
There's a reason your cat left you.
R.I.P. Peyton.
Peyton's in a better place.
Oh, man.
And not dead. Peyton left.
I miss that cat. I really
Peyton
did.
left. He was sick and tired of your crap. He's like, I don't understand why this guy gets so upset when the Bengals lose. They suck every damn year. Stop kicking me. He opened the door one day and he said, adios.
Oh, man, I miss my little friend. So, but that's the thing. You can't compare those sports. I think the only sports that you could like compare as far as watching or season long or games, NHL and NBA. To me, they're very similar in the fact that they have, I think, about 80 games. I believe
80.
Both of them about
82,
80.
I think.
And they both actually they go through the same months, right? They essentially, when one starts, the other one starts, and that goes until And so it's actually okay for me. I don't watch a lot of NBA. I really just don't care.
Yeah, well, give me postseason.
Postseason's fun. I like NCAA basketball.
If I'm flipping
These beers are getting
flipping
us.
through the channels, and there's an NBA game on, and I got nothing else going on, I'll stop down.
Yeah,
like right now here in Dallas, you got Luka.
Right.
I'll sit down and watch some Luka.
Now people are really excited now.
The dude's an amazing player.
Porzingis is here.
You got the unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's exciting times here.
But playoff basketball in June, I'm in on that.
I'm all in on the playoffs.
That's when the finals usually come through.
Especially the finals. I'm watching every single game during the finals.
Yeah, but I can watch hockey. I can put it on and just kind of leave it there, let it ride. I love the Stars. I can watch. I like the Penguins as well. So I have certain teams that I like to watch. I've always had a love for hockey. You played hockey. I played hockey.
I mean, I grew up in Detroit in, the 80s and the 90s, right? So I grew up during the heyday. I don't for pretty much almost my whole life, they're in the playoffs, 27 straight years before they finally got knocked out. So like all my sports consciousness is Detroit being great at hockey. When I first started following sports, it wasn't just Detroit, but you also had the Pistons, the bad boys during their heyday.
Right.
So I love it all, but hockey has always been near and dear to my heart. Detroit is Hockey City, and it's there for a reason.
Yeah.
What's up, TJ?
And I was a big fan. Hey, this guy. Got to check him out. The Texian.
Yeah. And
also, that's the hats that we generally wear.
I don't have mine with me today.
Can't even, you know what? Maybe I'll put it up. I'll slap it up in there. That's a Waxahachie tree service. Hold on 1 second. But I remember that, right? Oh, you know what? Let me slap that back up there. Hold on. Sorry, TJ. I'm sorry to bog down the show. I'll put it up there real quick.
Always bogging things down.
Yeah. Liberty Tree Service.
Yeah.
Waxahachie, Texas. Now, I remember that because in the 90s, it was Colorado, it was Detroit, and you had the Penguins fighting out. There was
the Devils.
And the Devils
Martin
were good.
Brodeur
was amazing.
The left wing lock gave me nightmares.
It was insane. But I love Brendan Shanahan. There were several players from Detroit that I actually really liked. I was like, oh my God, and I'd try to mimic their
Stevie
style.
Y.
And I'd still kind of come back to Dallas. I'd try to, I'm number 25 for Neuendijk. I was 66 all the way up until then because I was a big Lemieux fan, and I loved Yager as well. Huge Pens fan.
14 because of Shanahan.
Yep. That's crazy, right? And you just hold on to those numbers forever. Go ahead.
Yeah. But it's, for me, and hands down, to me, there's nothing better than playoff hockey because every single goal means something. Every single inch they fight for. Every shot can go in. And when you get overtime playoff hockey, forget about it.
It gets wild. They got great fan bases too.
So nerve-wracking and just like for the longest time, I'd be sitting there, when the Wings were in the playoffs, and I watched every single game, and I'm sitting there, and Liz would have to leave the room because of how I was. It just drove her crazy. Like she was just so nervous because of how I was watching those games, especially when you get into the overtime.
It was crazy.
I mean, it's just
that rivalry was out of
insane.
control. And you know all the Detroit players, but Joe Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh. It was like all these teams all of a sudden were stacked. You knew who all these players were. It's almost like a team from the early 90s. And you remember the Bulls from the 90s. You remember all these great teams. I
don't know who they were.
And shut up. But anyways, you could really pick apart these players. Like the NBA in the mid-90s, you knew all these players. You knew every one of them.
Give me late 80s.
Now I don't know.
That was, into the 90s, back in the heyday of the NBA when you had Bird, Jordan, Isaiah Thomas, Bill Laimbeer, David Robinson, Karl Malone, John Stockton. I mean, it can go on and on and on with all these players, but yeah, you don't necessarily have it as much as you used to. But I also think that's part of the way the leagues have transformed, and all these players have transformed. It's not just basketball, but you get into football and things like that. All these players are really good friends.
Yeah.
And you don't have that hatred that they had.
Right. Right.
You knew the Pistons and the Bulls hated each other.
Right.
And, there for those few years, the reason why Jordan got as good as he was because the Pistons literally beat the living crap out of him.
Yeah.
It's the Jordan rules, right? If you could get a hand on him, you took him down every time. And Jordan had to bust his butt during the offseason to build up muscle, build up strength, to get stronger and stronger so that he could actually do something.
Yeah, because he's lanky. He's just a run. I mean, he's 6'6".
When he first came in,
6'5" or whatever it was, but no. Was he 6'3" or 6'6"? It's one of the two.
I think it's 6'6". He's still a big boy.
He was 6'6", but like a buck.
Yeah,
60,
buck 20, buck 60 when he was wearing boots.
Those were the heydays. That's when you knew everybody. That's when I don't know. I don't want to get into all that, but let's move on.
So let's move on because we're talking about sports. Our sport's going to happen. It's still, in the air. Honestly, the NBA, which is the league that I've gone on record. I was on the Great Debate this last week, and we talked about our sport's going to happen. And I think if anything is going to happen, it's going to be the NBA. The NBA is going to succeed because they're operating in this bubble. And they're keeping the players quarantined, and everybody involved with the process is quarantined. And if you leave the bubble, when you come back, you get tested, and you're quarantined for 2 weeks before you can go back into the mix of things.
Mm-hmm.
So they're really taking things seriously. But even with all that going on, Adam Silver came out yesterday, and said, yes, we're still on track, but this virus can still take us out. We're not 100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
He's not like some of these other commissioners, like Goodell. He's practically ignoring it, right? You don't hear him talking about it, coming out, discussing it, anything like that.
Is that an accurate number, Mike? Cost them $150 million to keep the players in a bubble?
Well,
I don't know.
Maybe. Sounds about right. But
and then you got to pay them?
You got to. But it's
TV will be through the roof.
That's the league that I think has the best chance of survival. Now, you had the Nuggets. They just closed their training facility because they had several players test positive. You've got the Nets just reopened theirs after they had DeAndre Jordan and Spencer Dinwiddie both test positive, and they've opted out of playing this season. So they're not going to play. They just test positive. They said, you know what? We're out. Tapping out. They're just not playing. Because it's going to take a while to get back into the swing of things. Now, some players, like for the Nuggets, you had Djokovic. He tested positive, but he showed zero signs and symptoms.
I thought Djokovic was a tennis player.
No, that's his name.
That's the other one.
Yeah. But he was asymptomatic, showed zero signs and symptoms, which you're going to get that with a lot of these professional athletes. Heck, you get it with a lot of people just period who aren't athletes. So it's going to be interesting. You just had so far with golf. I think you're kind of seeing what's going on. They've been playing for 4 weeks now. I think it is.
Yeah.
And they've had 6 golfers now test positive.
Yeah.
Plus, and there's even more caddies that have tested positive.
Yeah.
And because these caddies have tested positive, those golfers have pulled themselves out of these tournaments.
Right.
So you're starting to see what's kind of happening when you have leagues that don't operate under that bubble. The league's still going on, but players are turning up positive.
So what we got here, reason why they said that is if the season doesn't happen, the CBA agreement gets thrown out, and then the owners can try to push for a salary cap. Can you imagine a salary cap in the NBA?
No.
I think you guys make crazy money anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm enjoying it right now because I get to I do get a little bit of soccer. I get the EPL's back. Bundesliga is happening.
MLS is getting ready to try and start.
Yeah.
Here with Dallas, with FC Dallas, they just had 6 players test positive because they're getting ready to go operate in the bubble.
Well,
they're doing the tournament out there in Orlando.
The reason we could be positive, we don't know.
But yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
thing.
But
These guys have to get tested, so they have to test everybody, and so that's how you're getting these. Like, oh my God, these tests. Well, they could be asymptomatic. They're not. What's up, man? You and me turn off the fan?
No, you're fine.
But that's what I'm saying. They're testing everybody. If they tested everybody in the U.S., I guarantee the number would be through the roof. We probably all had it, but we're just asymptomatic. It's not a problem. But then again, you don't want that spreading. You don't want to to infect someone that could be.
Those aren't the people they're worried about. They're worried about the people with the existing conditions and things like that. Like my oldest daughter, for example, she's a type 1 diabetic with celiac who's an asthmatic.
Right. We're like the second biggest state, or we're the third biggest state in the U.S. Hell yeah, we're a hot spot.
Yeah.
It's called Houston.
Yeah. Big.
People in Houston don't know how to act.
But, I mean, you've got that, and, I mean, it's no coincidence we've had this huge spike, right?
Yeah.
Well, what happened 2 weeks before this spike?
Tell me.
Protests started.
Yeah.
So you've had a lot of people out in numbers in big groups.
Yeah.
So yeah,
close quarters. Yeah, it has been 2 weeks. Holy crap!
Yeah. So here in Texas, they've closed down bars again. Shut restaurants down to 50% occupancy. You're required to wear a mask anywhere you go. Not in all of Texas, but like here in Dallas, Fort Worth,
right?
Dallas County and Tarrant County, you're required to wear the mask when you go to places.
Are we not the third biggest state? I thought it was California and Alaska ahead of us. Are we bigger than California?
Yeah, but population-wise, we're bigger than Alaska.
Well, yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you so confused about? Aren't you from like Ohio or something?
Who's that?
I don't know. Mike and Mike, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's like 45 people living in the whole. Y'all want to rename Cleveland or Columbus the fun state or something like that? Y'all got your own damn problems up there. Y'all got problems. Yeah, Corpus Christi's out of control. I went down to Galveston, and I was like, I'm staying away from everybody. And they did have a setup quite, distance apart. And then you had people sitting in between you. You're like, hey, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
There's a reason these things are so far apart.
Set up so far. Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard of too much out from Corpus because that's where Liz is from, and she's still got some brothers that live out there. And her one brother, he goes to the beach every day and surfs and stuff. So
yeah. You're in salt water, just kind of hanging out and enjoying yourself. Like that, they dispatched like 3 Coast Guard boats to get that one dude that was paddleboarding all by himself in the water. This is back when it first started. They're like, oh no, they dispatched the sheriff, Coast Guard boats, sheriff's boats. I'm like, how many resources? And he just kept paddling. He's like, I'm just going to kind of keep weaving. So Wacko's about to join us. He should be popping on here in a second. But yeah, okay. I mean, we are one of the biggest states. Houston is one of the biggest cities, sprawling. Yeah, I mean, stuff's going to happen. We saw it on the news here, and that's all it is, the news about how Houston, they went back to everybody's going to the club.
Yeah.
So
before Wacko joins us, we got Mike and Mike joining. They're watching right now.
Yeah.
I called them out on my video earlier.
We're the second biggest? Okay, so we're behind Alaska. Okay. I didn't know if we were bigger than California off the top of my head because I didn't want to make that claim.
I mean, I can drive 8 hours and...
Yeah, thanks, Zach. Cheers to you, pal. Thanks so much. This is one of our biggest supporters, too, Zach Hill from Blue Bucket Brewing. He's been on the show several times. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram. Him and, God, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. I can see his face. Scott Lambert. Scott Lambert, Zach Hill, Blue Bucket Brewing, home brewers. Yeah, thanks, pal.
But calling Mike out because we were talking through a post the other day, and he's had an issue with one of my takes for a while since you should stay right there. Since I threw it out there, and it's all about Lamar Jackson. So I was watching this show one day, and him and his buddy Mike, they were talking about Kansas City versus Baltimore.
Yeah.
And everything he says is Lamar Jackson sucks. He's not that great. He's not an elite quarterback.
He just wake up from a coma from like
and
2
I'm
years
like,
ago.
Are you kidding me? And he's like, numbers don't lie. Well, yeah, look at the numbers.
You should definitely check out
You
those
should
numbers.
definitely check out the numbers.
You're going to want to check out those rushing numbers, those touchdown numbers.
Steven you look at what Baltimore was before he started, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they brought him on with 7 games left in the season. He goes 6-1, takes him to the playoffs. Yes, he loses in the first round.
Yeah.
It was a hard-fought game, that game.
Was that the year that I was texting you back? I was like, I told you this guy sucked.
Well, they were getting blown out in the first half.
Yeah.
They were calling for Joe Flacco to come back in.
Right.
And he brings them back in the second half, and they almost win it.
Right.
They don't win it,
Yeah.
but it's his first playoff game.
Because everything was a QB option to the right or to the left,
Well, that was the offense that they were running,
Lamar is trash. You're out of your mind.
This guy.
You're out of your mind.
And then last year.
He was back when Allen's talking, but he's not
this
anymore.
last year, he went 13-5.
He figured out how to throw.
He figured he took his completion percentage from 58% to 66%, 36 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, interception rate of 1.5%.
Yeah. Where do you rate Hollywood and what's the tight end? We always mess up his name.
Mark Andrews.
Where do you rank him? Is he like just a garbage tight end?
It's plus he had over 1,000 yards rushing.
Trubisky is trash.
Yeah. No one's arguing he's good.
Yeah, he is horrible.
Nobody.
Yeah. No.
Not even him.
Yeah, he doesn't even say he's good.
He's like, yeah, I suck, guys. But he made huge steps last year. Yes, he lost in the playoffs, but he's only been in the playoffs for 2 years, right? There's lots of quarterbacks who go in there the first couple of years and don't do nothing.
And against tough teams.
But then you have some who, Flacco, for example, won a bunch when he was younger. He won a Super Bowl pretty early in his career, but then he was trash after that. Lamar Jackson has gotten better each year.
I'm confused by this statement. He threw 12% better and 10 yards under than the previous year?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Y'all are going to have to work that out on his show.
So we were talking, we were going back and forth, and he's talking about, and my stance is, and I don't think it's a bold stance at all.
Darling Connor. I like Kermit the Frog. I like him.
He's a huge
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes fan. Cool. Pat Mahomes was great.
Yeah, he did good.
Super Bowl winner,
Yeah.
all that fun stuff.
Right.
Got no problems with the guy. He's good.
He's got a really good receiving core.
Yeah.
He's mobile. He dislocated his kneecap.
Yeah.
And came back later that season and still was just rocking. He's got Travis Kelce. He's got a decent offensive line. Their defense sucks, though. He's got to outshoot. It's a shootout every week, and he's got to outscore the other team every friggin' week because their defense is just giving it up.
Yeah. But you look at this last year, who led the league in QBR?
Oh, it's Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
81.
Yeah.
Next is Pat Mahomes. 76. Okay.
Yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand the hatred, but I figured he was then log on. Come on, man.
So he's a really, really good quarterback. Is he great yet? No, but he's going to be a top 5 quarterback this next year. If the season happens, he's top 5.
If something crazy happens, I've seen, nuttier stuff go down.
Yeah.
But he should be.
No, because, you're bringing back Hollywood. You still got Mark Andrews.
Let's let him set up real quick. Finish this note real quick, and then let's get on with Wacko.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and let me just pull it up real quick because I had it written down somewhere, but I just don't have it with me right now.
Yeah.
But Marquise Brown, you've got, Willie Snead. Okay. They're looking for Miles Boykin to be a big guy this year. Mark Andrews, that guy's just going to get better. You still have Mark Ingram. Plus you drafted J.K. Dobbins, he's going to be a ball player. He's going to have a better year. He got better as the year went on. His passing numbers weren't as high as I felt like they could have been because they blew teams out.
Right.
So in the second half, they're just running the ball because they're up by 25 points.
Yeah.
They went up big. Most of his stats were gotten in the first half of games. Plus, he didn't even play in the 16th game.
Yeah.
He sat out the last game.
Yeah.
So he's going to have another big year this year.
Who did they lose to in the play? Was it Brady? Did Brady knock him out, I think? I think it was
or
Brady.
Was it Kansas City?
I feel like he ran into Brady and Brady tuned him up. I think that's what happened. Yeah.
But still, you ran into the best quarterback ever.
This is such a crazy. You know what? Y'all handle this somewhere else. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. We got to bring in Wacko here because I can't. There's no reason you can't argue with a crazy person.
You can. You definitely can, and I will.
Sean, what's up? Your brother's about to join us now, man.
We're gonna have me and him. We're gonna get a bet going.
It was the Titans.
Okay,
that game.
But Derrick Henry
and I picked him that week. We do a knockout round. I was like, Titans gonna win. They gonna win it this time because that big O dude. Derrick Henry went to town.
They won 28-12 in that game,
and they have a decent defense.
Titans have a great defense. They had a great running game once they started giving him the ball. Yeah, but here's the thing. We're going to get a bet. We're going to get a bet.
Yeah, closing thoughts.
We're going to work it out. We're going to work out some details.
Will?
What's that?
Will bet or a polar bet?
Well, we're different places, so we'll. I think it's going to be something show related. I think.
Okay.
We'll get something going.
All right.
I know I have your blessing in a bet that relates to the show with Lamar Jackson being in the top 5.
Oh, I mean, we'll talk.
But one of us is going to have to do something.
Oh yeah, Shout's a Green Bay guy, so yeah, he's already talking about it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, you ready?
Hey, Green Bay, you like that deal Jordan Love just got? $12 million, 4 years, fully guaranteed, $6 million signing bonus.
You don't have that thing in your mouth. Just pull it away. Yeah, there you go. Yes, I know you're really excited.
I am.
Bears 11-5 with Nick Foles, real quick. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, there it is. All right, we're gonna bring in Mr. Wacko here. We're gonna give him a little fanfare. Hey, Brandon, thanks so much for sticking around. Thanks. Hey, appreciate it. Any banter you give Mike is you're good in our book, bud. So we have the owner of CBD American Shaman and the streamer from Dad's a Fortnite. Welcome to the show. How are you doing, pal?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you for that introduction.
You're big
Glad
time.
to be here. Congratulations on 100, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. It's kind of a never thought we would do it for this long.
That makes a lot of us, I think.
It takes some time. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look, he knows who Darth is. Darth Wacko. That's right, man. Everybody knows who you are. You're famous. All right.
Oh, the CBD guy.
So you're back on. You've been on before talking CBD. You're a small business owner. You run a shop out of Hearst, CBD American Shaman of Hearst. Throw out your address real quick and your web address.
Well, we are at 730 West Pipeline Road in Hearst, Texas, and 817-494-3335 is our phone number. You can find us online at shophurstcbd.com.
Nice. Appreciate that. So tonight we're having a little, if the camera was closer, let me see if I can get the, yeah, see, it's too small. I'll have to do something about it. But
here, I got you.
There you go. I hit you up about this. And because I saw a video on Instagram, I was like, "Hey, we're just putting drops in beer, man. Will that work? If we can put drops into a drink, water or it doesn't have to be an alcoholic beverage, but I saw them put it in beer, and I was very intrigued. You're like, I got that. I'm like, no kidding. Okay, so I sent Alan over there. So this is a CBD American Shaman water soluble hemp, high quality concentrated hemp oil extract dietary supplement. It's got 300 milligrams of hemp. And so,
yes, sir.
You told Alan that we need to do, I guess, 0.5 milliliters. So you got a little droplet here, and you'll put it in the beer. Yeah, grab a couple Miller Lights out of there, honey, will you?
Intro Lizzie.
No, that's Alan. I was just calling him honey.
Oh.
I always tell it.
In that case, don't tell Lizzie I said that.
And when Lizzie walks by, I'm like, hey, will you pick? I think you dropped something on the ground right there. Whatever.
You said that to me earlier today, too. What's going on?
I've had a couple of drinks. I'm on vacation. So how's the CBD game, man? You enjoying yourself? I mean, you seem to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's we had a decent month, closed out obviously yesterday, and we're just ramping back up. Obviously, COVID's got everybody a little bit shook and slowed down, but we've got things going on, so we're excited. The store looks great. We got social distancing going on. We got fancy masks, so we're keeping safe. I mean, yeah.
You got to, right?
There's still a lot going on. We got to make it through. We're all in this together, right?
Yep. Absolutely. I think that's what a lot of people forget about. They start going into the me, I, and things like that, and they realize they don't realize that it's a group effort, and that's kind of the problem we've run into. All right, so
real quick before we do this,
go ahead.
I want to rate this last beer we had.
Okay,
because we drank both the ones we have.
Right.
Let's review it real quick because Mike picked this up for us.
Well, sorry, Wacko. Let's review a beer. Real
Say
quick.
what it is. We'll do it real quick. So we drank from Galveston Island Brewing Citra Mellow IPA. Smooth.
I can't feel my face. I think it had cocaine in there. It was laced with something.
A great beer. I definitely loved it. I'm giving it a 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved it. It was a great beer. What about you?
I don't know if it was the conversation and all the banter going on in the chat that got me here.
It went down real smooth.
Yeah, it went pretty smooth. I don't want to give it a 4, but I think I'm going to give it a 4. Maybe if you put me down for 4.25.
Well, you don't want to give it a 4, but you're going to give it a 4.25.
I'm going to give it 4.25 because it was a damn tasty beer.
All right. So that's where we're at with that. But so with this, we're drinking Miller Lite because what we want to do is, what does it do to the beer?
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't want to do something. One, if it doesn't make it that great for us, we didn't want to ruin a good beer.
Right.
But two, something that what the taste is.
Yeah, we're trying to really iron out. This is what it's going to affect. How it's going to affect the taste this much. And if it's a beer that we'd never had, then we would have no idea. Yeah, we'd have no idea. So, Wacko, this is a 12-ounce can. Am I just supposed to put a 0.5 droplet in there?
Yeah, you do that. That's a half a dropper is a serving size. So that's what I would recommend.
Whoa!
All right.
So you do your CBD like you do your beer. You spill it all over the place.
I like to dip it in there a little bit, slosh it around. God, I got everywhere.
Now, in addition to the Miller Lite, now you're going to taste that hempy organic taste. That's the terpenes you're tasting.
Uh-huh.
Terpenes are found in the hemp plant. That's what what gives it its flavor and its scent. So that's what you're going to be tasting on top of that Miller Lite taste that you're accustomed to.
So I see it murking around in there, hanging out.
Yeah, you can see if I can get a good shot of this.
Did you put this in your beer? Okay.
It's in it right now.
All right, cool. Alan's going to get close. He wants to get a close-up shot. Let me.
Can you kind of see that there?
Yeah, you can see it murking around in there.
Yeah, so it's kind of.
Yeah, all right. So you can definitely see it in there. So let's go ahead and do the sniffer and see if it affects the.
Oh.
I don't see anything crazy. It's smells like beer to me.
It hasn't done anything to the smell.
No, not yet. Okay. And Miller Lite, this is my go-to light beer when I'm hanging around the house. Can't drink Bud Light anymore. So, and if I'm not on the claws, that's what I'm drinking. So,
okay.
All right, here we go. Better with a feather. Okay. I must not have got any of it in there because I don't taste the difference.
I didn't notice anything at all.
Maybe there's something in there at the end, but
no. I almost feel like we almost need to kind of stir it a little bit.
Yeah, you can give it a swirl.
Look, it's already. Mine's already. Well, I can see it in there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I could still kind of.
Okay.
Stick a finger in there.
This might be. Oh God.
Oh, I just went to the bath, washed my hands.
Gross.
So
gross.
I just washed them.
Anyway, so that's a good sign already that it's not overbearing. It's not too much, and it's not something that's gonna repel you from wanting to drink this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
This is your daily routine CBD. When I talk to my customers in the shop, I'm saying, you can put this in water to whiskey, hot or cold. You can put it in anything. So. This is your daily CBD regimen.
I think I found it. I
think so?
Yeah.
Did you find it?
I didn't notice anything there.
I can't taste. Yeah, I know, right? Alan, get a finger in there.
Maybe 2.
I can't. It's not like it altered the taste, but I know it's on the roof of my mouth.
Okay.
Right now.
So let me ask you this: what does this CBD do? So when someone gets this, what are they getting it for? What are they trying to do?
Sure. Well, I mean, the main thing that CBD is doing for us is promoting homeostasis in our body, trying to level our bodies back out and get us back to even. Some of the other things that you see happening, a lot of people get support for that natural organic sleep at the end of the day. Our body's response to stress and daily anxiety and stuff like that. In addition to that, I mean, inflammation is a big thing that CBD helps support our bodies against. It's going to do a lot of different things for you. And CBD is CBD. It's all going to do the same things. It's just different ways to take it.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So I've had kind of stiff back here lately. This might help with that.
It definitely could. Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely some as far as muscle recovery and getting your bodies back leveled out from some strenuous activities. Sorry, I saw Zach's comment there about the THC. It's not exactly the same thing.
It's not the same. You know damn well it's not the same damn thing.
Your products are free of the THC, right?
No. So the majority of our products have that trace amount, 0.3% or less. It's called a full spectrum product. So it's got all the naturally occurring cannabinoids in the product. We do have THC free products too. If you have, if you're in a situation where you have a zero tolerance THC policies in place,
Oh, I got that, and I got a test tomorrow. What's happening?
Well, you're getting fired.
I'm joking.
No, I'm just kidding. So obviously, I can't guarantee a pass or a fail with any of our products because you don't know what kind of drug tests you're taking. There's certain drug tests that may test for enzymes that are created by cannabinoids, or they're looking for cannabinoids in general, or they're not looking for low levels of THC, just any levels of THC. So, there's no guarantee with any of our products that it wouldn't create a false positive for a marijuana test. But that's something that you got to consult with your HR director, and you got to do what's best for you, obviously.
Right. Okay. I think a lot of things nowadays, anyways, it's not even like a test for that anymore because it's legal in most states, and and most people don't even test for it.
They don't test for it where we work anymore.
I would say if you're like a heavy equipment operator, they might test for that kind of stuff.
But we work behind a computer, so they don't care.
We're just making sure people are treated equally.
We get a lot of questions about it from people in the medical industry or in transportation. DOT cracks down on people for THC, obviously for various reasons, but most industries. I mean, I had a fire department or a fireman came in the other day, and he said they've let them loose as long as it's CBD and hemp derived, which hemp derived products are federally legal in all 50 states, and again ratified by the House Bill 1325 here in Texas. So we're all good here.
Okay, cool,
nice. I'm gonna slap his logo up on the screen real quick. That's the guy you're talking to. That's the company he owns and runs out of Hearst. Him and his wife and his stepson.
Yeah.
So it's a hell of a place.
Yeah, I was there yesterday picking this up and some hand sanitizer. So if you're looking for hand sanitizer, that's your guy.
I share it all the time. Every time he posts something about his hand sanitizer, like $2 for this, $4 for that. I'm like, you better go get some.
He's doing that, and then are you advertising the other thing that you just did?
Oh, the hand job?
Do we want to do that?
I got to put together that video, but I went and I had a client call me from back in the car business, and he called me panicking about his office, and one of his employees had tested positive for COVID. So we went and sprayed down a 3,000 square foot office area with our Shaman cleansing wash, which is made from hypochlorous acid, which is 120 times stronger than bleach and a very, very powerful disinfectant. And I sprayed down their entire office. It's safe for all surfaces. So, I just went through all the rooms, had the mask on, had the gloves on, rock and roll, and, disinfected any potential viruses or anything it's on the EPA. Hypochlorous acid is on the EPA list for approved compounds against SARS and COVID and all that. So,
okay.
It was pretty cool. Yeah.
That's cool.
So I'm about halfway through this beer. And I'm not picking up a hint of anything.
I'm not noticing anything.
It might be
I've already lost it too.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't taste a whole lot. Now, are these the drops that you know what? I think that's the concentrated one. This is the stuff that's meant to be mixed with something, right?
Correct. Yeah, we have another product that's a tincture called VG Cloud. Mm-hmm. That's a 3-in-1 product. You can tincture it or take it sublingually directly in your mouth. You can put it in a cold beverage, or you can actually vape that one. That's the one. The sublingual is kind of the more traditional method of taking CBD, where you drop it directly into your tongue, hold it for a little bit, and let it start to absorb, and then swallow it. But the water soluble is probably our best and most effective, most popular product. So it's the newer technology.
She my mom, she took it. She had like psoriasis or whatever, and she swore by it. Like it cleared up her legs and whatnot. And my grandmother as well. She's she took it, and it just kind of just dulled some pain, and it helped her out with her joints and whatnot. I got a ton of it. My damn neck's killing me. Everything hurts.
Lizzie gives it to her parents too, right?
Yeah, Lizzie gave it to her mom. And that's what she went to the shop to get all that.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So we just took the 0.05 on it. If we have another one, should we do more? Like how much should someone take of this a day?
A whole dropper, half in the morning, half in the evening, is the recommended serving size. But in general, your body is the only one that's going to tell you whether you need more or less of the product. So that's really up to you. It's not like you can take too much of it. I mean, there's not enough of that psychoactive ingredient in there, the THC, to make a difference in that regard. So CBD is not an inexpensive product, though. So you don't want to take more than you need.
Right.
Because you definitely don't want to waste it.
But I mean, like I've been there for my mother-in-law, and she gets the gummies, and we got the fancy gummies, whatever they were, and she takes a half of one of those a day, but just not every day. Like if she's got a day where she wakes up and she's feeling a little stiff and she needs to loosen up a little bit, she'll take that, and it helps her out a lot. Or if she's having some knee pain or hip pain or something like that, she'll have one of those halves, and she swears by it. She's ready to come by your shop herself and pick out some more stuff. So
nice.
Yeah,
that's cool. All right.
So
no trace of it for me. Yeah. Apparently we're done. We're not gonna have any more because it's half a droplet each in the morning and the evening.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do any more.
No, but
I think it's really neat that it didn't affect the flavor.
No, didn't affect the flavor at all.
He had me worried. The way he told me how it was going to be like, hey, it's going to get that hippie, oaky or flavor to it.
Yeah,
and I was like, really didn't do anything. I didn't taste anything.
Now I'm curious to see what you do when you do it more on a larger scale. Like there's a brewery local that does a CBD beer, and they will have it on tap and things like that.
Right.
And I'm sure they're using a different way to get that CBD in there for that. Now it's all done on the back end. So you brew the beer first, then you add.
Yeah. Well, according to our pal Daniel Boyd from Master of None, he said it was isolate powder.
Okay.
So it's not oil as you put in there. It's actually powder that you'll put in there after the fact. So I tagged you on that.
We have an isolate powder that I can order, and we can get that kind of stuff. With this water soluble, the thing about that separates it from a lot of the competitors out there and other products is our water soluble has our proprietary nanotechnology. So you take our regular CBD oil, and generally speaking, only about 10% of that gets absorbed by our bodies. With this water soluble and the proprietary nanotechnology, that oil is broken down on a molecular level. It's 9 times more absorbable than a regular oil. So it's highly effective. A lot of people say they feel the effects within 5 to 10 minutes, and it's long lasting too. Usually within, or it stays in our body and our systems anywhere from 6 to 10 hours, depending on how fast we metabolize it out. So it's definitely on the high end of effectiveness as far as the products that are out there. So
yeah, I mean, you're
not all CBD is created equal.
Exactly. You're not going to the corner over here to pick up some. This is from a corporation that distributes this. They create it, distribute it to their independent distributors. I guess they like for you,
franchisees.
Franchisees and things like that. So that's a great thing. You don't have to go rooting around for this kind of stuff.
And you know what you're getting.
But real quick, we're at the hour mark. Do you want to go ahead and let's plug RTF real quick?
Yeah. So real quick,
let's do pay some bills here.
We're on RTF Sports Network. Check them out at rtfsportsnetwork.com. Blogs on there. They've just picked up some new bloggers. They're releasing several different blogs a day. You've got the stream that's on there where we're on live right now. Plus they do a replay of us. I don't know when exactly the replay is. And if you listen to the stream on the website, you'll hear some of the ads that I made. I made some ads for the show.
They're kind of funny.
Three different ads. We might play them later on here just to get them out there to everybody.
Late night beer. Late night beer.
Well, I've got some ads that I made. They're funny. I wasn't going for anything serious because that's not what we are, right? If I'm throwing an ad out there about us, it's going to be funny because that's kind of how we take ourselves. We don't take ourselves seriously, right?
Yeah.
That's just not who we are. We drink beer, we have fun, and we talk sports and whatever else we want to talk about. But check out rtfsportsnetwork.com. You heard, if you listen to the intro at the beginning of the intro, you heard our boy Sal Peasy from 2B Blunt podcast.
He's like TikTok famous. He's got like 10,000 downloads or likes or something like that.
He feuds with TikTok. TikTok bans him all the time. he gets put in TikTok jail all the time. But I was on his show a couple weeks ago. We're going to have Sal on the show. We're actually going to do a beer exchange with him. I've got a couple beers that I brought today that we're going to send to him. Plus, you're going to pick up a few beers. He's going to send us some beers.
Yeah.
Once that beer exchange goes down, we're going to get together on the show and we're going to drink.
Gotcha.
And we're going to talk about the beers that we're drinking.
It's going to be fun.
We're going to have some fun. But, yeah, check them out. They've got a whole bunch of different shows on there. Mike and Mike Man Hours getting ready to kick off next week.
Yeah.
Right now they're just for clicks, which, based off of the fact that you don't think Lamar Jackson's a
I don't know about
top 5 quarterback, but whatever.
I might have to check it out. So, Wacko, I'm glad you joined us. I think now
game show.
I think it's time for the game show.
So, did you tell him about this at all?
I did.
So we got a game show with you, buddy.
I don't know anything about this.
So not only are we support you locally as a business, you support us as a podcast, and you listen all the time. You're always listening. You're always
absolutely.
You've been on a few times.
Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it.
We're going to go ahead and play a game right now. And here's the game we're going to play. I don't hear it. You don't have me on.
Oh, there's a reason I don't have you on because you're a lunatic.
You ready now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's time to play everybody's favorite game. Who said it, Alan or Rabbit Dave?
So it's time to play Who Said It. If you watched this last week, we played this with Daniel. We're going to play it with you. And what I did is what any responsible father would do. I had my 6-year-old record things that me or Rapid Dave said on the podcast. And so I'm going to play a clip of her saying something that one of us said, and you've got to guess who said it. Alan.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Dave.
All right.
So hold. I got to get him a beer real quick.
I need a beer. I'm thirsty. Get you another one. Yeah. Finish that one off. Refill.
I need a beer too.
Yeah, refill real quick. You got time. You got a minute or two because we're gonna swap over to this real quick. And but yeah,
all right.
It should be a fun little game.
So I don't know how many clips I have here.
All right.
I'm still listening.
And you're just gonna listen. I'll play it. I'll play her saying it. I got to say this for you because you ruined it last week.
I ruined everything.
I'm gonna play the clip of my daughter saying it. You'll tell us who said it, and then I'll play the clip of which one of us said it. So that's when you'll find out if he can be quiet who actually said it, Alan or Rapid Dave. So here we go. Here's clip number.
Right.
Is he there? Okay, he wasn't there on my screen, but I'm delayed.
He's there.
Clip number 1.
I say cut his feet off.
All right, did you hear that?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
So who said it, Alan or Rapid Dave?
That's a Rapid Dave. That's Rapid Dave.
All right, and here it is. Oh wait,
I say
push
cut
the wrong
his
button.
feet off.
You're ridiculous.
I did this the first time last
You're
time.
ridiculous. I say cut his feet off. That was me?
That was you.
I sound drunk too. I was like, oh man, what's up, Mass Daddy? What's up, brother?
All right, so he's 1 for 1.
Feet off. Was it about a kicker?
I don't know. I don't remember. That one I don't remember. All right.
He hates kickers.
Gosh. Him and kickers. Unhealthy obsession. So here's clip number 2.
So when in doubt, pinky out.
All right. Who said it, Alan or Rapid Dave?
Yeah, let's go Alan on that one.
All right.
So when in doubt, pinky out.
Rapid Dave.
I say it almost every week at this point. Yeah, it just It gets a little weird.
I'm keeping score this time because we had controversy last time.
Mass Daddy picked down as well. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, keep firing them off, Mass. Let's play.
All right, hold on. While I'm pouring this, we've switched over to Blood and Honey.
Yep.
From Revolver Brewing. Amazing beer. I mean, I've had it so many times. You posted you were drinking this one yesterday. It's a great beer. If you haven't had it, I'm sorry. Go and find you some.
I think I need to send, I don't know how much postage is up to the Pacific Northwest, but I need to send Mass something, like a shirt, a koozie, or something like that.
All right, so here is clip number 3.
Good luck getting across the border.
Everyone goes crazy. Rah!
All right.
She went wild on that one.
Who said it?
I got to play the odds. We'll go Allen again.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's in our intro.
Every single week. It's in our intro. Hold on.
And everyone goes crazy.
That's
But
I tell him to put it in there.
She sold the more than I did.
Yeah, she went in.
So here's the funny thing with this. So we started this last week.
Yeah.
And her favorite thing that she said last week was lick my foot.
Mm-hmm.
So she walked around the house like almost all week just saying lick my foot with so much content. Because so she listens to the clip and then she's trying to emulate it. Like
right.
She wants to get inside the mind of the person who said it,
which is
and not just say it, but she wants to be it.
Yeah.
But then also, like today, she came up.
I lost audio.
Oh, you lost audio? You there?
Hold on.
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Can you hear us?
He lost audio. It's not us. Keep going.
Can you hear us, Wacko?
No, he can't.
Okay.
He said he can't.
Well, but she came up to me today and she goes, "Daddy," I go, "What's up?" She goes, I don't want an Elsa that you play a fat right up front to. And I'm like, oh, kiddo.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, so now she walks around saying all these things. I recorded her saying all these the other day.
Yeah.
And there's a couple that she has said multiple times since then.
Right. Well, she's holding on to keep going.
It's good times.
Nice.
But I asked her, I was like, I need you to record some. The first thing she asked me, she goes, do I need to record lick my foot? No.
That's over, kid.
You did that one and you killed it.
Yeah. I don't know why you can't hear us, pal.
Yeah. Exit out and come back in.
Jump back in. Jump out, jump back in. Jump out, jump back in.
Comment it so he can hear us. You know?
Boy.
And we'll wait for him before we move on. But I've got a few more. I think I did 7 total is what I did this time.
Damn, 7.
Yeah, but they're all short, right? They're all short clips. And I didn't want, because like last week I did 3 and 3. So Daniel was like, well, you played 6. I'm just going with the odds, 3 and 3.
Right.
You ain't going to get that this week.
Mass, we got the
number.
The strikeout beer line is open if you want to call in and talk about, how things are up in Chilliwack.
Tell us how you're celebrating this Canada Day.
Yeah.
Hey.
I mean, I'll keep him on the back burner for. Oh, here he comes again. But the strikeout beer is open. Y'all hit it up. Y'all got the number. You got the number right here.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll get you the number.
What's up, Wacko? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm back in.
He's back.
All the audio dropped off.
Oh, that's okay.
Real quick, that's a Fortnite account followed us over here.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Here right now. Okay. Yeah,
the phone number is 469-629-8177.
There you go.
If you want to try and join us. All right, Wacko. So here is the next clip.
I can open beer all week, all night, all day.
Who said it, Wacko?
God, that's probably both of you.
Only one of them said that.
Rapid Dave.
Go ahead. Hit it.
I got to wait.
What do you got to wait for? Do it.
So they can hear it.
Do it, ding dong.
I can open beer all week, all night, all day.
That was Rapid Dave.
The problem is I drink too much.
He's got 3 right and 1 wrong right now.
All right,
he's
so he's
3 and 1.
All right, you're doing fantastic.
Doing great. It looks like he actually listens to the show, or these are just educated guesses.
Right. Did you share this to the dads of Fortnite, teaching in Fortnite, anything like that?
Yeah. I put it out there.
All right, cool.
And the record is a little bit from column A, column B.
Okay.
Oh my God.
All right, here's the next one.
It pairs well with toasted elephant, corn dogs, poached tiger, and chicken on the stick.
Who said it? Alan or Rapid Dave?
Let's go Alan on that one.
It pairs well with toasted elephant, corn dogs, poached tiger, and chicken on a stick.
It's crazy when you play these. It definitely just puts me straight back to where. Yeah.
And the funny thing about that one was, I was reading it off a beer we drank.
This is on a can.
This was on a can of beer that we were drinking. Where that's what it said on it. It
goes
pairs
well
well
with
with
tiger.
poached tiger.
Poached tiger. Sorry. Yeah, dude. Oh my God.
And toasted elephant. Yeah.
I think I remember that beer. Oh my God.
All right, here's your next clip, and I think this one's like one of my favorite ones right here.
I own everything there is to own about this place.
Oh, that's Rapid Dave.
Oh, I hate you. I almost said the F word too. I was like, he seems like a bunch of drunk clips.
I own everything there is to own about this place.
She even did the throat
She
clear.
sold out and did the throat clearing. She is. Let me tell you, this kid is 100% committed to this bit.
Oh, God.
Like not only does she walk around saying this stuff every day, she asks me every day, "Hey, Dad, you need me to record something today?"
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Jesus.
All right, here's your next clip.
Is this the last one? We got
yeah, it
15
looks like
minutes.
it's the next one.
All right.
Or the last one.
And he's now a lumberjack.
Who said it? Alan or Rapid Dave?
Alan.
And he's now a lumberjack.
This guy.
So, 6 for 1.
I'm telling you, get this guy.
I'll take it.
Yeah. This guy's on fire.
I need a koozie. I need a koozie.
You don't have a koozie?
You goddamn. You got a koozie.
I got a couple of them.
He's got
Okay.
he's got stuff. Well, if there's anything we do, it's hand out everything.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That game's fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
It's fun and the other thing that is it's for me, it's testing the boundaries of what I can get away with getting my kid to say.
Oh, Jesus.
And so, like, this week I snuck that beer one in. Like, I can open beer all week, all night, all day. And so, like, Liz wants to hear him, like, afterwards, and she tries to guess.
Right.
But she's horrible at that game. She's not that good.
Now, what did Daniel get last week?
He got 4 out of 6 right.
Yeah, he did okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
What's going on, everybody? Whether you're practicing social distancing of 6 feet up to 6 miles, you can still party with On and Off the Field, where you can listen to the best NFL and charity-based podcasts out there on the RTF Sports Network. You can follow them on Facebook or go to rtfsportsnetwork.com and check out the show Thursdays from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When I woke up this morning, I was feeling pretty dangerous about the past and about the future.
Welcome back to Draft Fast. Welcome back to Draft Fast, yeah. All right, we're back. We're doing it. The questionable season's almost upon us, right? But while let's not worry about that. We've got some big news this week, right? Dak Prescott signed the franchise tag tender. But I'm burying the lead with that one. Chris Jones clearly is the guy you came here to hear about, right? He said he might sit out the season, if there even is a season, if they don't get a deal done by July 15th. And, Cam Newton signed with the dang Patriots. And the Patriots also, what's it called? They got fined, and they also got docked a third-round pick, right? So what happened here, right? Let's go. We'll start off with the big news, right? Cam Newton to the New England Patriots. If you follow me on the Instagram, if you follow me on the TikTok, Draft Vice now has a TikTok. Go follow on those spots because I already gave a little bit of my insight here. Cam Newton, former NFL MVP, signs for 1 year, $1 million. It sounds like it's a $1 million deal, but with incentives up to $7.5 million. We're not really privy to the details as of yet, but that's what it sounded like from the reports. So he can make up to $7.5 million. There's a lot of intrigue as to why Camp lasted this long on the free market. Granted, we know COVID kind of helped play a hand in that, and the draft. So here we go. We have this guy who, a lot of people remember him for being this big deep arm passer and running the ball. But actually, last time we saw Cam healthy, he was throwing a lot of short game passes, which is a lot of what the Patriots game is built off of, is that short to intermediate areas of the field. That's not to say that that's all they do. That's not to say that's all Cam can do. And to be honest, I think actually my worry with Cam in this system, I think he could do the short area accuracy very well. I think if you give him the right system, he can get the reads down very well, and he can make calls in and out. He can make checks and calls and all that. My worry here is this. The Patriots scheme is very option route heavy, right? Usually, and even the players who are not the quarterback say that it takes about 1.5 years to kind of almost 2 years to get this whole scheme under wraps to fully understand it. That's not to say that Cam's not a great player, and granted, all those players I've heard say that were only in the Patriots system, so it might also be a little bit of rookie growth, if you will. That being said, I do think it might be at least somewhat complicated for Cam to just dive in. He's definitely the most talented of the 3 quarterbacks currently on the Patriots roster, right? He's, Stidham now has a year in on this system. Hoyer's had multiple years of this system between when he was in New England the first time, the last time he was in New England, then when he got cut. So Hoyer is going to have a shot of maybe playing, but it's weird. I feel like Hoyer fell off a cliff somewhere. I don't get it. He just was not good when he was in San Francisco. So I'm not really, I wouldn't be shocked if Hoyer's starting day one of the league year and, for the first game of the season. But I think what Cam brings to the table, if Cam is healthy, and that's the big worry here, is Cam healthy, is they can build around Cam, right? That's totally on the table. They can take Cam and say, listen, we're going to utilize you the way, because we've seen Bill O'Brien do that with Deshaun Watson, and he's kind of from a similar scheme and system. We could see that happen here. My only worry is I don't think that's the Patriots' priority. They didn't make signing him a priority. They didn't try to trade for him. They got him for peanuts. They got him on the open market, discount rate, and I think that means they might not make him a priority to start going into the year. They're looking at him as, listen, this is the bargain bin quarterback. We got him for a discount. And that's not to say that that's a bad thing, right? I think Cam has the accuracy for their scheme. I think, and if anything, he could probably, if he had a year or two in that scheme, he probably can dominate that scheme, maybe even better than Brady did, because he brings something to the table that Brady did not, which is his athleticism. He's a tank who knows how to run really well, and again, he's very well known for his deep ball. But like I said before, when he had DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey and Curtis Samuel, and when he was healthy, he was doing really well in the short area stuff. Now, it sounds like something that the Norv Turner and his son Scott Turner were able to bring out of him. It's been attempted before, by the way, to make Cam a short area accuracy guy, and he just seemed not to. It might be footwork, it might be coaching, it might be the people who were around him, when Norv Turner came in. It might be maybe Scott Turner really is a really good QB coach. So when those guys came in, they got him to shift to that and did it really well, whereas when Shula was the guy it just didn't really work for the short area game. It worked better when he was throwing the deep ball and running the ball and running QB power. So, and I'm intrigued to see what McDaniels can draw up with him. They could utilize his athleticism. We saw what they did with Brissett when they had him in that on that team a while ago. For the one game that for the 2 games he started, and tore up the Texans with Brissett just running the ball and utilizing his athleticism. And Brissett's nowhere near the athlete that Cam Newton is. At least I don't think. And also, Cam Newton's a much better passer as well. So, what do we do here, right? We have the league coming in. First off, there's been a bunch of cases spiking. Everybody's a little bit worried about that. My big worry is that Cam's not going to get enough time with this scheme, with this system, with the playbook, where they're going to really – he might not even be guaranteed a roster spot. Like, I love the guy. I think that he should be guaranteed a roster spot. There is no guarantee. Bill Belichick's the kind of guy that he's checking out whatever's there. That is all he is doing. He's looking at it going like, this can be intriguing. Like, if I can get him playing at a high-end level for a cheap deal, man, people are going to be thinking like I'm a genius or like a magician or a genius magician. It's just going to be what for Bill Belichick, it's going to make him look like a wizard, if you will. He's a wizard, Harry, Billy, Goodell. So I like it. I like Cam. They definitely could use a guy like Cam. I don't know if he, again, with with almost no off season, what we've known of so far, he's even coming in late now. He didn't get the virtual OTA, so he didn't get the install from there. Keep in mind, this goes along with some other news. Yes, the Patriots got fined and docked a pick for the videotaping scandal that happened this year, where they sent their video crew to follow one of their scouts, and the video crew they didn't give everybody a heads up, and one of the guys from the video crew was videotaping the sideline. He's videotaped it for 8 straight minutes. So there was a little bit of a thing with that. I personally think that it's there's a lot of ways to interpret the punishment here, right? You can look at it and you could say, well, you know what? They clearly, it's the prior bad acts, like, which you're really not supposed to. Prior bad acts aren't always proof that you're going to do something bad again. So I don't. But in football, there's an appearance of impropriety. This isn't the first time you guys have been in trouble as far as an organization goes, and as long as Bill Belichick's been there, you've been in a couple of different instances. So. They punished him. They punished him pretty hard. 3rd-round pick's a pretty big pick. That's a player. That's a potential starter, and $1 million is a lot of money. So, keep in mind. Remember the brawl between the Steelers and the Browns? $1 million is more than what both those teams paid in their own individual team fines to the NFL. $1.1 million is more than what those 2 teams paid. So, it just kind of gives you an idea of. And neither of those teams got docked picks. Granted, those are players that kind of did their thing. I don't know. Patriots will survive, right? They just seem to always do so. They probably already have an extra pick for that year anyway. So, anyway, I still like the idea of Cam being on that team. I think a lot of people thought that was going to be a thing, and then they're like, no, it's not going to be a thing. It couldn't be a thing. It'll never be a thing, and now it's a thing. So, I was excited. I mean, if you look at the TikTok video or the Instagram feed, I was excited. I was like, damn, man, Bill Belichick just pulling things out of his booty. And I think this is it, man. I think that is the trick. Like, if whether or not he plays, right? Like, whether or not Cam plays, this was a big trick to pull out of your butt. And to get such a great player, and he might not play for them. Like, again, like I said before, like Stidham's been there a while. Hoyer knows that system. It's an uphill battle for Cam to make this team. I think that he'll make the team. The problem is this is like the one situation where they probably aren't even that worried if they play Cam or not, because again, it's Bill Belichick. He could do whatever the hell he wants. He's earned the privilege to say shut the hell up and do what I tell you. So I think it's an impressive situation. I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to see it on the field. Let's go on to the next thing. Maybe we'll rope back into that a little bit later. Chris Jones, I mentioned before, he said he might not hold out, but he won't sign his tender, and he'll sit out the season if they don't come to an extension by July 15th. He wants like a $20 million a year deal. He's currently on the franchise tag tender. He is a piece to their defense. He's a very important piece to their defense. I totally believe that they will end up signing him and paying him, or they trade him. I don't think they trade him, though, because he also has to agree to wherever they're trading him to. So, Chris Jones is an impressive defensive piece. Very good pass rusher. Not as great as far as a run stopper goes, but if you have him lining up as defensive end or 3-tech, very good defensive lineman. And then also, we have more QB news. Dak Prescott signed his franchise tag tender. I think I had previously mentioned, everybody knows about Andy Dalton being there now. Dak Prescott is, Andy Dalton on steroids. Like, that's like the souped up version of Andy Dalton. So now his backup's really good. Dak can probably sit there and play one more year on that tag if he wants to, and then, see if they tag him again. It's a lot of money. I don't think he was going to say goodbye to it anyway. So I don't know. I like Dak. I don't despise Jack. I like Dak. I think that Dak is a good quarterback. I think he is an above average quarterback. I don't think he's in the top 10, but he might be like on that. It depends. Because guys get better over the years. Like, I think Dak's gotten better. I think surrounding him with weapons, like that's the thing that I've said about Dak that it reminds me about Andy Dalton, is that they are guys that when you give them a good situation, they do actually do a lot with it. They need that situation. They need the pieces around them. Like, Dak is not going to turn a bad team good. He's going to turn a good team great. He's going to keep a good team good, or a great team great, because a lot of the pieces that are in Dallas are very good. He's got a good receiving core now. The offensive line might take a step back with Travis Frederick leaving. I don't think that's going to be too much of the issue going into camp. I know that the Cowboys have signed Cam Irving, former center for the Browns, and then the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think the deal with Dak is you gotta extend him. If he's your long-term answer, you've got to. If he's not, and you want to get stuck in a Kirk Cousins situation, well, you better have a plan going into the future, right? Maybe they do have a plan. Maybe their plan is next year to sign Cam Newton when he's healthy, assuming he's healthy. Maybe their plan is to keep Andy Dalton and see how he goes through camp. Now it looks like there is a glut of quarterbacks on the market, right? There's a lot of solid to good quarterbacks because they've been developing them. The teams are starting to realize how to adapt their systems to get these quarterbacks to come in and play better. Part of it is it's all a learning process. Like 10 years ago, they were not adapting the schemes to the players coming out of college. So if they were coming out of an air raid system, they weren't making all the right reads. And now they're realizing, okay, how do we cut it down and make it easier for the guys? So, listen, I think Dak is a good player. Like I said before, I don't think he breaks the top 10. Maybe he does. It depends. I think it depends on the list and the year, to be honest. I haven't done my final quarterback rankings for 2020, so he might break into the top 10. Who knows? I sometimes sit there and I say that, and I think when you look at the pieces around him, I think he's a good player. Like, again, I think he makes the most of those guys that he has around him. He's not always the most accurate guy. He's not he has a lot of good qualities, right? Like I said, he's souped up Andy Dalton. And he happens to have Andy Dalton as a backup. So very good situation going in there. What also we are going to talk about today, right? I've posted a little thing on the TikTok. So if you don't know, if you haven't been following the TikTok, I haven't posted these on Instagram, but I've been doing videos of my head coach rankings, actually. Like, I saw some debate going on about who's a top 5 head coach, and I started going through it, and I'm like, actually, I should start doing my own ranks for this. I think it's an intriguing little game to kind of play. So I'm going to go through them. You guys can hate them, you can love them, you could despise them. I've done a lot of these on video. By the time I'm recording this, I'm up to part 7. I just gotten up to my 20th best head coach on the TikToks, if you will. So guess what? Some of these you're going to be getting ahead of everybody else. I did not include first-year head coaches, and I did not include coaches who've only had 1 year of head coaching experience. So, I mean, there is an obvious guy who I'd be sticking at last if I was doing that, but I won't be. Don't worry. I actually will get into how I rank the coaches with 1 year of experience as well. But right off the bat, let's get the easy ones done. The top two: Bill Belichick, number 1 overall; Andy Reid, number 2 overall. Pretty simple, right? Bill Belichick, tons of Super Bowls, tons of playoff wins. Now he's got to adapt without Tom Brady. But, man, I mean, how do you expect to put anybody else up there right now? The only other guy I think that is in the running that has an argument is Andy Reid, right? He's number 2. And you look at the coaching trees of those guys, Andy Reid's got a little bit better of a coaching tree. Those guys just seem to stay a little bit longer and play coach a little bit better. He seems to give them at least kind of the playbook on how to keep going. So those two guys, great. I don't think there's an argument. You could even make an argument to flip them. I get it. I think that's where it goes, though. I feel dirty saying this one, right? I'm not dirty because I really like him. I get the argument why he should not be this high, but I put Sean Payton at 3. And I did this list kind of objectively, and kind of objectively, this is actually probably incorrect. So on the TikTok video, I put Sean Payton at 3. I'm going to change this right now. I am changing it for the purpose of the podcast. It is now going to be Pete Carroll at number 3. He's moved up 4 spots from the TikTok videos. He didn't even make it into this part, I know. But I can't see him not deserving this. Like, it was such a bad misstep. He deserves to be at 3. So, yes, Pete Carroll, 2 Super Bowl berths, 1 win, 1 appearance, multiple playoff berths. I mean, this guy, since he's been in Seattle, now I can understand. Some people might make the argument that that he's holding Russell Wilson back. But like when you look at all the pieces that team has, like that team gets coached up really well sometimes too. I get some of the play calling kind of screws, like their offensive play calling gets a little screwy. Defensively, they've been great and they coach people up really well, and everybody wants to go there. Like guys, like again, Jadeveon Clowney wanted to be in Seattle last year. Like players want to go there. You know how great of a team you have to be, how impressive of a team you have to be for other teams to go, for other players on other teams to be like, I want to go to that one. That's really good. So yeah, it's Pete Carroll. You deserve number 3. I screwed up on the TikTok. I'm correcting it here. So, see, I'm already admitting wrong, right? Number 4 becomes Sean Payton here, everybody. Sean Payton, head coach of the Saints. Now, you might sit there and be like, wait a second, man. I mean, come on. He hasn't been to a Super Bowl in a while, and plus he's got Breeze, right? Like, maybe pick a guy who's had multiple quarterbacks. And you know what? Not for nothing. It's not like there's that many other guys on the list that could really make the argument to be up here. Like, there's a couple, and we're going to go through all of them, and there's arguments for each one, too. So I'm going to go with Sean Payton at 4. Constantly, they've been a playoff contender. There was a short period of time a couple of years ago where people were talking about his job being ready to go, and it just seems like they've kicked it up in gear, and they've been a perennial playoff contender every year. The last few years, everybody's talking about every year they're like the favorites to go to the Super Bowl, and they don't make it. They're like the Packers a few years ago. So I love Sean Payton. I love his style. I think he's a very sweet guy. I think he's a great coach. And again, multiple playoff berths, a Super Bowl win. You got Drew Brees. Drew Brees was not considered as high level of a quarterback until he went with Sean Payton, and those two have been a marriage that's been sweeter than sweet. So we're going to follow that up. Again, another switch up from the TikTok. This is why it's important to do both, right? Because I changed my opinion here, right? I had a whole different guy at next spot. I'm going with Doug Peterson, right? Doug Peterson at 5. He was actually 2 spots lower, and I kicked him up above the AFC North guys. That should hint at where the next guys come up. And Doug Peterson is because he's most recently been to the Super Bowl, right? We see it every year that he gets – the coaching's really good from his perspective. And they're willing to change it up, and they're willing to work. And They missed the playoffs one year, and that was his first year. Every other year they've made the playoffs. He made it to a Super Bowl with a backup, and they won the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback. I'm going to say I like Doug Peterson. I gave it to the other two guys on the list in the TikToks because I felt like that maybe they deserved it because of longevity, and we've seen them do like kind of a similar thing before. So next is John Harbaugh at 6. And Mike Tomlin at 7, and I think it should be this way. Like I've seen both these guys adapt. I've seen both these guys coach really well. They both have Super Bowls under their belt, which is kind of what you need to be in this part of the ranking. You needed Super Bowls to be up this high. They make their teams make the playoffs pretty consistently. Tomlin's missed it the last 2 years, and honestly, when I was doing the TikTok, I kind of hinted that I didn't necessarily. Like, I felt like Tomlin deserved maybe one spot lower or two, like deserved to be behind Doug Peterson, basically, was where I felt. Because it feels like, even though Tomlin is a great coach, and I mean, there is some real proof out there. I mean, there was a game last year where literally they went at halftime, and Mike Tomlin went ahead and tore up the playbook and went ahead and drew it on the board, and there's a really good story about it. So don't get me wrong, this is why he's up this high, and there's an argument for all these guys being in the top 4 or 5. Tomlin is really good. The only problem I have is every once in a while, and it happens pretty consistently, at least once or twice a year, the Steelers don't play. They play down to competition. So that's why I put John Harbaugh ahead of him. John Harbaugh's and another guy who looked like he was going to be losing his job a year or two ago. And he adapted. He adapted. He was willing to go ahead and change OCs and go with a different guy and adapt the playbook to Lamar Jackson and do what he does well, and start making a switch towards analytics and valuing their defensive players differently and going after defensive backs to the 12th degree. So I mean. Listen, I think John Harbaugh has been really good, and believe me, I'm a Browns fan. I shouldn't like either of those guys, and they're up high. They're up very high on my list, right? So Doug Peterson 5, John Harbaugh 6, Mike Tomlin 7, right? Number 8, Kyle Shanahan. He did not change at all from the TikToks to now. It is still Kyle Shanahan. Because honestly, I said this in the video, he might be the reason why the Falcons went to the Super Bowl when he was there as the OC. And they went to the Super Bowl. He took the 49ers to the Super Bowl last year. He's now gotten to build his system. He got to build his team. He's got his QB. Their defense is really good. His scheme is so amazing that they barely even have to throw the ball. They're just running it really damn well every goddamn time. So Kyle Shanahan, I know he's only been a coach for so long, but nobody is worrying about them not making it to the playoffs next year. They are in a rough division, keep in mind. But again, very good team, very good defense, and he's a very good coach. And definitely a driving force behind that team. The next guy on the list, I see him as a potential candidate to move down in the next year. It depends. This is a very big make or break year. It's number 9 is Sean McVay. L.A. Rams. You got a Super Bowl appearance. You got you got at least a couple of playoff berths. So I like him. I like him as a coach. You can make the argument he belongs lower on this list, but I saw him adapt last year. They were still a very solid team last year, even though it looked like their team was not good, and they still managed to eke out some pretty good wins. So I'm going to sit there and say I think Sean McVay adapts. I think the problem with the LA Rams is not Sean McVay. It's Les Snead. So, and his ability to plan out and set that team up for the future. I don't like where that team's going in that as far as that direction goes, but I do like Sean McVay. So, and I think we will see some more adaptation on his end, very similar to how we see some adaptation on Kyle Shanahan's end. And I think he's probably the next best thing to Kyle Shanahan. To be honest, he had more success before Shanahan did as a head coach. So, again, number 9, Sean McVay. Number 10, Bruce Arians. This is like the next tier, right? It goes basically after Tomlin. It's like a tier of 2 guys with Shanahan, McVay, and then it's another tier, and it's this tier is very much the differential here is is minuscule, right? These are the very good head coaches that have not gotten Super Bowls, and you feel like they should. They're close to them, and they probably will within the next few years. But top of this list is Bruce Arians, right? He's got the highest win percentage out of these next 5 guys. I like him. Love his personality. He's like I said, he's got the highest win percentage. Does not have the highest win percentage though for playoffs. In fact, that goes to another guy later on this list. I really like Bruce Arians. Like I said, players want to go play for somebody, right? They wanted to play for Pete Carroll. Tom Brady wanted to go play for Bruce Arians. Like that's stuff that people should kind of mark on the note sheet for some of these guys. It's like, wait a second, Brady wants to go work for Arians. All right, and Arians has a good system. Doesn't always adapt it very well. I don't know. I like Arians. And again, he's been successful everywhere he went. Now, granted, he has pretty good quarterbacks everywhere he went. Palmer when he was in Arizona. Granted, he got broken. Then I think Arians saw the shit show that was rising and retired and then came back. Got some decent but not great play out of Jameis Winston. Got him to throw for a ridiculous amount of yardage, also a ridiculous amount of interceptions. So, I like Arians. Like I said, he's got the highest win percentage of the next 5 guys, so I felt like he kind of deserved to be where he's at, has multiple playoff berths. So let's go to the next guy, Mike Zimmer, right? Long-time Vikings head coach. Like I said before, Sean McVay, Mike Zimmer's going to be having his make-or-break moment this year, right? A lot of new guys on the roster. A lot of old guys are left. They had to kind of churn the roster a little bit and get a little bit younger because they had a lot of heavy contracts. Again, at 11, is it 11? Yeah, we're at 11 now, right? It goes Bill Belichick, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Doug Peterson, Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, right? Wait, no. Bill Belichick, Andy Reid, Pete Carroll, Sean Payton, Doug Peterson, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, right? 7 guys. Then 8 and 9 were Sean McVay and Shanahan. 10 was Bruce Arians. 11 is Zimmer. And now, so Mike Zimmer, and I think Zimmer is in that, but he's had multiple playoff berths. He's actually got more playoff wins than Bruce Arians. I like him a lot. I think he's he's kind of like one of those guys where he's got that hard nose to the grind. Hasn't made it to a Super Bowl yet. I don't know if he ever does. Because again, this team could easily fall apart in the next year, and his job could be on the line. They seem to be very volatile as the team goes. I wouldn't be shocked if they're in the playoffs. I just think that they also are in a rough division, so this isn't really the playoff prediction. This is more who are great coaches. I think he is a great coach. You always hear about it too, that he's a good coach. So I appreciate it. I like who he is. I like what I've heard about him. Next on the list, this is another one we're switched up, right? We got Mike Vrabel, right, at number 13. Right? No, number 12. Number 12 is Mike Vrabel. Sorry, everybody. He was 13 on the other list, and I moved him up one spot. Mike Vrabel actually has the highest win percentage in the playoffs of all these guys. He's been impressive, right? And whether it was Marcus Mariota or Ryan Tannehill, he's done very well. Yeah, he made Marcus Mariota back into, like a solid, not Marcus Mariota. He made Ryan Tannehill into a solid quarterback. Marcus Mariota's kind of broken right now. Maybe he'll turn into something for the Raiders. That being said, I like Mike Vrabel, very tough, hard-nosed grind guy, willing, again, pick some really good guys to be coaches in his team, whether it was LaFleur or Arthur Smith. I like Vrabel, kind of very awe-inspiring personality, right? He's willing to chop something off in order to win a Super Bowl. Very, very good hyperbole there, or very hyperbole there. The next guy on the list is actually Bill O'Brien. People might be shocked by this one. I know we all like to chastise and fry Bill O'Brien. I like him as a coach. I hate him as a GM, right? Since he's been on the Texans as their head coach, he's made them a competitor. They've made it to the playoffs multiple times. Now, they have not won a lot of playoff games with him as the head coach. but he's at least gotten into the playoffs, which is kind of an important thing, right? That's at least step one. You're into the playoffs solidly. Okay, we need you to take the next step forward. Well, they won a game at least this year in the playoffs. So now you take another step forward, and you hope that works. You hope that, him as the GM doesn't, cut himself from underneath his legs. So it goes, so Bill O'Brien. Then it's Sean McDermott, right? Sean McDermott of the Buffalo Bills. I like him. Again, got the Bills to a playoff berth for the first time since the 90s. Got them to 2 playoff berths, no playoff wins. But listen, it's starter package, right? Like you gotta warm it up. You gotta get, the fact that he got them to the playoffs, he already deserves a statue in Buffalo. I've heard. I think he's a great coach. He has a lot of opportunity to move up in these rankings eventually. I just, from what you've seen from everybody, with Vrabel winning a lot of games already very early on in his career, the other couple of guys being established, he's kind of like the last guy of this tier. So that's how I've ranked it so far. I really do enjoy Sean McDermott as a coach. He's actually a personal favorite of mine, too. The next 2 guys on the list are actually guys who are on new teams but have been head coaches somewhere else, right? Got Mike McCarthy with a Super Bowl win. Now, you might be like, wait a second, Mike McCarthy with a Super Bowl win, why is he so low on the list? Well, new team, there's a reason why you get fired. You go different ways. I don't think, again, like there's questions as to maybe he should have gotten more done when he was with, Green Bay, and that they should have been back to the Super Bowl, and they didn't make it there. Some of it was coaching and scheme and who you keep on your staff. And, I get it. I get the argument. That's kind of why, I didn't have him all the way up. I like the guys who I have ahead of him, where I have him. Again, because you don't get fired for no reason. And, he couldn't do anything when he didn't have Aaron Rodgers, and that's not like, listen, that's a lot of coaches, right? When you know your franchise quarterback, you can't do a lot. But I've seen a lot of other coaches do a lot, even without their franchise quarterback, at least stay competitive anyway. I follow him up with the other guy, Ron Rivera. Again, guy who's made it to the Super Bowl, multiple playoff berths, but a little bit like, if you watch Ron Rivera's track record, it was very solid. Like, listen, if he's your head coach, you're going to feel good. You're going to feel okay. But you're going to be like, you're going to long for more. He's like a more volatile Marvin Lewis, right? Where it was, not only is he going to get you to the playoffs, he might get you to the Super Bowl. Where, like, Lewis wasn't doing that for you, but you might not make the playoffs every year. So, but he's been solid to a very good extent with that. So I like Ron Rivera, very, very much one of my favorite coaches. They're all my favorite coaches, let's be real. Now we follow it up. 2 more guys is Frank Reich and Anthony Lynn. Both of them have had a playoff berth. Neither of them made it to the Super Bowl. Each have had some personnel issues, maybe affecting that a little bit. I like both these coaches. I think that if they are given the right situation, even without the best situation in the world, I think they will take a step forward. They've done really well in picking their staffs and coaching up their players, and would not be shocked if you see either of their teams make it to the playoffs this year. I think Anthony Lynn maybe has a little bit more of a wild card on his plate, given that he basically has Tyrod Taylor and Justin Herbert as his quarterbacks. But again, both are very good coaches, and it seems like he has a plan there too. So that's kind of like the coaches I really like kind of going into this year, right? Then, like, those are the guys who, like, that's kind of the end of the good to really good to great list. The next 3 guys on the list are questionable futures, looking to maybe bounce back this year, right? So anyway, Tom, we're gonna go ahead and hit that up. It's gonna be Dan Quinn of the Atlanta Falcons. He tops off these next 3 guys. Again, like, multiple playoff berths, got him to the Super Bowl. And listen, not that he was, I mentioned before Shanahan being a driving force. Maybe he wasn't the driving force, but he got their team to play really well last year after they went 1-6. So that bounce back at the end of the year, it kind of showed something. It showed that he can coach and that he can kind of – now, he's not going to get that benefit of the doubt again, I don't think. But he does know how to inspire. He does know how to pick a very good coach. Like, I was not a fan of Sarkisian initially, and then I kind of backed off on my hate of Sarkisian. Then they fired Sarkisian. Now they got Cotter. But he picked Shanahan, and they did really well with Shanahan. The real problem's been injury and also that defense. So trying to get that defense to play up to snuff is really the big issue for him. Like I said before, they've made multiple playoffs with them. They've also, they've been pretty solid. They haven't had a horrible season with them. If they do, I think that's going to be it. Follow him up with John Gruden. John Gruden of the Oakland Raiders. I know he's Las Vegas Raiders. Might feel like he's very low on the list, but he hasn't made it to the playoffs since, he came back after a decades-long break. So it's kind of hard to evaluate John Gruden. Now he's had the opportunity to build this team in his image, right? And keep in mind, before he took over this team was 12-4 one year. It was in the playoffs. So it wasn't like it was removed from being in the playoffs from a super long time. They went ahead and kicked Jack Del Rio to the road. So I don't know. I think John Gruden, it's kind of put up or shut up time. I know they're going to give him more time because that's just how it goes with the Raiders and John Gruden. But like I said, it's all three of these guys. It's put up or shut up time, basically. And Matt Nagy's the next guy, number 20 on the list. Matt Nagy. I think that his job's on the line this year. You looked at the first year, right? The team played really well. They had Vic Fangio as their defensive coordinator. They played really well with him. They were able to script a lot of good plays. They were getting a lot out of Trubisky. They were utilizing his legs. And then they just didn't seem to ever mesh or be able to use that athleticism again last year. So, again, I like Nagy. I like what he's been able to do. It seems like they were having some problems last year getting the offense running. Their O-line's been a little bit of a problem. Maybe they need a new O-line coach. Maybe the O-line coach is fine. They just need better personnel. I don't know. Matt Nagy, now you have Nick Foles. You have I think you're on year 4 of Trubisky at this point. If he can't do something with either of those guys, it's going to be it's shit or get off the pot time. It's time to prove it, put up or shut up. That's kind of where we're at here with him. And this is basically where the TikTok videos ended, right? There's 3 more guys on this list, though, right? There is, in no particular order yet, it is Doug Marrone, Adam Gase, and Matt Patricia. Actually, that's the order. It goes Doug Marrone, Adam Gase, and Matt Patricia. The first 2 guys have gotten their teams to the playoffs. In fact, Doug Marrone's team made it all the way to the AFC Championship. I have Doug Marrone on top because I've really seen him coach multiple teams and do it really well. When he was in the Bills, he got them to be a 10-win team one season. With Jacksonville, I don't know if he's the problem in Jacksonville, but they're definitely kind of starting to falter in Jacksonville. They're starting to fall apart, if you will. I don't know if he's going to be the coach there long term. And again, other than that 1 year, it's kind of been a weird, rocky ride with him. Still, I like him better than the other 2 guys. If I had to pick of these 3 guys, I'd pick Doug Marrone. Adam Gase, 22 on this list, right? And I don't even hate Adam Gase. I don't. But when you look at all the players that were on his teams prior and how much better they did when he was non-involved, that's a fucking damning... That's a little bit of damning evidence, right? The other little bit of damning evidence is that, when Sam Darnold had mono last year and they had Luke Falk, basically he was having Sam Darnold practice and he didn't give Luke Falk any practice time. They basically punted that game away. They were we know we're going to lose because we're starting Luke Falk. And it was really? You're just guaranteeing yourself a loss? What's with that? So, I don't know. I don't like that kind of coaching. I get it. But no, I don't get it. You know what? Try to win. Try to scheme up something. At least that's the difference between Adam Gase and Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin didn't have his starting quarterback. He had Kyle Rudolph and Duck Hodges, and they won games, and they schemed up games. And guess what? They won games, and they were very close to making the playoffs. Yeah, they had a bounce back last year towards the end. They ended up being a very competitive team, the New York Jets. And listen, I could totally see that. Like, part of the argument is, listen, think how much better they would have been if they had Sam Darnold the whole time without Mono. That's a very good argument. Still, again, I just want to see it. I don't. When you look at all the other players and where they've gone and how much better they've been at other spots, and when you just that one thing about Luke Falk, that irks me so much. You just gave up that game. So, you didn't even try. So that's what gets him out. But that's what sticks him there. And unfortunately, a guy who I was really hoping to be a good head coach, who's coming up at 23, which is technically last on this list because the other guys on this list are not going to be included on this. But it's Matt Patricia, right? Matt Patricia is solid head coach. I like him. No, he's not a solid head coach. They haven't done anything, right? They got rid of the solid head coach. They got rid of the guy who was actually doing well for them. So, I don't know. I just didn't like that. I didn't like that they got rid of Caldwell. Also don't like that Patricia just has not been good. And there's clearly been issues in that organization since Patricia's taken over. And I was shocked because, from everything I heard before Patricia took over, I thought he was going to be a great head coach. And it's been a mess. So this just shows you really don't know anything until they take over. So that is where it is. That's where we end up here with the 23. I'm going to go over the other coaches, by the way, right? So we have the team. So last on the list is Matt Patricia. They just have not been playing well, and it's kind of been how. And not for nothing, I almost kind of wanted to put him ahead of Gase, except we don't have a playoff berth. We don't have any real measurement. At least I've seen Gase's teams play pretty well. I really am, but Patricia's been weird. I don't know. I think they could have a bounce back this year. I wouldn't be shocked. Let's go to the 1 year teams. All right, the 1 year so far guys. Right, there's Vic Fangio, there's Matt LaFleur, there's Cliff Kingsbury, Zach Taylor, and Brian Flores, and all these guys I really like. I like. Well, except for one of them. I don't care. If Zach Taylor, if I could have included him last on that, he would have been last. He's going to be last overall. I do not like Zach Taylor. I think he's a ham sandwich. I think he's less than a ham sandwich. He doesn't have the bread to be a ham sandwich. He's just a jar of mayonnaise and gelatin. That's what Zach Taylor is. And this is just hate for the Bengals because I actually don't hate the Bengals. But I do think Zach Taylor is a weird jar of mayonnaise, if you will. A strange attempt to try to get the McVay, LaFleur, Shanahan essence out of some random guy who happens to be a QB coach. Regardless, right? LaFleur and Fangio have been really good. LaFleur got the team to 13-3, right? Got them all the way up to a bye week. Didn't do well against the San Francisco 49ers. They definitely have to crack down a little bit more. So LaFleur, I think, is kind of topping my list right there. I like what I saw from Vic Fangio. I like what I saw from Brian Flores. I even like what I saw from Cliff Kingsbury. You usually don't see so many guys who you say, I really like what I saw from them as far as their first-year head coaching, especially when, only one of them made it to the playoffs. I'm intrigued by what Cliff Kingsbury is going to be able to do next year. I really want to see what happens year 2 with Brian Flores because he got that team playing hard last year. Vic Fangio, players raved about him. He was the leader in the locker room. That's what they want. That's what they need. They need a guy who's the alpha. I don't always believe in the alpha bullshit, but this is where the alpha bullshit comes in. He's the alpha. He's a leader. So, and Flores, we already saw from the game tape. So, we got 3 more teams to talk about, right? The new guys, right? We got Stefanski, Joe Judge, Matt Rule, all these guys. They're the new guys in the block, right? I like Stefanski. I think of these 3 guys, I think he's the one I think will be the most successful short term. Long term, I think Matt Rule might be developing a good program down there. I think he's got a big leash. He's not as stuck to the current situation like Stefanski is. I like that Stefanski has a system that he wants to run. He seems very open-minded. I really dig Stefanski. Joe Judge, I'm kind of perplexed by the hire, to be honest. I'm not saying he's a bad hire, but I'm still perplexed nonetheless. And that means he could be a great head coach. Listen, we see it from John Harbaugh. He's a great head coach, and he was a special teams coordinator. So I just don't get. It's hard to gauge with him, if you will. But that was it. That's the end of the list. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Let's run that back through, right? We got Bill Belichick, Andy Reid at number 2. We got Pete Carroll at number 3, Sean Payton at number 4, Doug Peterson at number 5, John Harbaugh at number 6, Mike Tomlin at number 7, Kyle Shanahan at number 8, Sean McVay at number 9, Bruce Arians at 10, Zimmer at 11, Vrabel at 12, O'Brien at 13, McDermott at 14, Mike McCarthy at 15, Ron Rivera at 16, Frank Reich at 17, Anthony Lynn at 18, Matt Nagy at 19, Dan Quinn at 20, John Gruden at 21, Doug Marrone at 22, Adam Gase at 23, Matt Patricia at 24, Matt LaFleur, that's 24. It's 24 plus the 5 that are first-year head coaches that are into their second year. So that's 29, and then we get the 3 head coaches who are brand spanking new. So thank you for tuning in. If you want, you can follow the podcast at DraftVice on Twitter, at DraftVice_football on Instagram. You can follow me at BROJO. Death is in the end of life. Punch like a delicious drink that you drink in the summer. Keep wearing your mask when you go outside. And beyond that, I have a new podcast. I have been working on it. That's been coming out weekly. Right now, it's called Punk Law 101. We've been doing Supreme Court cases that have been coming out because there's been a whole bunch of decisions because it's June. This is basically like lawyer Super Bowl, if you will. And it's kind of fun. I've been talking about different cases that have come out, not just the big ones you've been hearing about, not just Bostock versus Clayton, Georgia, where everybody's talking about the LGBTQ case. We also talked about Andres versus Texas, which was about a ineffective assistance to counsel with an attorney. Doesn't that sound like fun? Oh, boy. How about generic? So listen, we go over a lot of court cases. We're also going to start going over some like individual areas of law once we're kind of done with the Supreme Court cases. So tune into that. It's going to be fun. It's definitely fun. One just dropped yesterday. Go check it out. Punk Law 101 and TTFN. Ta-ta for now.
When I woke up this morning, I was feeling pretty dangerous about the past and about the people.
At your Louisville Zoo, we've missed you, and we know you've missed experiencing all there is to see and do here. We've been taking great care of the animals, and now we're ready for you to enjoy great fun and adventure again, visiting your favorites and finding some new favorites too, like our elephant cat, Fitz. It all starts June 26th. Entry will be limited per hour due to safety. Tickets must be pre-purchased at LouisvilleZoo.org/together. Welcome back to the zoo. Season presented by Ford Motor Company and T-Mobile.
In times of need, this is what most insurance sounds like.
Thank you for holding. What's your policy number?
But when you have coverage from AAA, you've got insurance with 3 A's. And that sounds like this.
Thank you for calling AAA. Is everyone okay?
So does your insurance sound like insurance? Or does it sound like insurance with AAA, a brand that's been helping members for over 100 years? Visit AAA.com/insurance for a free quote on auto and home coverage.
Hey, Tiggs, won't you out your seat? What up, Floyd Central? Shout out to the Highlanders. You know what's up? See it. It's all about that green and that gold. That culture that's not gonna fold.
Product that likes the green and the gold. Culture of greatness, young and the old. Either you fight or either you fold. We started to be great to win is the goal. Our heart on the field, you know that they hate it. This from my brothers like we was related. The fan behind us, you know we go crazy. The fans behind us, we make them go crazy. Product that likes the green and the gold. Culture of greatness, young and the old. Either you fight or either you fold. We started to be great to win is the goal. Our heart on the field, you know that they hate it. This from my brothers like we was related. The fan behind us, you know we go crazy. The fans behind us, we make them go crazy. On the field, it be cracking, you know that we with it. Look at our squad up bench and start cleaning. We do the scoring and we do the hitting. Flip Central the name and don't you forget it. Highland of the team, the green and the gold. My brothers all in. We do not fold. We take over fields when we on the road. We got the best crowd from young to the old. Cut off the leash and my dogs go crazy. Put in the work cause we are not lazy. We'll make a play, you know that we praise it. We make a play, you know it's amazing.
Don't run that ball cause we in them trenches. Know where we going cause it's 4th and inches. Can't take the easy. Stay out the kitchen. Highland of the team at the top of your bench.
Part of that lights, the green and the gold. Culture of greatness, young and the old. Either you fight or either you fold. We started to be great to win is the goal. Our heart on the field, you know that they hate it. This from my brothers like we was related. The fan behind us, you know we go crazy. The fans behind us, we make them go crazy. Part of that lights, the green and the gold. Culture of greatness, young and the old. Either you fight or either you fold. We started to be great to win is the goal. Our heart on the field, you know that they hate it. This from my brothers like we was related. The fan behind us, you know we go crazy. The fans behind us, we make them go crazy. Hey, shout out to that green and that gold. Floyd Central Highlanders. I see y'all. Keep making those moves. Oh yeah. Shout out to the head coach, Coach Brad, the whole coaching staff, Paul, Buck, Smith, Had, McKay, Hodge. We see y'all doing y'all thing out there on the field. Oh, I can't forget about the seniors in the starting lineup. Number 2, Trace. Number 10, Calvin. Number 31, Cole. Number 4, Dan. Number 18, Seth. Number 32, JD. Number 50, Michael. Number 52, Adam. Number 73, Brett. Number 78, Gary. Number 53, Matt. Oh yeah, shout out to the rest of the squad. Best believe it's gonna be trouble if y'all cross those lines with us. We can't forget about the best fans in the stands, the best fans in the world. Keep putting y'all hands up. Rock out with y'all, Floyd Central Highlanders. We gonna make this season a good one. It's all about that green and that gold. Culture that young and the old. Great don't fold.
It's about trust, service, safety, the things that have always been at the center of everything we do. It's why at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, our certified technicians complete over 270 hours of training. It's why we provide quality service that's rated 4.6 out of 5 stars. And it's why you never have to leave the safety of your car. So when it's time for a change, we'll be right here, just like we've always been. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Switch to Sprint and get our best unlimited deal ever. 4 lines of unlimited for just $100 a month. Plus, we're including 4 amazing iPhone 11s on us when you trade in iPhone 6s or newer in any condition. Visit Sprint.com, call 800-SPRINT-1 or come see us in our stores. Phone after $29.17 per month credit for 18 months credit. Apply within 2 bills. If canceled early, remaining balance due. Requires new account. Unlimited basic after 7/31/21. Pay $35 per month per line with autopay. Data deprioritization during congestion. Coverage and offer not available everywhere. Excludes taxes, fees, and roaming speed. Maximum use rules. $30 activation fee and restrictions apply.
What's up, y'all? You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that, money is going to charity. You can count on that. What's up, y'all? You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that, money is going to charity. You can count on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
The snow is melting and it's starting to warm.
Is this for the new commercial?
This is the new commercial. We're recording. Why is it you always cut me off?
Guys, calm down. Let's just start it over.
It's too late. We have to start our show, which is Twist, the weekend sports talk, where you can hear banter like this with sports and interviews. Hear us on the RTF Sports Network, Mondays at 8 Eastern. Also, like our page on RTF Sports Network and check us out at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
What's up, y'all? You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that...
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
You are listening to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty and the Pharaoh. It's recorded live every Thursday from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Indie Music TV. We're also on podcasts, and if you haven't heard our podcast, we're on Anchor. It's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There are certain tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone and computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you, and you can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. It's a good opportunity to make money. Enjoy. Don't forget, Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty and the Pharaoh.
Hey, it's me, the mouth of the sound, Jimmy Hart. Hey, check out my new tag team, baby, Monty and the Pharaoh.
Hey, Jimmy, don't forget to tell them about Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast.
Well, you know what, I would, but you already did it.
It's Monty and the Pharaoh. With Monty and Pharaoh. The Monty and Pharaoh Show. Monty and Pharaoh, bro. Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. The Monty and Pharaoh Show. And you're watching the Monty and Pharaoh Show. Monty and the Pharaoh. With Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. It's Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
Monty and Pharaoh. It's Monty and the Pharaoh. And Monty and the Pharaoh. Oh, is it Monty and the Pharaoh? Monty and Pharaoh. The Monty and the Pharaoh Show. The Monty and the Pharaoh. To the Monty and the Pharaoh Show. And it's Monty and the Pharaoh, baby.
Monty and the Pharaoh.
With Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. Oh, what a run. Monty and the Pharaoh. Monty and the Pharaoh. Hey, cut the fucking music. When you want the best in professional wrestling, Long Island, there's only one place you're going to get it, right here. Monty and the Pharaoh. Now, that's not just the coolest, and that's not just the best. That, my friends, is just incredible. Monty and the Pharaoh.
You've got the future Hall of Famer, that rocker, Marty Jannetty, and MJ in the house, and I'm sitting here with two more future Hall of Famers, Monty and the Pharaoh. We're doing that stuff, and we're going to rock it.
Straight to the top. We're living this life, not just dreaming it, we're doing it for real. Straight to the top. Working hard every day just to live out that tower.
All right, welcome to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast. Monty and the Pharaoh, seen out of Ronkonkoma, New York, live from Indie Music TV. And at the board is our super producer, Matthew. Matthew, how are you?
Good, as always.
You're looking good, dude.
Thank you.
You are looking good. We were just talking what a great head of hair you got.
Yeah, I know. There's I heard that bit of commotion before your thinning issue.
About us being old. Well, I'm bald. Well, no,
Yeah.
we were actually we were actually marveling at the head of hair that the Pharaoh has. And by the way, to my right is the star of the show, Mr. Jimmy Pharaoh. Jimmy, how are you, bud?
Yeah, good morning. Full head of hair, and I'm ready for action. Hi.
Dude, are those new glasses? I'm
Is there
kind
a
of
barber in the house?
I like those new glasses.
You like
those
these
like
new
aviator
glasses?
glasses.
Yeah, you can thank Bart for these new glasses because I lost my pair. Thanks, Bart.
I like them.
You like them? Yeah.
Let me take a look at you a little closer.
What?
You're looking good.
What do you mean closer?
Come closer.
Come on, man. Stop. Easy there, Patterson. Like, sorry.
By the way, to everybody out there, happy 4th of July.
Yeah?
What are you doing for 4th of July, my friend?
I'll be slinging liquor. That's about it. Working.
A fan of ours, Yasina Nunez. It's her birthday today, and everybody always wants a birthday shout out from the Pharaoh.
Back in the Facebook days. Happy birthday there, kid. She's from Texas, right?
She's from Texas.
That's the one from Texas.
Well, it's funny.
Wait a minute, she's the Gangrel fan.
She's the
guy.
But this is why you're the star of the show, because speaking of Texas, it seems like things are going backwards in California and Texas.
Ooh, regarding
COVID. Confirmed cases for the United States, 2,658,000.
What?
125,000 deaths. 720,000 recovered. Wow. California yesterday recorded the highest single-day rise in COVID-19 cases.
Right.
Thoughts?
And we're going to open everything back up, huh? This does not seem very solid to me. Hey, everybody, let's go watch a baseball game. Aren't you? What are we doing here?
Wait, you know what?
I don't think anybody knows what they're doing.
One thing I want to weigh in on why me and the Pharaoh are such losers.
What?
The NBA starts back, I think, in the end of July. Right?
Go on. What?
In Orlando, the NBA starts back.
Back in July.
Out of 26 teams, 22 teams are in the playoffs. Guess what team's not?
Looks like the Knicks are out of luck.
Dude, why can't they just let the Knicks play? I mean,
because no
give
one
us
wants
something
to
to
see
root
a
for.
team that my high school team could beat the crap out of. That's why. The Knicks are horrible.
How bad can you be that you can't even get invited to a tournament of 22?
I remember when Patrick Ewing retired, and some people were actually glad. And I said, you have no idea of the thundercloud that's about to come upon this franchise. And it's been 2 decades of God help us.
So I think you know I'm a huge fan of Ewing.
Yeah,
but
me too.
I was also a huge fan of the guy they traded him for. Do you remember who it was?
Who did they trade him for? Holy 1999, 2000.
Rice.
Glenn Rice.
Remember Glenn Rice?
Yeah,
Missed a three-pointer?
Yeah, but that didn't really work out for us.
No, it didn't work out at all.
It didn't work out for Ewing either. Ewing was like, I'm done. Is this a Sonics uniform? I'm done. Yeah, that was kind of sad. Patrick, man, needed a ring. Damn it. It's painful, isn't it?
It's sad.
It's Lundqvist on skates. It's Henrik Ewing.
Lundqvist on skates.
Patrick Ewing and Henrik Lundqvist, to me, ran such parallel, tragic stories. They were clearly some of the best
Dude, we are
players
such
of
New
their time.
Yorkers, man. We got to kind of get out of the New York state of mind.
Why's that?
Because we're trying to go nationwide. We are nationwide.
What, they've never heard of Derek Jeter in California?
Yeah, but you know, I think
we don't have complete losers everywhere here. Derek Jeter's from this damn town. What are you talking about? Now every team stinks. And look, we're Jet fans. Okay, I get it, but
a couple of days ago was Bobby Bonilla Day.
Dude, what a genius that agent was. Oh, my God, he's going to get paid like till 2035. He sucked then, and he's being paid for decades. This is insane. Got a contract, man.
Matt, did you watch baseball at all?
Matt
I caught him off
baseball?
guard. All right, well, then to talk to you about it's useless. So let's move on.
What the God, let's go Mets.
Monte DeFau would like to thank our theme song band, Aqua Cherry, who sings our theme song Straight to the Top. You could also catch their other songs such as Yes, Yes, Forever, and Seasons. Aqua Cherry music can be found on Spotify, iTunes, Reverb Nation, or where music is sold. Also, our outro song is sung by our band Wisteria Hall, led by the Pharaoh as the lead singer, and his partner Bart Griggs. Again, Wisteria Hall, the name came from?
From the abandoned Kings Park Violent Ward, Building 15. I was just there yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday.
What do you do, just like hang out?
Yeah, it was kind of early. I was like, you know what, it's a nice day. I'm going to go for a ride and go play in the friendly abandoned insane asylum. So, yeah, I went down there. And
so what, you just like
took
for a
pack
good
of
time?
cigarettes with me, you know, and,
If you want a good time, hang out at the insane asylum?
This is kind of warm.
What is that about, dude?
You know what's weird? It's surprisingly peaceful there, though. I do like going there. It's like you just...
With all the spray-painted doors and stuff like that?
Yeah, there's something about the smell of rotting ceiling. You know? What do you want from me? I like abandoned buildings. What can I say?
Well, with that, if that wasn't interesting
Probably my
enough...
future retirement home.
Wisteria Hall sings our theme song, In My Dreams, and you can catch other songs also like This Life, Not Far Behind, Here Comes the Rain. And you can also find their music on Spotify, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. You are watching Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty Nefaro. You can see us on the Monty Nefaro YouTube page, Facebook Live on Monty Nefaro page, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Twitch TV, which is on now, RTF Sports Network, Fridays from 6 to 7 p.m. By the way, I called into one of RTF's shows today while I was at work.
You did?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
They were like starstruck.
They were?
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. You weren't doing one of your famous imitations.
No, I
You
called.
were actually calling in as yourself?
I called as Monty from Monty Nefaro.
Wow.
These guys looked like they were gonna, whatever, but they were excited.
It got messy, huh? Interesting. Okay.
Scary.
Nice.
What people think of us.
Oh, good job.
Channel 115 every Tuesday from 8:30 to 9 p.m. and early risers on Channel 115 Saturday from 6 a.m. to 6:30.
Yeah, I see that show on My Cat's Not Chewing My Cable Wire.
You're looking fresh on this week's show. You had like a beard. Yeah, you look good. You look good.
I looked fresh.
Fresh.
Was I lit?
You were lit and fresh.
Mint.
You shaved your beard though.
Yeah, I did.
So did I.
Yeah, I know you did.
I'm growing it back though.
Oy.
It's scary when you shave your beard and go, man, that guy's ugly.
You having an image crisis recently? I mean, you've had so many. They all work for me, but you had the Braun Strowman.
Yeah.
Monty, out in the
I think I'm
woods
going
look.
through a midlife crisis right now.
Really?
Yeah, I think I
Oh,
am.
God. God.
It's tough getting old.
You think growing a mohawk, maybe?
If I could grow a mohawk, that'd be nice.
What about the side ones?
Listen, bro. It's abandoned up there, man. Talk about Pilgrim State Hospital, dude. My head is Pilgrim State Hospital.
That I realized I should have just took your.
You should just hang out. You should just hang out on my head.
Yeah, but at least you don't have Rocky Mountain half-head fever.
What is that?
I don't know. I heard it's something really. It's contagious. I would avoid it.
Just stay away from doll head.
No. By all means. Oh, it's getting thin in the infield.
And if anyone doesn't know what doll head is, you ever see these people, right? They have hair, and their hair is so spread apart, it looks like a doll head.
Yeah, I kind of know. Yeah.
I'm not saying you have doll head.
Yeah, you marked me for life with that analogy about 6 months ago.
Matt, you ever see someone with doll head?
I have not.
It's kind of scary.
You haven't lived till you see someone with doll head, Matt. Anyway.
Jimmy and I would like to take a moment to show respect for the people who have lost their lives and the people on the front line during this time of crisis. All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast scene here out of Indie Music TV in Ronkonkoma, New York, every Thursday from 9 to 10 p.m. Before we get to our show, we're just going to take a quick commercial break. What do you think about that, Jimmy?
I think we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty and the Pharaoh scene, every Thursday, produced out of Indie Music TV in Ronkonkoma, New York. Jimmy?
Yo.
Just a couple of days ago, we lost professional wrestler Killer Tim Brooks. For people that don't know Killer Tim Brooks, he was a wrestler down south back in the NWA days, most famously known for 1983. Actually, more people are aware of when Andre the Giant wrestled Hulk Hogan in 1988.
Right.
Andre defeated Hulk Hogan and then instantly sold the belt to the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
Correct.
There was an angle in 1983 in Georgia Championship Wrestling where Killer Tim Brooks won the NWA National Heavyweight Championship from Paul Orndorff.
Okay.
And Larry Zbyszko bought the belt from Killer Tim Brooks. Thoughts on Killer?
You know, I think I said to you before we went on the air, this is a very, very gray memory for me for some reason. Now, did they do much pushing of the Georgia National Heavyweight title or the NWA National Heavyweight title
I think back then.
This feels like a belt I just don't seem to remember that passionately. So this particular moment in time for me is gray. What do you know? I actually don't remember every last armbar going back to 1942. But
yeah, but you know what? You know what makes you special?
What's that?
Because you have our storyline for this show way ahead of time, but
Right.
you're organic.
Yeah.
Most of these wrestling experts will go read up and act like they knew everything about Killer Tim Brooks.
No, I'm not going to come across as Sammy Smarty Pants. That's sickening to me. No, I really don't have much
Sammy
of
Smarty Pants.
I don't have much of a take on it, but I will say this much. I remember how hated Larry Zbyszko was, so when he bought this belt, that must have been, the fans must have been pretty damn pissed, you know? Now, knowing me, I'll probably go home afterwards, now that we've had my fresh take, and check it all out and see exactly what this was all about, you know? But, how old was Tim Brooks? Do you know offhand?
He was in his 70s.
Okay.
He passed away from cancer, from what I understand.
Where do you see his legacy? This one particular incident? In general, how would you sum him up? You seem to know a little bit more about, or remember more about him than I do.
Can I say it without insulting anybody?
Go ahead, be Monty.
Forgettable.
Really now?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that wrong, Matt? Just call someone forgettable after they just pass away?
Matt. I think that it's rough.
And look, a lot of wrestling fans are going to be angry, but I'm sorry, Killer
About
Tim Brooks.
What? This is just because you don't find him memorable. Wow, you jerk. Well, what's the problem here?
I mean, look,
I don't find
I'm not going to tear
memorable.
I'm not going to tear the guy apart, but it was like
Okay.
he was like Earthquake, not on steroids.
Okay.
That's the way I looked at him. You know
I'll
what
have
I'm
to
saying?
check out more. Again, I don't remember this too majorly anyway, but I'm sure Zbyszko must have pissed off some people. He had major heat.
But anyway, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Killer Tim Brooks at all. I just
absolutely
as wrestling goes, rest in peace. I just
this is our take
as
on
a
what we
wrestling
remember.
fan, I just wasn't a big
He'll
fan.
do it for you.
That's all.
What else you got for me, Mike?
Last week we had Tito Santana in.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Tito?
That was awesome. Tito's a great guy.
Great interview,
There's
right?
a guy who swings with the punches.
Absolutely.
He's an absolute class act, too. And we appreciate him coming down, and I like him as a person.
So it's a little bit of old news, but we didn't get to cover it last week.
Okay.
By the way, I want to say before we continue on with the show, Jimmy, and July 4th's coming in, and on Facebook I get these memories of when I first started broadcasting way back, like 3 years ago.
Okay.
And, I'm not going to go over the Monty and the Pharaoh story. No one wants to hear that old story, how we got together, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, sure.
But I have to say, it's an honor to be with you every Thursday and taking this journey with you. I was thinking about it the other day. I couldn't imagine being with anybody else and having the time that I have, the good time I have here.
Thank you, man. Same here. It's been an absolute riot. I mean, sure, there's been pressure because we take this thing seriously, but who else would it be but you anyway? I mean, I can't. It just wouldn't be.
I just sometimes I feel like you got to say it. So I don't want to get over emotional, but whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, we didn't get a chance to discuss the issues that pro wrestling's having with sexual harassment and bullying.
Yeah,
right? I know it's a little bit of old news, but I think it's important we speak about it.
Okay.
The speaking out movement. Jimmy, the list is long, and I'm not going to go through everybody's name that's on this list because we could just spend the whole deal. But here's one interesting one. On June 22nd in 2016, and this is how weird this podcasting is, right?
Okay.
Some podcast has this wrestler, Sammy Guevara, on.
Sammy Guevara.
All right. No one really knew who he was, right?
Not at the time. Jericho's hand-picked prodigy right now in AEW. Go on.
Yep.
Okay.
He joked he wanted to rape. I'm going to say it one more time. Rape WWE Women's Wrestler Sasha Banks. The AWA suspended Guevara without pay, with Guevara agreeing to undergo extensive sensitivity training.
Right.
Guevara's paycheck will also be donated to the Women's Center, Jacksonville.
Aye.
Thoughts on that?
Okay. The poorest choice of a word you could possibly imagine. Wow. Ouch. Part of me wants to, try. How you doing there, buddy? Part of me wants to. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed head guy, Mr.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Chris Pine. Thank you, sir. Sammy, I think Sammy made a statement, and you know what's really, really unfortunate here? Think about when we were teenagers, because Sammy said this when he was a teenager, basically. That's 4 years ago. I think Sammy's like 22 now or something.
Right.
He's young. Very, very young. Do you imagine when we were 18-something, we said in the back of the high school or something, cut.
Well, I don't know.
Listen, it's a dumb thing to say.
Wait, hold on.
Be saying.
Do you think at any
Just
time
making
in
sure you understand that I feel that
any
way.
time in the back of a high school, have you ever said the word, I'd like to rape her?
No,
there's that girl, I'd like to rape
All
her?
I'm saying is
Rape!
What a poor choice of words and what a young, dumb kid he was.
But you see, I don't, you know what?
That's all I'm saying.
To me, that's one of the words, that's not dumb.
Yeah.
It's not dumb.
No, it's beyond.
It's beyond dumb.
Fucked up.
It is.
It is. It's fucked up.
Impact.
It is what it is. I mean, I am trying to remember it just a stupid
Well,
teenager
again, we
at that
had
time
Khan
succeeding trying to remember that.
saying he would never have Hogan on his show.
Right.
But he's going to have a guy that said he would rape somebody.
Right.
There's a difference with saying, oh, my God, she's beautiful. Oh, my God, she's hot. Oh, my God, I'd like to have sex with her.
Yeah, by the way, it is perfectly okay to have these people, the speaking out and trying to get misbehavior and bad conduct in line.
Yep.
As long as we never get to the point where you and I are not allowed to say into the camera at home, we should be allowed
right,
that Alexa Bliss is hot.
There's nothing wrong with
that.
that.
I want to be allowed to say that.
Nothing wrong with that.
To the point where we're so sterilized that we can't say that. That's what I worry about. This crap,
honestly,
is bad.
Think about it.
Obviously,
think about it.
What Sammy did.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman mentioning a man's attractiveness or a man talking about a woman's attractiveness. And let's even think about this.
Just keep it in check.
Honestly,
keep it in check.
You
you wouldn't be wearing the outfits that you wear if you didn't want to be called hot.
Let me ask you this.
Right?
I think that this was a strange contradiction.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Sammy's in trouble, and he should be. He should be suspended and yada yada and sensitivity. He should be.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think it was a little bit of a conflicting message that this week on AEW they had the babes in the bathing suits?
Thank you.
Come on, help me out here. They're sitting there
you.
parading their physicality. Beautiful women
Yep.
sitting on beach chairs by the pool, looking so hot that
Beach chairs in an indoor stadium.
By the way, 8 out of 10 wrestling nerds probably ran to the bathroom and locked the door.
I mean,
I would blame you guys.
You hit it on the head.
I'm just saying, though. I mean, are they flaunting their flesh on parade?
First thing I was thinking of.
Right.
Oh, my
Company's
God.
sending a conflicting message.
Yeah, exactly. And let me ask you something.
I don't know.
What is the mindset behind having women in bikinis at a wrestling match where there's no one there?
And you know what? Let's be fair, though. We have to make this a today's statement. For men to go, whoa, and for some women to go, whoa! Okay? They're there to look good. They're there to get you freaking looking. You know, like, hey, yo, wow. You know, like those chicks in the beach chairs, that wasn't a bad thing to be looking at as far as a viewer. You know? But isn't it a contradiction in terms, though? I mean, where's the line, man? That's what I'm saying. You know?
Well, it gets worse.
I mean, dude, every week for, Alexa Bliss for 2 years, I had to give you a drool bib. I mean, does that make you a bad guy?
She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I would never put my hands on her.
No!
I've met her personally.
And you've never said you would want to do what Sammy said.
Exactly.
That's insane.
It's insane.
We're clear on that, right? Sammy Guevara, whoa, bad choice.
No,
you fucked up.
Well,
you fucked up.
Wait a minute, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
It is what it is.
What kind of homework is this company doing that they hire him after he said this in 2016?
They were aware of it, but they never thought that there would be this kind of...
Or maybe they weren't aware of it,
pressure.
and you know what? And there's the point. Any show could have this one guest on, and you might just hit gold.
Right.
Right? 2016, they had this unknown guy on, and he said the stupidest thing in the world, and now their podcast is known all over the place.
Is it? I wouldn't even know where this was said, but okay, I got you. I mean, sure.
On June 22nd, Marty Scurll was accused of taking advantage of a 16-year-old girl who was inebriated.
Ooh.
Thoughts?
Awful. Absolutely awful. I mean, where's the stand right now? He did not deny the allegations. He claimed the encounter was consensual. He's admitting to statutory rape, isn't he?
I would think so.
What the hell is going on?
I don't even understand that.
Listen,
you've just admitted to statutory rape.
Absolutely insane.
And how someone's not arresting this guy is beyond me.
By the way, I can't root for him anymore. I mean, it's just like, okay, you've crossed a major line. Screw your character. You know, it's just like, I don't know.
Joey Ryan, problem. Elgin, been suspended. We had Elgin in studio.
Right.
Right? Here's the difference. I'm not just standing by Elgin.
Yeah.
But he seems like the only guy that just is standing by whatever he did.
Right.
And he said, suspend me. I'll just go hang out with my family.
Right. Yeah. I like Michael Elgin.
I do too. No, it isn't.
When we met him,
listen, no one's perfect.
Guy.
And you know what? He's not getting suspended for sexual harassment anyway.
Right. Jeff Gallagher, Matt Riddle. The Matt Riddle thing bothers me because he suddenly gets promoted to SmackDown, and there it is. You know, I'm like, okay.
Velveteen Dream seems to be getting caught up in a whole bunch of things, right?
No, why don't you go in a little bit into that? Please read the
He's accused of having inappropriate communications with minors as well as attempting to groom them.
What does that mean, by the way?
Try to bring them in. Like, hey, come on in.
Wow.
I'm going to work you over so you want to have sex with me.
Wow.
He had previously been accused of sending inappropriate photos to minors several months earlier, which in time he denied. Now, it looked like he was proven innocent on that, but there's a sickness right there. Then you keep doing it?
Wow.
You keep doing it?
Wow.
You got away with it, but then you do it again?
Has he been fired?
Not yet, but they didn't mention him last night on NXT.
I don't know if you'll ever see him again. If this winds up being true, I don't think you'll see him on Vince's program again.
I mean, what is
going
on, man?
This, man? This is a meltdown.
Former WWE star Brodus Clay reportedly fired from Fox News show after Britt McHenry makes sexual harassment allegations.
Yeah, this is an avalanche of bad behavior. And when we asked Tito about it, he said that guys misbehaved back then, but apparently from what I took of it, it was a lot more consensual and there wasn't this sort of thing going on. I don't know.
How about the NWA president, Dave Lagana? Accused of sexual misconduct. The following day, Lagana resigned his position. Now, I read into that story a little bit. He was friends with this girl. He made a statement. I'm not going to go into it because these other shows have already gone into it.
Okay.
But basically, he was friends with this girl. She lived in his apartment, and they used to spoon together in the bed. But she's accusing him of sexual harassment.
Why am I?
And he resigns. But wait a minute. And he resigns. So I don't understand. You're spooning. You're accused of sexual harassment. But you were spooning with the girl. And I would think if you were spooning with the girl, that must mean that.
Isn't that a multi-party activity?
I would think so.
Yeah,
or at least it would be sending a message.
I mean, what do you?
If a girl crawls into your bed and you're spooning her, would you think that maybe she likes you?
Yeah, you might think that, Rabbit. You might.
You might, right?
You might, Rabbit. You might.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why do you resign then?
I don't know. Well, that's why I'm getting at. If we're not allowed to say she's hot someday, then it's gone too far.
First of all, who gives anybody the right to touch anybody, right? Look, there's nothing wrong with, in my opinion. Look, I'm just gonna say, there's nothing wrong with approaching a woman or man or whichever way you swing, okay?
Right.
And trying to have a date, trying to strike up a conversation,
right?
And then if you get signals, maybe going in for a kiss, right? All right.
Right.
But once that person says no,
right?
No is no,
right?
Right?
Right.
Who in their right mind thinks that anything beyond no is okay?
I don't know. However, though, there should be some well thought out especially on the female's part. Like, for example, do not go to someone's motel room at 2:00 in the morning with a bunch of dudes and then say afterwards, "I can't believe what happened."
Or
I mean, we were doing cocaine. The next thing I know, there's wieners everywhere. You know, stop it. You got to know when you're putting yourself in a bad spot. You know what I mean? At least give me that. Give me that, because guys are dumb as shit. Guys will screw a hubcap if it hiccups. You know?
Or how about not follow the wrestlers around to every bar and hotel?
Yeah, what about them?
You know, what kind of message you're sending there?
Man, again, I thought it was an interesting point, too. They go out there, and they're so talented, many of these ladies, but they go out there in underwear. Let's be real. Let's be real here. You know, they're almost in their underwear, and then they wonder why some of the fans are like acting like savages.
But wait a minute,
you know,
you can act like you can. Well, let me ask you this.
What the
so let's go a little beyond then.
Doesn't mean they
Here's a good
shouldn't
point.
be allowed to dress
There's a
whatever way they want. But
There's a fan back in the day when you could go to a wrestling match.
Nobody was going into Velvet McIntyre's toes.
No, but what I'm trying to say to you is, could you do cat calls at the female wrestlers or the female? I wouldn't either. But is there a line drawn there as a fan? Right, you're not touching them. You're not doing any of that.
Right.
Can you say Can you like make lewd facial? Not that I would do that because I wouldn't.
What,
but
would you sit there and do a tongue thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
I mean, you know what? Even a cat call today might be to the point where it's like, "Hey, you, quit whistling like that. I know what that whistle means."
I don't know. For the first time in my life,
bro.
I'm happy that I'm at the age I am because I tell you what, guys like Matt's going out there in the jungle now. You don't know what you're doing is right or wrong anymore.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
gotta be
hello.
rough.
With that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast. Monty and the Pharaoh seen here every Thursday out of Indie Music TV from 9 to 10 p.m. Real quick, Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Michael Allen Rubin chiming in on our YouTube page, and I forgot about this. Killer Tim Brooks wrestled in World Class Wrestling against the Von Erichs.
Okay. I do remember his connection to them faintly. Again, I will go back home and check out some more stuff on him. Obviously, I have to.
And he also weighed in before we move to the next subject that Cornette allegedly has wrestlers sleeping with his wife.
Oh, that again? I already heard Jim talk about that. He's like, what the hell do you people care what I do with my wiener and my wife? He goes, and nobody ever got forced to do nothing, and nobody ever got pressured. Get the frig out of here. I heard Cornette, by the way, Cornette is not apologizing for shit. You know, at least
Nor should he.
So far.
Nor should he,
He's
right?
like, I'm not going to turn around and go, like, whatever I do with my wife's my business, let them all say whatever they want.
If he swings that way, he swings that way.
I really don't know what the deal is at the end of the day.
So
he denied it. I know that much.
So let's talk about equality.
Equality?
Equality in the wrestling world. So
in the wrestling world?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was looking at some of the numbers of the women, right?
Somewhat relieved in the wrestling world. Okay, go on.
Ronda Rousey, annual salary $2.1 million.
2.1 when she was there.
When she was,
okay.
she's status is unsigned, unlimited appearances.
Okay.
Charlotte Flair, $1 million, $50,000 per pay-per-view.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
Becky Lynch, $3.1 million under contract recently, $50,000 per pay-per-view.
Is she making more than Charlotte?
She's making more than Charlotte. She just signed a new contract.
She's making more than Ronda.
Alexa Bliss, $350,000 at $30,000 a pay-per-view.
Wow.
Bailey, $350,000 at $30,000. Asuka, $350,000, no pay-per-view revenue.
Okay.
Natalia, $300,000 at $20,000 a pay-per-view. Nia at $300,000, $20,000. Sasha, $250,000. Anyway, you get my point, right?
Yeah. Nia, actually, you could take Nia. She probably cost the company about $1 million a year in Band-Aids.
Well,
go on.
So,
she does.
You know, that's a legitimate point.
And she does. She's expensive. She cost the company a lot of money on medical,
but
hurting everybody.
When we talk about equality, right? When you look at the men,
yeah.
All right. I'm going to pop up the numbers now. Sorry, I'm trying to get it up on my screen, so just bear with me.
Okay.
Lesnar, is looking at $9.3 million a year.
Okay.
Cena, 6.6.
Yeah.
Roman Reigns, 3.9.
Yeah.
Randy Orton, 3.5.
Okay.
AJ Styles, 2.7.
Okay.
Rollins, 2.3. Miz, 1.9. Taker, 1.9. Now, someone said to me the other day, Taker, 1.9. The guy wrestles 2 matches a year.
Right.
$1.9 million for 2 matches.
$1 million a match or whatever.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Kevin Owens at 1.5. Dolph Ziggler at 1.2.
Right.
So my question to you is...
Ziggler's a millionaire.
But here's my question to you, Farrell.
Yeah.
If I was going to tell you, I asked you, Farrell, who are the top 3 wrestling stars in the WWE right now? What would your answer be?
Very, very interesting. You know what's weird? As far as who I consider, this is going to sound strange. Right currently now, because Brock's not around right now. He's not around right now.
Okay.
But I would say Brock. But he's not around right now. And the one I want to say, I think, is going on the shelf for a little while. Charlotte. I do not consider anybody else right now, maybe you can help me and give me a name, but outside of Brock Lesnar, currently, because Becky's not even working right now.
Right.
Outside of Charlotte, who's also going on the shelf, no one has that kind of sales value to me on that roster. So you cannot tell me that Drew McIntyre is worth what Roman Reigns is worth. He is not. He is not. Brock Lesnar is worth more than Roman. That makes sense. John Cena is currently worth a little bit less than Brock because fans are a little bit burnt on John.
Right.
And he still has effective appearances, so he shouldn't be making what Brock's making. Brock was the champ on and off for the last 7 years. He's been carrying them in many ways, Brock Lesnar. You can say whatever you want about him. He's the goods. He's worth the money. Okay? So do I think that this is lopsided? No, I do not. No, I do not.
It is lopsided. You just said, Star Monty DeFaro just said the star of wrestling in the WWE is Charlotte Flair. $1 million.
Right.
Lower than Dolph Ziggler.
Right. Do I think that's wrong?
Inequality.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's wrong. Okay? But am I surprised that, this is what I meant by that, am I surprised at the pay scale and the differential between the women in general? Nope. Am I surprised with the pay scale and differential between a Randy Orton or a Brock currently? No, I'm not. And So how do you propose to fix that one? You tell Dolph Ziggler you're really only worth $500,000 and taking a pay.
No, I think this week's theme,
which I could see them doing.
This week's theme is talking about how this goes on in the regular world too, right?
I'm sure
you could have the same job as a woman, and more than likely you're going to be paid more.
You think that I've experienced that in my lifetime? I haven't. So whatever.
But you've heard it.
But maybe you have. Maybe you have experienced that. Do I think it exists? Absolutely. Have I seen myself ever get promoted over a woman in my lifetime? No.
Okay, fair enough.
Whatever. I haven't. Then again, I don't remember competing with too many people for jobs anyway. I'm like, I've got to have that position. I'm going to work myself to the bone and make my millionaire boss happy. Fuck that shit. You go compete. I don't give a fuck.
Well, that brings us to my favorite part of the show, the most annoying wrestling expert.
Again, why? Who? Where?
The mindset behind the most annoying wrestling expert is there's so many pro wrestling experts with so many podcasts, and we're not a podcast, everybody. We are a television broadcast, I will reiterate. Everybody's got an opinion, so every week I'll pull some wrestling expert opinion out, and in some cases they may be famous, in some cases they may be some dude that's talking out of his mommy's basement eating a hero sandwich.
Awesome.
In this case, we've got WWE's Paige, who has been out of action due to COVID. Okay. And by the way, if anyone's interested, I could probably pull it up in 2 seconds without affecting anyone.
What'd she do, Paige?
Paige, $2.5 million.
Yeah, she's worth a lot of money.
Enjoy that one.
Yeah.
Right?
Hold on a second. How am I supposed to feel bad for these chicks? Am I really going to sit at home and lose?
I don't think you feel bad for them, but
you just told me that Paige is making twice the money of Dolph Ziggler. Hold on a second. Who does more in-ring, bust-your-butt work? Paige or Dolph freaking Ziggler? Inequality. This is an outrage. Because Ziggler, in that case, is worth about $10 million a year.
Paige has to say, I'm only just catching up properly with social media, and seeing so many of you speaking out against these disgusting humans makes me so sad to see your experiences, but proud of you for telling your story. Keep using your voice. We love you and have your back. # speaking out.
Okay.
Thoughts on Paige's comments?
I have no issue with that. If that's how she feels and she's giving support to people who she thinks have been victimized, okay, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
I mean, if you want me to make a joke, I could always come up with something. Hey, Paige, film at 11. I mean, what do you want from me? I mean, I just think it's pretty funny. Everybody stands on their mountaintop. Listen, I know the way people should be behaving, and you're not doing it. I can't anymore, man. I think everybody's closet's got a few bugs in the corner.
Not like these bugs, man.
No, these are bad bugs.
These are bad.
Sasha Banks, you're an asshole.
Exactly.
Well, did Sasha talk to Sammy?
I have not read any. I don't even think she knows who. Does she even know who Sammy is?
She knows who Sammy is.
Does she?
Yeah, I think that she did address it, and she was fairly okay with the. She wasn't okay with what he said, but she handled it with a dignified statement. That much I saw.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Be right back.
All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast, Monty Nefaro, seen every Thursday, produced out of Indie Music TV in Ronkonkoma, New York. Faro.
Yo.
Tessa Blanchard.
Yeah.
2016, Blanchard appeared in the WWE, making her in-ring debut for NXT. On April 2nd, 2016, in a match, she lost to Alexa Bliss.
Okay.
May 4th, she lost to Nia Jax.
Okay.
June 15th, she lost to Carmella.
Okay.
On June 13th, Blanchard returned as part of the Mae Young Classic and was eliminated in a tournament against Kairi Sane. What is your guess on the future of Tessa Blanchard?
If the WWE or AEW is smart, they will grab her right away. She is, in my opinion, besides Charlotte Flair, the best women's wrestler in the world. I don't understand why they booked her the way they did when she first came up those 4 years ago. She is better than Alexa Bliss. She is better than Nia Jax. She is way better than Carmella. And Kyrie's saying she's better than. She is the total package. In real life, she's a heat magnet. I understand that, so they may have to corral her a little bit and get her to stay within company guidelines as far as behavior or social media behavior goes. She's a specimen. She's got the genetics. I think she's fantastic. Someone should sign her right away. And if it was AEW, I don't understand why it hasn't happened already. Her father's there. The women's division over there needs all the help it can get. You're getting a Charlotte Flair type if you get her. That's what I think.
Could you imagine if the WWE signed her?
Yeah.
You're talking when action's back, Flair, Tessa Blanchard, main event.
To me, it's a dream. I would love to see Tessa
great. Yeah.
I would love to see Tessa Blanchard in the ring with Charlotte Flair. I think that it would be absolute main event stuff. Now, and that's women's wrestling. I am totally behind that match. So it really depends. It depends on what you give me, what kind of star power you give me. Charlotte Flair versus Tessa Blanchard. Oh, yeah. Sign me up.
I'm in.
Yeah?
And I don't think there's any chance AEW gets her.
Why
I just
not?
don't. I just don't because
her dad is there.
The division is so weak.
You're right. They need her.
Yeah, but she can't. Listen, you need your yin and yang, right? You know what I mean? There's so many.
Then you do.
It would be a travesty to wrestling fans if she went to AEW.
Then you do what if she does go to AEW, you do what I heard Cornette say, and yep, I do like Jim Cornette because he's an experienced guy. He worked at Ohio Valley for years and years. You bring in Tessa Blanchard, and then you go out and you search. It's a big globe. There's a lot of great women wrestlers who have not been discussed. You find the ones who can physically work with Tessa Blanchard to put her over and put them over and build up a damn division around Tessa Blanchard's skill set. That's a genius talking, and I totally agree. You go out, you find women that no one's ever even freaking heard of, that are built, that can go with her, that are technical, amazing. That's what you do. You build it around her. Right now, what are they building it around?
As a wrestling fan, you want to see Tessa Blanchard in WWE, don't you?
Yes, I do.
It would be a waste in AEW.
However, I'm weary, though, because her roots are in the NWA history and Tully Blanchard. And because the last time the WWE had someone that came through there was the Revival, and Vince McMahon pulled them in the office and was like, "You don't remind me of Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard.
Dude,
you guys suck."
No, listen.
I know you didn't like the Revival.
Stop.
I'm opening the door for you.
Thank you for opening the door.
There you go.
Give me a break. They sucked. End of story.
Which one's Dawson?
It's
Which one's Dash?
exactly.
Which one's Dawson?
Oh
Which
my
one's
God,
Dash?
they're in AEW. Whoop-de-doo. Oh, he shaved his mustache.
FDR, fuck the Revival.
Exactly. Give it a break.
Dude, the whole company's built on guys who hate Vince.
You can't. Listen.
Oh, look, it's Matt Hardy.
Well, let's get. Wait.
Everybody's angry.
I want to get into that whole thing. But something interesting I caught. ESPN. You ready?
Go ahead.
Do you know that Europe offers betting on professional wrestling?
Wow. Thank God. Mike Monty.
Those seeking to bet on
live in Europe because you would be broke.
I would be broke.
You'd be like in an alley.
I can't get anything right.
I bet on Estrada and Rods again.
But now,
God damn it.
so if anyone knows when we do our predictions for pay-per-views,
I hate it.
back when it mattered, Pharaoh hates it
I
because
hate it.
if he gets them wrong, he gets mad. And I used to say to him, "Hey, guy, it's fake wrestling. Don't worry about it." But you know what? I would get mad if I bet on, AJ Lee to win and she loses.
I know you. The worst part is I could see it. We're living over in England, right?
Yeah.
And you're like
jolly old England.
Totally gambling your your life savings away on arm bars and hip tosses, right? You would torture me. You'd call me up, Pharaoh. What do you think about this match? What do you think about that match? Who do you think's going to win? Then when I'm wrong, you're a dick. I would. I'd be so miserable. I like to just watch the match and not have to predict something.
Could you imagine betting your hard-earned money on fake professional wrestling?
That's fucked up. Who the fuck
is it wrong for me to say fake?
I'm so convinced that Dolph Ziggler, this is his time. He's finally going to get that belt. He's going to take Drew McIntyre down. I'm putting 45 down on Dolph Ziggler at the 15-minute mark.
Think about it. If you have an inside knowledge of what's going on over there, you bet like $10,000 on somebody, and you know what's going to happen. You don't even have to sweat it.
Secretly calls one of his bookies, like, bet $1 million on her, and he writes the finish.
Maybe that's what's happening.
Wow.
You might have just uncovered something.
Wow, holy Boardwalk Empire. Yeah, that's different.
Fighter Fest versus the Great American Bash. Who is the winner, buddy?
Ooh, good question. I watched both today. I liked both okay. You know what? I guess I'm going to have to side just a teeny-weeny bit with the Great American Bash. I guess so. They were both decent shows, but I got to be honest, though. Right before I watched both of those shows, and here we go, I'm going to open the door again for you. I decided to watch the other day with Bart rock and punk promos. And I'm sorry, man. Wrestling was I'm sorry.
It's not even close.
I'm watching this, and Punk and The Rock are like the crowd, and I'm like, you know what? We're missing those kind of stars, man.
There is no star power.
No. I think Punk was the last great middle finger.
I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to make a Monty statement. I'll ask you to weigh in, all right? Jake Roberts says that WWE is feeling the heat. Well, they feel the heat. You know, competition's good for everybody. This is Jake speaking.
This is Jake.
It makes people step up their game. Obviously, I'm going to tell you who I'm going for, AEW, and just because I want to. I think they have a good product. It's a different product, and different is good, especially with where the WWE is different is good. At the end of the day, competition is good because it makes people go out and work harder, and that's great for the fans. The fans reap the benefits of that, stated Roberts. Here's my statement.
Yeah.
If anybody doesn't realize, for all these AEW marks out there, the WWE's been doing a slow burn, right? And here's the difference. It kind of reminds me of the Yankees in a little way.
All right.
They have a roster.
But the Mets is such a much more family.
They have a roster.
Team.
They have a roster of young, up-and-coming men and women. Yeah. That NXT women's division is hot. Okay. AEW is nothing but old, retreads. And, Jericho's great. He's also 50.
Right.
Matt Hardy's great.
I understand.
He's also 50.
Right.
Jake the Snake, you're great. You're 63 years old. I'm sorry. There's no chance of survival for AEW. To try to compete with the WWE is a joke. And for anybody to think anything different, it's a joke. Now, I'll tell you, when I put on AEW and NXT, I like the look of AEW better. It kind of makes me not realize that there's no fans there. Mm-hmm. They have something going on there. Mm-hmm. And I'll also say Cody Rhodes.
I like Cody.
He's done. He's old.
I like Cody. I don't think he's old.
Weigh in.
I don't think Cody's old. I do understand what you're saying, and I said it just a few seconds ago, that the company is a lot of WWE retreads and a lot of guys who hate Vince. You know what I thought when I saw this statement from Jake? I thought to myself, what does a guy like Vince McMahon have to do to get a little loyalty? Is Jake the Snake, is he or is he not a Hall of Famer?
He is.
In Vince's company.
Yes.
Do you think that Vince over the years has tried to help Jake the Snake financially from time to time when he's had some problems? I bet you
listen,
has.
This is the wheel of life.
So I really wonder about this stuff because he's basically saying
it's the wheel of life, man. People, look, loyalty is very hard to come by.
Right.
A real friend is very hard to come by. Okay?
Yeah.
Look, we've had a lot of superstars in Monty and the Pharaoh, Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast. Some very loyal to Vince to this day.
Right.
Some hate his guts.
Right.
Okay? But again, people never take responsibility. I'm going to say it again. You made $1 million and you spent it on crack cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
That's your problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a Vince problem.
Right.
You know, you made $1 million a year, and you pilled yourself up, or you spent it on women, or you wiped your ass with your $100 bills, as so many wrestlers had said.
Right.
That is your problem.
Weird shit.
Okay.
Right.
So Jake the Snake, hey pal, it's all good. You don't have to like Vince, and you can root for the AEW. That's the planet you're on right now.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Right.
But you're betting on the wrong horse. And then the reality of it, Jake, stick with AEW because the WWE wants nothing to do with you. Triple H is leading the WWE. Right now, the product's not good. You'll agree?
Yeah, I'm not thrilled.
Okay. But in anything, there is a calm before the storm.
Right.
And you hit it on the head. The companies aren't building stars right now. They're building the star is the company.
Right.
But here's the thing. There will be stars in the future.
Will there?
Yes.
And this game will change. Cena?
Don't know.
Because you've always said that might be it.
That's the last great wrestler.
Will there be another CM Punk? Because that's the last pipe bomb.
No.
I don't think there will be. So I'm not sure.
But will there be a...
You know what, though? Would it have been so bad? I bet you we both would have liked it very much because I got to be fair. Jake has been very good. over there as a manager.
He's terrific.
As a manager,
Terrific.
He's freaking great, okay?
Right.
Would it have been so bad to have Jake the Snake come in and manage one of these up-and-comers in the WWE? Why can't they do that? Why does it always have to be
Because
another company
I don't think
grab someone whose legendary body of work is with Vince?
I get the WWE's what they're doing. They're not bringing old. They don't want to bring back old stars. They do nothing for them, right? I mean, half the people don't even know who these guys are. Let's be honest.
Right.
We're 50 years old.
You know what's hilarious?
The 20-year-old doesn't even know who Jake is.
Right. And you know what's hilarious, too? And sometimes we don't even see it because people complain for so long, they don't even realize a whole era is happening right under their nose.
Sure.
Dude, Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns have basically been the face of this franchise, very successful franchise,
yes,
for the last 6 or so years. Rollins has built a resume that's going to put him in the Hall of Fame. What about Kevin Owens' work over the last 5 years? You're going to tell me there's been no one there doing things? There have been.
I agree.
Lesnar's run is going to be talked about for 10, 20, 30 years.
Lesnar might be one of the greatest champions of all time.
Lesnar's such a dominant heavyweight
Lesnar
champion.
could have translated in 80s, 90s, and the Attitude Era. And
it doesn't matter what you give the people, because back in the day, what was the deal? The old traditional hardcores who all rage about today's wrestling. Back in the day, the champion was precious, and you didn't see him often, and he fought once a month. Well, when Lesnar did that, everybody did nothing but complain.
Because that's what everybody does.
It's just like, stop it already, man. It's ridiculous. Lesnar's run has been incredible since he came back almost, 8 years ago or whatever it was?
It's incredible.
Incredible.
That Royal Rumble was one of the best Royal Rumbles of all time.
And he's worth every penny.
That Royal Rumble last year, this year,
amazing.
was probably in the top 3 best Royal Rumbles
and
ever.
did he or did he not elevate Keith Lee in that Royal Rumble?
Now, you talk about a future
By the way, next
superstar.
week, Keith Lee, Adam Cole on NXT. North American champion versus NXT champion. That's going to be
Can I give you
lit.
Can I give you the Monty prediction?
Yeah, go.
Karrion Kross is going to come in and beat the shit out of them both.
He's going to win that belt.
Karrion Kross rocks, dude. That's a future superstar, too.
I agree. I think so.
Been around for a while, but he's a future superstar.
And it doesn't hurt. You know how Vince feels about big guys, especially that kind of look.
All right. With that, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Be right back.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at RTFSportsNetwork.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
Switch to Sprint and get our best unlimited deal ever. 4 lines of unlimited for just $100 a month. Plus, we're including 4 amazing iPhone 11s on us when you trade in iPhone 6s or newer in any condition. Visit Sprint.com, call 800-SPRINT-1 or come see us in our stores. Phone after $29.17 per month credit for 18 months credit. Apply within 2 bills. If canceled early, remaining balance due. Requires new account. Unlimited basic after $731.21. Pay $35 per month per line with autopay. Data prioritization during congestion. Coverage and offer not available everywhere. Excludes taxes, fees, and roaming speed. Maximum use rules. $30 activation fee and restrictions apply.
All right, welcome to Dad's Watching Sports. It is the week of July 5th. We're coming fresh off Independence Day, and we are glad that you joined us here on episode 22. Man, it's hard to believe 22 episodes in to Dad's Watching Sports, and yes, we still don't have a whole lot of sports going on, which has made this podcast a lot of fun. But no, in all seriousness, thanks so much for joining the podcast this week. As always, Michael Draper here, joined by Kyle Castles and Matt Kirk. And, every single week we come to you, we talk a little bit about some of the biggest news in sports. We also talk about our lives as dads. We've all got young kids, and we're talking about just the funny stuff and the serious stuff and the stuff that just makes you slap your head and go, man, what is going on in my household? We try to talk about that all throughout the show as well. And this week we've got a special guest that's joining us. If you haven't checked out last week's show, please go in and do that. We had Peter Burns from ESPN and the SEC Network come on and talk about his life as a dad, and then also about working for ESPN, and a little bit about college football, as we hope that is still coming our way. But this week we've got another great guest, and we're really excited about having Patrick Graham of Say It Out Loud Sports on as a guest here on Dad's Watching Sports. So Patrick, thanks so much for being on the show.
Oh, no problem, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. And I'll give you a moment here just in a little bit to tell us a little bit about your podcast, about your show, what all you guys do there on Say It Out Loud Sports. And we're excited to have you on. If you are checking us out for one of the first times, obviously, you can check out Dad's Watching Sports anywhere that you listen to podcasts. You can also check us out Mondays at 10 a.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network, and also Tuesdays at 4 o'clock Central on the RTF Sports Network. And you can find that if you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com. You can also check them out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all the social media, as well as you can check out our show, Dad's Watching Sports. Just search Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, even TikTok. You can check us out on that as well for Dad's Watching Sports. We'd love for you to interact with the show each and every single week. We want you to rate and review and subscribe and all that fun stuff, but we'd love for you to interact. Check us out, obviously, on our website, dadswatchingsports.com. We would love to have you to interact with us. Give us some show topics. Give us your take on what we've talked about for the week. We would love to have all that information for sure. Guys, we're going to get into some sports talk here right off the bat. And, it's Kyle, we here we were 3 months ago, and we were thinking, oh man, I hope sports don't get interrupted by COVID. Then we've been through this whole sports shutdown for the past 3 months. Now things are slightly starting to come back. It seems like we've got dates for baseball and NBA, and NFL says they're going to be back. College football says they're going to be back. And now we are really starting to see the cases of COVID really ramp up, specifically in Florida, where a lot of these sports are going to take place. So, man, what is your take on what's going to happen over the next really, 30 to 60 to 90 days with our favorite sports leagues? Will they be back? Will they push the start back? What's your take?
I hope they're back, obviously. I think it's really going to depend on the players. If we haven't seen a ton of players say they're not going to show up, you've seen some. It's just a few players. I think they'll continue on with the season. But if there's enough players that say, I'm not willing to do this, they'll have to cancel the season. Luckily, we haven't seen anything close to that yet, but we also haven't started yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be really interesting because, again, especially like the NBA and MLS, I believe they're both taking place at the Disney Worldwide of Sports. And Florida, as anyone has seen, has had these numbers just continue to grow and grow and grow. And yes, they're going to kind of be in their bubble, but you got to think about staff that are going to be there and what they've interacted over the past couple of weeks. And it's just going to be interesting to see how this all kind of plays out. Patrick, the MLB took so long to kind of get together what they're planning on doing. And again, now we're seeing these cases continue to rise and rise and rise. What's your take on the major sports leagues and whether they should come back, and whether you would come back if you were playing?
Well, if I was playing, I'm 100% playing. Obviously, certain situations would call for you to stay home, like the birth of a child, which we'll get to, members having it or whatever. But as a player, I want to play. And most of these guys have came out and said they want to play. So to Kyle's point, the players, like if a big name player comes out and everybody starts going, obviously the leagues won't happen, but I see most of them happening 100%. They're going to have weird times because people are going to be missing time. So once they're in the bubble, if someone gets COVID, it affects the whole landscape of the season. The only thing I'm worried about is college sports because they're getting paid. They're risking, more kind of in a way because they're not getting paid. So I don't think college sports is going to go off anytime soon. I think that's going to be pushed back probably to the spring, even football delayed to the end of next year. But as far as Major League Baseball, football, basketball, I think all those go off.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of money involved across the board. You're talking about college sports, and just the TV deals alone for college sports is, I'm sure, all the pressure is on them to get those seasons in. I don't know if you guys noticed or saw this news, but USC, University of Southern Cal, just recently announced they are going full 100% online classes this fall. Well, their football team obviously is one of the more storied programs in college football. They start the season this year, or they're supposed to, against Alabama. And Alabama, the state of Alabama, has been really high in their cases as well. So it's going to be, it's just every single time there's positive tests and there's these things that come out, it really changes the entire landscape for all these groups. Matt, I know you've been pretty adamant about trying to stay away from people and really just hunkering down, and you guys social distancing. And what's your take on, first off, this whole mess? And then would you play if given the opportunity, if you were one of those professional sports athletes?
Man, these people are world-class athletes. They are in the best shape. They get access to the best doctors, to the best care. And if they happen to get sick, if they get sick, then they're going to be just fine. Now, if you're a player in one of these cities that's in a bubble, like the NBA, that could run rampant, and I hope that would not happen to any of the NBA players, because they're all going to be in same proximity, and there's no social distancing in basketball or football. But in my opinion, you're a world-class athlete. You take care of your body, and you're going to be able to recover from that. I've got two friends actually here recently that have just tested positive, who I consider to be pretty, in shape. And, they both had a really hard time with it, but they said, that you bounce back after a couple of days.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to get it myself because I am not in good shape and I don't take care of my body. I exercise, but I eat like crap, and it isn't a good thing. But anyway, if it were me, yes, I would play because I know I'm a world-class athlete and my body is designed to fight off a little bit better because of the great shape I would be in.
So, Patrick, you mentioned –
and I think that they'll all end up playing. I think everything except for college football will play.
We'll see. Only time's going to tell. Patrick, you mentioned, the only thing you might leave or not go down for was like the birth of a child. And Gordon Hayward of the Boston Celtics has already let it be known, hey, my wife is due really kind of any day now with the birth of our daughter. And when that comes, I'm leaving the bubble down there in Florida, and I'll have to sit out the 2 weeks, for quarantine to come back. Patrick, what's your take on that? It sounds like you do the exact same thing. I think we all would. But what's your take on that and how that could potentially impact the Celtics, who are a title contender?
Yeah, it's 100% the right choice. He's committed himself. He's been there for the first three. I think they have three. So he's not going to miss the fourth one because later in his life and just ruin him. Like, I missed I was there for your three siblings, It could cause problems. But on a serious note, he's doing the right thing. Like, basketball's there. He's made money. Like, they made plenty of money. You're not going to miss your birth of your kid for a basketball game. It will affect the Celtics a little bit. They got Brown, Kemba Walker. They got a deep team. It would be in the middle of the conference finals, I believe. I think they start on the 15th, depending on when the due date is. But, yeah, 100% I'll do that. I think he's making the right decision. It's a no-brainer to me.
Matt, what's your take? Not necessarily on – I think we all agree about the birth of the daughter. You're going to leave. But, I mean, again, the Celtics really – they're going to be one of the top, probably 2 or 3 seeds in the East. A lot of people are saying they could be in line to make a run for the NBA Finals. You've got one of your star players who would be leaving, and usually in this situation, they're leaving for a day or two at tops. But this is a situation where he would have to go back into quarantine before coming back. If you're a teammate of his, obviously you understand as a dad. But if you're a teammate, are you like, man, this stinks because here's one of our best players that could be potentially out for a whole series.
But the thing is that they went real far without Gordon Hayward last year. While he was hurt. I believe it was last year, was the year before. But, I hate to break it to them, but they're not going to win anyway with the Dallas Mavericks in time.
Yeah, something like that. All right, one last thing we're going to get to about COVID and the restart of sports. Kyle, I want to get your take here first. So there's been a lot of discussion about in these pro sports where if they're not going to have a crowd and pumping in crowd noise at any professional sport and maybe even at college sports down the road if there's not fans in the stands. I want your hot take, Kyle. Are you a fan of pumping in crowd noise, or would you rather not have it and just be able to hear the shoulder pads smacking or the guys' sneakers going against the hardwood floor?
Yeah. So from what I've heard in the piped in crowd noise, I think it sounds awful. I think it makes it kind of gives the whole thing an amateur feel. I think it could kind of work for a sport, like soccer, where those crowds, it's chanting and it's horns and it's this constant like flow of sound. They just turn the volume up a little bit when there's a goal or something. I think that it can kind of work there. But as far as any other sport, like take a sport like football, where the crowd dies down when it does, it picks up when it does. You're asking for a whole lot for someone to sit there and get that sound just right. I don't like it. Maybe in like I said, in a sport like soccer, but outside of that, it's going to sound really bad.
Yeah, guys, we just have a few minutes here before we got to go to break. So just a kind of a quick 1 or 2 word answer on this. Patrick, are you in favor of crowd noise being pumped in or no?
For the crowd noise, I'm all for it because these two jokers are saying no. So I say pump that noise.
There we go. Well, I'm kind of against it as well. I think we've talked on this podcast before about authenticity of sports and the and everything. And so I'm against it as well. I think in any point in time, it's going to be a little weird getting used to, but I don't think it brings anything extra to it. Patrick, before we go, we've got about 2 minutes before we go to a break here, but wanted to give you a few minutes just to tell us a little bit about Say It Out Loud Sports, and before that, just about yourself and your family and really anything you'd like to share, and maybe it's a little bit about some of your favorite sports teams, but share with us all that info.
All right, so we'll start with the family. I've been married for 7-8 years. I got 3 kids, one 8-year-old daughter, and then 2 boys. They're 6 and 3, so that's pretty busy. I live out in California. It's hot out here. The kids are always running outside. It's fun. I mean, just the typical family guy, just hanging out, watch sports, hang out with the kids, work. And then the podcast I started, I wanted to do it for 3-5 years. I was talking about it, and then finally this quarantine hit, and I had a lot of extra time on my hands. So we kind of just started it, and it's been a blast ever since. So we just have the couch feel. You sit at home with your friends on Friday and argue about sports all day. So why not record it and just put it out there? So it's nothing too serious. We try to make gambling picks and all that, but half the time I'm completely opposite money, just bet opposite what I say. So other than that, man, that's pretty much it. We're on all the podcast networks, Apple, Spotify, all that stuff. So it's just fun though. I'm sure you guys feel the same way. It's just kind of a hobby turned good. So
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's like you said, when you can just sit around with your buddies and talk about sports and then kind of put it out there for the masses and whether they like it or not. And I think that's kind of definitely the way that we feel. And like you said, you can check out Say It Out Loud Sports on all the places that you can find podcasts, and we'll definitely give you another chance to plug that before we get out of here. But guys, we are going to have to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to recap our July 4th, talk about how that kind of went with the family. Also, a big 5-star recruit in college basketball chose a not so traditional choice when it comes to 5-star talent and what that could potentially mean going forward. So we'll get to that and more. We've got Patrick Graham of Say It Out Loud Sports, Michael Draper, Kyle Castles, and Matt Kirk. We will be right back on Dad's Watching Sports. Thanks for checking out this week's episode of Dad's Watching Sports. We hope you subscribe to our show in Apple Podcast app as well, or wherever you listen to podcasts. But are you following us on social media? Now, whether your thing is Facebook, Twitter, the Gram, YouTube, or yes, even TikTok, you can find some great dad content on all of our pages. Now, enough of this nonsense. We just need to pay Kirk's PlayStation internet bill. Now, back to the show with Matt, Kyle, Michael, and all the fun of Dad's Watching Sports. Welcome back to Dad's Watching Sports. It's Sunday, July 5th, 2020. This is episode 22 of the show. Thank you so much for checking us out, and we are excited to have you take part of the show. Michael Draper, Kyle Castles, Matt Kirk. We're joined by Patrick Graham of Say It Out Loud Sports. You can check them out anywhere you download podcasts as well. If you're listening to us in an app, whether it be Spotify or Apple Podcasts or whatever, also make sure you go to the RTF Sports Network and check us out there as well. Spoiler alert, the show doesn't change over the course of the week, but you can check us out there as well. We're on Mondays at 10, Tuesdays at 4. They have some really great shows, really kind of across the board. I will say there's a couple of University of Kentucky shows that I frequently listen to, so shout out to them because they produce a lot of good content about some quality athletic programs, if you guys know what I'm talking about there. But anyways, guys, welcome back, and we are back from the break. We're going to talk a little bit about we got some sports topics, but definitely want to get into some 4th of July recap as we were coming right off the day of Independence Day. And, you know, guys, first I've got to ask you this question before we get into how everybody's 4th went. In our neighborhood, and this has been the case really for a lot of holidays, but 4th of July, it was really more prevalent. People shooting off fireworks like 2 or 3 days in advance. Matt, has that happened? Because I'm like, I just don't understand it. Like, why shoot out, July 4th is the holiday, not July 3rd, not July 2nd, not July 1st. Why shoot them off ahead of time, especially when we've all got young kids? I'm trying to get them in bed and the fireworks are going off. Matt, what's your take? Is that happening down there in Texas as well?
Man, it makes me mad. I'm not going to lie. There's some people that live behind us that were shooting fireworks after 11 o'clock. And here they have an ordinance where you can't make loud noise after 10. So they were just kept on shooting, and then they ended up waking my wife and I up at 11:30. And after that it was done. But I was like, good grief, people! I think that people should not be allowed to shoot them until the 4th of July.
Well, we actually had the cops called a couple of times on people in our neighborhood, which I think is a little bit too much. But still, Kyle, we talked about it. We've all got young kids. We get those kids down, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. And you're like, man, you still got 2 days. Come on now. What's going on with that?
Yeah. Luckily, my kids tend to just sleep through that. But I have dogs, and my dogs can't stand it. Yeah. Actually, while we've been recording, my dogs have been outside, and one of my dogs, she's terrified of everything, and so the fireworks going off, she's just been out there barking almost incessantly for an hour because I've been in here and not able to get out to her. If my neighbors are listening, I'm sorry. I was filming or recording a podcast, and I could not go get her.
Priorities.
Exactly. My podcast is more important than you having a peaceful night. And if you want to have a peaceful night, talk to the people shooting off fireworks on July 5th, a day after.
And if you want to have a peaceful night, go back and listen to some of our previous episodes. We've got 21 of them. Just put them on, and you're ready to go. Patrick, how was your 4th out there in California?
Well, yeah, touching on what they said, I must be blessed too because my kids sleep through everything, and I don't have dogs, so nice. I hear them. But the dogs are the big. My parents have a bunch of dogs, so their dogs go crazy all the way from the 1st to the 10th when everybody runs out.
Yeah.
The 4th was good, man. I went up to the river a day early, and I went up on the 3rd, so I got super sunburned. So that was a mistake. So yesterday we just swam, barbecued, did some fireworks. Maybe may or may not have started a fire, but we were able to put it out, so it was all good.
But you were able to put it out. That's the important piece there. So no shame in that. Well, good deal. Matt, I know you were one who is a connoisseur of the grill. Definitely fired up from time to time. What was cooking at the Kirks for the 4th?
We had ribs. I smoked 2 racks of ribs. They were really good. I rubbed them down with some 2 meat church ribs. I used the honey hog hot and then the honey bacon hog. Used that and then wrapped them in foil with brown sugar and butter and some honey. And then I put on my favorite barbecue sauce, which is Stubbs Sweet Heat. And stuff will make you want to slap your mama.
Not too hard, though.
No, just a soft little love tone.
There we go. Yep.
I don't want to knock out my mom's teeth.
No,
but,
definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, but man, they were good. And then we had beans. We went to the in-laws and we got in the pool. And my in-laws have a great view of Texas and in Dallas, where you can see. We saw 26 different fireworks shows from their backyard. You can see all of them.
Nice.
And obviously, as they got closer, you could see that they were closer. And then the ones that were a little further away were, a lot further back. But it was really cool. I'd never seen it like that before, and it was really neat. And the interesting part of that is I actually told my wife 3 years ago on 4th of July that I was going to marry her when we were just dating at the time. So that's always a pretty good way to remember that.
That's a bold move. So I got to ask, what was her response at that time?
Well, we were a little bit under the weather on the grandpa's cough medicine.
Okay.
So yeah, I had quite a few, but at the time she was really excited, and I guess it worked out because we're still married. So.
The question is she still excited?
That's another story.
That's right, absolutely. Well, man, here at the Draper household, we had a pretty great 4th. I shot you guys some pics. We did like a crawfish, shrimp, potato, corn boil. It was awesome. Turned out fantastic. Was very very excited about that. Had the family over. We did the pool in the backyard just a little bit, and then our daughter, who will be 4 in September, really had her first fireworks experience. Last year we put her to bed before it all started, and so we let her stay up late, and she had the little sparkler. She was watching it all go. And in our neighborhood, I'll be honest, people must have been bored out of their minds and saved a lot of money during COVID because they went all out, and it was all around us, just everywhere with people shooting them off. And she had her headphones on because she hates loud noises, but she was just enjoying it all, just looking around, and it was fantastic. So we had a great 4th, and luckily people stopped shooting them off around 10:30. So we were able to get some sleep after. Kyle, what about you? What did the Castles do for the 4th, and what did you guys get into?
So I've been at the in-laws all weekend. We were down at my wife's at Lauren's mom's house, not too far. I mean, it's kind of around the corner from you. Yesterday, and burgers and dogs, and kind of laid back, whatever. Today we were out at her dad's. He's got 15-ish acres. And a little pond, and we burgers and dogs again, and we hung out at the pond. He's got like a little paddle boat and this big float, and Jack, my 3-year-old, he decided he wanted to get on that float, and nobody else was down there, so I got on the float with him, and we kind of went out and floated a little bit. I had a little paddle, and I paddled us back to the dock when he was ready to get out, and he got off that float real easy. But my fat tail did not. And when I went to try and push off the float to get up to the dock, the float went away, and I fell directly into the water.
Nice.
So that was fun. Everybody got a good laugh out of that at my expense, and so I guess I did my job, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Everybody needs a good laugh, and so I'm sure your family appreciated you providing that. I'm glad you were able to dry off in time for the show. Guys, as we get into really the kind of the heat, no pun intended, of summer here, always thinking about the activities that come up and the activities that we can do. And one thing I wanted to share with you guys and for the listeners out there is we frequent the pool. I think I mentioned that before. We went out to the YMCA pool as I talked about on the last show. Luckily, there was not an older man taking pictures of young girls in bathing suits this weekend, but we were out there on Friday, and it was so cool. My daughter really kind of got over a big fear of jumping in by herself. I was there, obviously, because she can't swim that great yet, but that was really cool. And it always kind of reminds me about pool safety and water safety as a person who grew up in my professional career working for the Y and really being around a lot of pools and being involved with safety around water and stuff. It's always a big piece of me trying to think of how do we prepare our children the most to get ready for water safety or pool safety. But Matt, what are you guys looking forward to doing? And maybe what's one or two things you're not really looking forward to the remainder of the summer?
We're supposed to go. So we go to the pool in our neighborhood at least once a week, if not more. we're actually, I'm looking forward to this. We're going to put my daughter in swim lessons, so I am looking forward to that. There'll be private swim lessons, which would be great. Be at, over at someone's pool, and we'll just take her, and she'll be with them for however long they last. And then we're also going to go on vacation, so that'll be nice. We're supposed to go to Colorado at the end of the month.
Yeah. Vacation is a good time. It's going to be interesting to see how things are shut down. We have a vacation planned. It's supposed to be in May for Myrtle Beach. We moved it to August, and now we made this and cancel it all together. Guys, we're going to shift gears really quickly because I wanted to get to some sports topics before we let Patrick go. Makur Maker, who is one of the top 5-star recruits in the country in college basketball, really kind of broke some headlines and broke some barriers really this past week, where he announced that he was going to choose Howard University over the likes of UCLA, Kentucky, Memphis, and a few others. So here's a 5-star guy. Really could have gone anywhere. He's actually still looking at the NBA, but people are thinking that he's probably going to end up going to school, and chooses Howard, which is a historically black college university. Kyle, I'll get to you just quickly first. Do you think this is a trend that we'll see more and more often?
Honestly, I doubt it. When things get back to normal, I think guys are going to go back to what they know, and what they want to know is I want to win a title. And unless we've seen things like this happen before, where there's a big name guy going to a smaller school in both football and basketball, and it's never translated into, okay, now we're going to see a bunch of big name guys go to that school. And so he'll stand out against the competition, and he'll be gone in a year, and that'll kind of be the end of it. We'll go back to normal, and most of the top guys that don't end up going straight to the pros will come in and just want to win a national title. And so they'll go to the schools that give them the best chance to do so.
Patrick, what's your take? And then also, do you think coaches of these historically black universities are really putting more intentionality into recruiting some of these top players than maybe they would have, just a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think it's going to be a trend, especially with the top 5-star guys. I think they're going to still want to go to Blue Bloods, Duke, North Carolina. I don't even think this guy's going to go there. Kentucky. I don't even think he ends up going there, and I think he goes to the NBA. He fought pretty hard to get eligible, petition to get. So I don't think he's going to do all that and then go back to school. If he does, great. I mean, I would like to see a lot more balance among colleges, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think the possibility of them getting 3- and 4-star guys, maybe the occasional 5, would be cool in itself. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be a trend. I think what Kyle said is going to be 100% right. You'll see it maybe here and there, but at the end of the day, they want to go to the big schools and play in March Madness and get the notoriety and things like that. So we'll see.
And the coaches, I think, of those schools, I think, are definitely going to be putting a lot of pressure on some kids, those 4- and 5-star kids, though, over the next couple of years, saying, hey, here's somebody that came here, especially if he goes there and it works out well. I think if he goes there and it works out well, I think it could really kind of open the door. Guys, let's shift gears really quickly before we get to go to a break. The Washington Redskins, it's come out that more than likely it's all but certain they're going to change their name. First off, Patrick, what are your thoughts on that? And then what would you vote as their new name to be, removing the term Redskins?
Man, I go back and forth with because this whole world's in shambles. The name change thing, I could see it. They probably should, I guess, if that many people are raising arms about it. I don't know what their name should be, though. Like the Murder Hornets. That would be my first pick. That'd be awesome. But probably they can't do. I don't know if they can do like this. Just the Skins. I don't know. The Washington Skins, shirts and skins. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I saw the baseball Indians are gonna have to change their name. What about the Chiefs? They could go. They can change every sports team pretty much. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Murder Hornets is my vote. Doubt it gets there.
Thanks for checking out this week's episode of Dad's Watching Sports. We hope you subscribe to our show in Apple Podcast app as well, or wherever you listen to podcasts. But are you following us on social media? Now, whether your thing is Facebook, Twitter, the Gram, YouTube, or yes, even TikTok, you can find some great dad content on all of our pages. Now, enough of this nonsense. We just need to pay Kirk's PlayStation internet bill. Now, back to the show with Matt Kyle, Michael, and all the fun of Dads Watching Sports. Welcome back to Dad's Watching Sports. Once again, thanks to Patrick Graham of Say It Out Loud Sports, who was with us for the first half of the show. Check them out wherever you listen to podcasts. They do some great stuff. They did an episode, guys, a couple of weeks ago where they went through a couple of lists, like their top 5 lists and some things, and one of them was sports movies, and obviously we did the sports movie bracket. So Patrick, unfortunately, is no longer on the show to be able to bring up his reasoning behind, but he chose Semi-Pro as his favorite sports movie of all time, and his co-host, whose name I forget, chose Any Given Sunday, Kyle. So that's somebody that you at least had that in common with.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm glad that somebody else, not you two, because y'all don't understand what a good sports movie looks like, but at least there's somebody else that understands a good sports movie when they see one.
Well, if I do have to remind you, Peter Burns last week, SEC Network, ESPN, was very ecstatic about the fact that Tin Cup had made it to our Final Four and thought that it was a well-deserving Cinderella run to the Final Four.
It took a chili dipper in the finals.
Yeah,
just because you found somebody else to agree with you doesn't make you right.
Oh, it absolutely makes me right. Speaking of being right, it looks like the Washington Redskins are going to be changing their name. And before Patrick took off, he brought up this point about, well, where does it stop there? And that's kind of how my thoughts are, is like, okay, we didn't look at the Chicago Blackhawks, the Minnesota Vikings, the Cleveland Indians, the Golden State Warriors, even the New York Yankees. I mean, all those teams need to change their names as well. And I get the premise of where some people might be offended. I get that. But I think that comes across in every walk of life and in many different ways that people can be offended by things. And I think we just have to get to the point where we say, you know what, we're just going to continue on the way we're going right now. So, Kyle, I'll toss it to you first. Kind of what's your thoughts on it, and what would your new name for the Washington Redskins be?
So this is not something that just started in the last month or two. This has been a decades-long fight between, quite honestly, a lot of Native American groups and Daniel Snyder, the owner of the Redskins. I feel like it was something that we all knew was going to happen at some point, and with the situation we find ourselves in this country, it just kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
that this would be the time. Beyond the whole, like, where does it stop? Let's be really honest, or at least for me, Redskins to me have the best logo in the NFL with the best color scheme in the NFL. Their uniforms, the logo, like, it all works. I like all the striping on it. It's just, I love it. So I would hate to see all of that go. But here's the deal. Daniel Snyder was not going to do this until his sponsors started to pull out.
Right.
I saw a headline right before we started the show, and I haven't read the story, so I apologize. But apparently some of the minority owners of the Redskins are starting to want to get out from being in partnership with Daniel Snyder because they don't like all of the backlash. So when you start messing with rich people's money, that's when they start to pay attention.
That's true.
So that's what we're seeing. As far as what should the new name be, there's a lot of things you could go with. You could go with the Fighting Donald Trumps. I think that would be great. That would be a lot less polarizing than the Redskins.
Be huge.
It'd be.
They would be the best team.
Obviously.
In the history of all teams.
That's right.
No, I mean, DC's got a lot of other pro sport teams that I think have pretty good names. I mean, I like the Washington Capitals.
Yeah.
I think that's a good one. I'm not a big fan of Wizards on a football field. If you wanted to go a little bit different, I mean, you could maybe bring in the term United, just, the Washington United, something like that. Or, I mean, go from the XFL and Washington Defenders. I mean, just keep that garnet and gold color scheme. As long as we keep that, I'm happy.
So my choice for the new name, I will tell you my wife's choice first. We were talking about it earlier. I was like, hey, honey, throw out some names for me. And she came up with the Washington Flaggers because she said, when I think of Washington, D.C., I think of the flag. And I said,
wait. Flaggers.
Flaggers, like people that wave flags. Yeah. So, yes, the Washington Flaggers, that is not my endorsed name. I'm going with the Washington Senators that I think, like you mentioned, they had the Capitals they're in the NHL. They've got the Nationals in the Major League Baseball. I think the Washington Senators kind of works in with that as well. Matt, what's your take on the name changing across the landscape of sports, and then also a pick for the new Washington NFL franchise mascot name?
Well, I've got 3 that I think would be pretty funny, or not pretty funny. They'd actually be pretty reasonable.
Okay.
So I actually talked about it moving a franchise team there, and it'd be pretty funny, or an expansion team there. It would be really funny if they named one the Washington Senators and one the Washington Representatives.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. But now on to my other ones. I'm a Cowboys fan, and I think this would be hilarious. The Washington Foreskins. To keep the skins in there, you can just still call them the Skins.
It's a completely different skin that we're talking about now.
But they could get a little ahead there.
Oh, that was awful. That was really bad.
What I really think would be a good name would be the Washington Sentinels, like what was on The Replacements.
Okay.
But what I think they're actually going to use, which they probably should, is the Washington Americans. And they're going to switch their color scheme to the red, the white, and the blue.
There we go. Very nice. The Washington Americans. That's much better than the other name that you mentioned.
I mentioned 2 other ones. Which one?
Well, we'll just leave that for the listeners. They can go back and hit back 30 seconds if they'd like to hear that again. I can't make it.
It'd be a lot more convenient for our listeners, Michael, if you would just say it.
It would, but Matt, your mother listens to the show, and I don't want her to, to have to put up with that again.
Your mom does too.
That's true. She's very embarrassed for you right now, guys. It got me thinking a little bit about we have this name change, and this has happened a lot over the course of sports. So my toss or my trivia question for you both, and I'll give you both an opportunity to think about it for a second, and we'll just kind of go back and forth. Matt, I'll give you the first option here. Is can you name the last 5 sports teams, this is across all sports, that changed their mascot name or their nickname, whatever you want to call it, without physically moving from the state that they're in? Can you name the last 5 sports teams to change their nickname or their mascot name without moving locations, the state in which they were in?
So I had that one on my list as well. So I'm going to come a bit more recent. The Oilers moved from Houston to Tennessee. And you said move state, not city, which helps me. So I'm going to say the Tennessee Oilers to the Tennessee Titans.
That is correct. In 1999, the Tennessee Oilers played in Memphis for 1 year in the Liberty Bowl. Actually went to a couple of their games there. Then they recently became the Tennessee Titans the next year, and then went on to the Super Bowl to lose by 1 yard. And maybe we'll have that receiver on the show at some point in time. Who knows?
It's possible.
Matt, back to you. Any other ideas about the last 5 sports teams to change names?
The only other one that I could think of is probably the Oilers to the Texans.
It's a different franchise, though.
Yeah, but it's a different franchise.
No, it's not. It's the same thing because they were their throwbacks.
The Oilers franchise moved to Tennessee. Yeah. They was a brand new franchise in Houston.
Oh wait! Oh, they changed the cities, not names. Shoot, man! It for sure wasn't in the NBA. It has to be an MLB, or are we talking in what sports? Baseball, basketball?
Well, we've got 2 basketball, a baseball, and a hockey. I'll give you those hints.
Basketball. Oh wait, so it was in New Orleans. The Pelicans. They went from the Hornets to the Pelicans.
That's correct. In 2013, the New Orleans Hornets became the New Orleans Pelicans. Kyle, there's 3 left on the board.
Yeah, so they were the Hornets because they moved from Charlotte. So the Charlotte's New Orleans. We brought the new franchise went into Charlotte and were the Bobcats because the New Orleans teams was the Hornets. Once New Orleans moved to the Pelicans, the Charlotte team moved from Bobcats back to the Hornets. So the Hornets were back in Charlotte. So
that is correct. Yes, the Charlotte Bobcats were around for a couple of seasons before moving back to the Charlotte Hornets as what they were in that franchise's history before that. So, yes. All right, Matt, we've got 2 left. We've got 1 Major League Baseball and 1 NHL. They are both within the decades of the 2000s, one in 2008 and one in 2006.
I know them.
Baseball.
I know them.
Was it the Washington Foreskins to the Washington Nationals?
No, that was not it. That was close. The Montreal Expos became the Washington Nationals back in the day. But Kyle, you said you might have a good idea. Can you at least give me the baseball team?
You want the baseball team? So it wasn't much of a change, but the Tampa Bay Devil Rays became the Tampa Bay Rays. And if I remember right, they had some sort of jar that anybody in the organization that said Devil Rays had to put money in.
I think you're right about that. Yeah,
something like that. Wasn't there something like that?
Yeah, I do remember something. It's kind of like a swear jar almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2008, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays they dropped the devil and they got right with the Lord and became the Tampa Bay Rays, going on for Major League Baseball. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and give you the 2006 team, although, Kyle, I think you said you might have it. So
I know this one too.
In 2006, and this is a travesty here.
I agree.
The Mighty Ducks of Anaheim changed their name from that to the Anaheim Ducks and dropped Mighty off their name as they wanted to distance themselves from the kids franchise, the Mighty Ducks, which, let's be honest, that's the only thing that anybody really cared about that franchise for. Other than maybe Paul Correa and Teemu Solani to kind of throw you back there. So,
NHL 97's calling my name.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So there you have it. The Bobcats became the Hornets. The Hornets became the Pelicans. The Devil Rays became the Rays. The Mighty Ducks became the Ducks, and the Oilers became the Tennessee Titans and lost by a yard in the Super Bowl. Guys, let's move forward. This is something I want us to do really over the course of the next couple of weeks. We're going to choose different sports. Matt, you'll be happy to know that next week we're going to go NASCAR. But this week we're going, I don't know if you guys saw, but a couple of weeks ago, really in the middle of the night, when the point systems kind of fell the way that they needed to fall, Liverpool ended like a 20-year drought for winning the EPL league, and they just dominated. I mean, it was just kind of the way things kind of fell, but they absolutely dominated with the scheduling. It worked out at the end, and they, with a lot of games left, they ended up winning the English Premier League for this season. So my homework assignment for you guys, and we can talk a little bit about it here, but we can also catch up next week and get your official assignment, your teams, is I want us all to choose an English Premier League team, and we're going all in. We're supporting them. If you own the FIFA game, you're playing with them in FIFA. I mean, really anything that you can think of, we're going all in on some English Premier League soccer. Now, I will say that with a caveat, because I actually already have a team, and I'll give you a little info on that. So my team is Newcastle United.
I mean, I know full disclosure, I went to Scotland and to Edinburgh and to London last year. That doesn't mean I know anything about this, but I have 2 teams that I'm trying to kind of choose from. I don't know anything about them,
give us a little teaser here.
Yeah, so Chelsea is one, and the other one is Tottenham Hotspurs.
Okay, well,
just because they're the Hotspurs.
There you go. Well, Chelsea has traditionally been very good over the past really, decade almost. But Tottenham is moving on up in the ranks, and the Hotspurs are definitely a hot team to jump on board with, without a doubt. So,
and if I remember right, because I played FIFA, I don't know, 17, 18, somewhere in there. Didn't Tottenham have, yellow shirts, blue shorts? Weren't they that kind of their color scheme? Weren't they yellow and blue? I may be wrong.
That's a great question. Sure, yes, we'll go with
that. Yeah, let's go
Absolutely.
with that.
So,
let's go.
Matt, you have any info for us on a potential EPL team of yours?
Man, so I've got a cousin that's diehard into soccer, diehard, and he loves the Everton FC team.
Okay.
I'll probably look a little bit more into it to see what they're all like, but that's probably who I'm kind of got on the radar for now.
Okay. Well, Tim Howard, who used to play goalie for the United States national team, was a longtime Everton FC goalkeeper. So there's a little USA tie in there. So if you decide you want to go for Everton. So, okay, well, we'll check in next week and we'll figure out who's everybody's going with. And then again, we're going all in on this. So we'll have a little off season to prepare. Watch our team, scout our players, get ready for who's getting sent on the transfer wires and all that stuff. So I hope you guys are excited as I am about our EPL adventure here on Dad's Watching Sports. Kyle, I can tell you, I can just see the excitement written all over your face.
Man, you know me. I'm all about that. I'm all about that European football.
That's right.
Stuff.
Yep, without a doubt.
Football.
Football. Well, something that I know we are all about is SEC, and there doesn't get anything bigger for the SEC than talking Paul Feinbaum, who's the kind of almost world-renowned guy who hosts the call-in show, and it's really just kind of taken off, and now it's on the SEC network and on ESPN radio. And guys, have you heard the biggest news about Paul? It appears that kind of ESPN, ABC, Disney conglomerate is pitching an idea for a Paul Feinbaum sitcom where there's a good chance that Paul actually might play himself in this sitcom. So, Matt, I toss it to you. Could you see yourself sitting down on a Thursday night, after coming fresh off a week of Bachelor Nation on ABC and turning on the Paul Feinbaum sitcom? You think something to watch?
Man, Paul Feinbaum is a goober. I'm not a big fan of him. He always trashes my Razorbacks. I never heard the man say one good thing about them.
Well,
and
can you blame him there?
I would rather watch. I'd rather watch two turtles race than watch him. So no.
So that's a no for Matt on watching the Paul Feinbaum sitcom that will be named later. I think I'll check it out. I mean, I'm really interested to see, like, is this about his life? Is this about the show, especially like early on in the call-in show? Because obviously things have changed a little bit with that show since it's been picked up with, on ESPN, the SEC network. But what's it about? Does he play himself? I think if he plays himself, I think it's trash. I'll be honest.
It's arrogant.
Yeah. Well, the guy's not going to be an actor. I mean, he's not an actor. He's a personality. And honestly, the personality of his show is the people that call in, not himself. So I'll check it out, but I'm very tentatively dipping my toe in, so to speak. Kyle, what about you?
Yeah, so I think it would be a better show if it was just the best of Paul Feinbaum and let those callers, be the show. YouTube. Just go on YouTube. Everybody stop listening to the podcast. We're basically done for the night. Just stop listening to the podcast. Go to YouTube. Best of Paul Feinbaum. You'll hear the callers. They are crazy. I lived in Alabama in undergrad. There's a bunch of crazy Alabama-Auburn fans that think that the world revolves around Alabama and Auburn football, and they all call in and they all say stupid stuff. And quite frankly, that's what we want to hear. As far as trying to script that, you can't. You can't script that. It takes a lot of Alabama redneck to do that.
Yeah, and do they go back and listen to old shows and just do verbatim, word for word, what callers are? Do they basically just replay shows? I just, we'll see. I'm very skeptical. I like Paul. I think I kind of like him in his role. I think he does a great job. I love the fact that he just lets people get on that show and just kind of spew whatever they want, and he just kind of sits back and watch the ratings go up and the dollar signs go up, I guess. But yeah, it's I'm not sold on the show at all. Guys, last topic I have, and then just to be frank, we can just kind of get into whatever, as we still got a few minutes left here. Is Bryson DeChambeau, who as of today recently just won the Rocket Mortgage Classic over the weekend in golf. This guy, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but over the course of the whole COVID quarantine, gained about 20 to 30 pounds of just mass and muscle. He hits the ball close to 400 yards off the tee, which is just unbelievable. But the thing that I wanted to talk about is he just recently released kind of like what his diet became during COVID to help him kind of bulk up. And I'm just going to get your take on this after I read it to you. So for breakfast, DeChambeau is eating 4 eggs, 5 pieces of bacon, some toast, and 2 protein shakes. For lunch, he goes a PB&J, Go Macro bars, quote, here and there, 2 shakes mid-round or every 6 holes. So he's drinking 2 shakes every 6 holes and then snacking whenever he's done with his practice round. Then for dinner every night he eats steak and potatoes and then drinks 2 more protein shakes. He said it's about a total of 7 protein shakes over the course of a 24-hour period. Matt, that just makes me bloated thinking about it, but it seems to work because it's allowed him to really put some yardage on his drive.
Yeah, I mean, it's, chicks seek the long ball.
Apparently.
That's your game. But I tell you, man, I'd hate to be that guy's toilet. I'm not going to lie. I bet his butthole hates him.
Yeah.
Excuse my language here on the show, but, I mean, that dude has got he's insane. But that's a pretty big drive, and, I can't even hit it really half that far on a good day. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so Kyle, you and I are going to hit up the links later this week. I don't think I'll be getting anywhere close to 400, but I am going to pack on some protein shakes between now and Wednesday to see if I can gain a few extra yards.
Hey, you know what? Go for it. And you know what? It's hot enough down here in Tennessee that I dare you to drink some of those protein shakes while we're on the course and just see how that goes for you.
Yeah, no, there's no chance of that. No chance, because they'll be lukewarm, 3 holes in, and yeah, that's just going to make you sick without a doubt.
So, he whatever. If it works for him, it works for him. I can remember eating some things that I didn't enjoy eating when I was, and so going from an offensive line that needs to be able to move and can't get tired to an offensive line that needs to be able to move people. To do that, I was eating 6,000 to 8,000 calories a day because of how hard I was having to work out. And to get those calories in, I was eating a lot of peanut butter sandwiches, but not just peanut butter sandwiches. See, these peanut butter sandwiches were peanut butter between two chicken breasts instead of 2 pieces of bread.
Nice.
So, like you can find ways to get some protein in and calories in to bulk up if you really have to.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Well, maybe our second homework assignment is to see how many protein shakes we can drink between now and the next episode of Dad's Watching Sports.
I'm trying to drop weight. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, there you go. I think we all probably are. So.
Well, then I'll win.
There you go.
I don't care.
How many think you can go, Matt? How many think you can go?
I don't know. I'm not going to try because my toilet already hates me.
There we go. All right, guys. Well, we got to get out of here. This is Dad's Watching Sports. We'll be back July 12th next week. I'm very excited. We have Ryan Lemond of Kentucky Sports Radio joining us. Ryan is like a phenomenal part of that show and just an all-around great guy. He and his wife have adopted several children. We're going to talk a lot about that and just about his life. He's been a media sports reporter for like 25 years, so he's got a lot of time in the business to follow a lot of sports. So we'll be back next week with Ryan Lemond. This is Michael Draper, Matt Kirk, and Kyle Castles. We'll see you next week on Dad's Watching Sports. Y'all take care now.
Your Louisville Zoo, we've missed you, and we know you've missed experiencing all there is to see and do here. We've been taking great care of the animals, and now we're ready for you to enjoy great fun and adventure again, visiting your favorites and finding some new favorites too, like our elephant cat, Fitz. It all starts June 26th. Entry will be limited per hour due to safety. Tickets must be pre-purchased at louisvillezoo.org/together. Welcome back to the zoo. Season presented by Ford Motor Company and T-Mobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
What's What's up, y'all? You know who it is. It's your boy Dylan from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan. So I'm just coming to let you know, on the RTF Sports Network, this show will now be live from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. If you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, you can listen to the show live from there and on our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be an amazing show that is all about the fans. Also, when you go to rtfsportsnetwork.com, make sure to vote for On and Off the Field as the show of the month for April. If we win that, money is going to charity. You can count on that.
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
What's going on, everybody? Whether you're practicing social distancing of 6 feet up to 6 miles, you can still party with On and Off the Field, where you can listen to the best NFL and charity-based podcasts out there on the RTF Sports Network. You can follow them on Facebook or go to rtfsportsnetwork.com and check out the show Thursdays from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
The snow is melting and it's starting to warm.
Is this for the new commercial?
This is the new commercial. We're recording. Why is it you always cut me off?
Guys, calm down. Let's just start it over.
It's too late. We have to start our show, which is Twist, the weekend sports talk, where you can hear banter like this with sports and interviews. Hear us on the RTF Sports Network, Mondays at 8 Eastern. Also, like our page on RTF Sports Network and check us out at rtfsportsnetwork.com. The snow is melting and it's starting to warm.
Is this for the new commercial?
This is the new commercial. We're recording. Why is it you always cut me off?
For the latest information, news, and analysis of the Los Angeles Lakers and the NBA, check out the Lakers Fast Break podcast every Tuesday night at 9, right here at rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You're rocking with the heavyweight champs of sports talk.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Brandon Way and Brandon Rudolph.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Tune in to Opinionated Facts, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. on the RTF Sports Network. And we're back again every Sunday at 12 noon on Facebook Live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Only on the Opinionated Facts Facebook page, presented by TCP Network.
The Home Depot introduces new James Hardy Backer Cement Board with Hydro Defense technology. 100% waterproof, it's the ultimate barrier to moisture. Now you can skip the steps of waterproofing the entire board, just the joints and fasteners, and you're done. If you're a pro with a bathroom to tile and no time to waste, we've got your backer. New Hardy Backer with Hydro Defense technology. In-store, online, now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Passes ANSI A118.10 waterproof test.
Causing them to move around more frequently. They may also have trouble controlling their impulsive behaviors.
One time for them praying on my downfall. 2 times for the homies in the child hall. 3 times for them hoes on the internet shitting on niggas when they really should get out more. 4 times for the days that were all bad. 5 times for the bitches who ain't called back. 6 times for the kids like me who got ADHD just to kidnap a nigga like ISIS. Whoa. Turn the whole world to a crisis. Whoa. Walk around the city with an ice pick. I've been paranoid. Usually I ain't like this. Ain't no telling how crazy I might get. Beat the police with a nightstick. In my whole life, I've been lifeless. Now I'm so fly, I'm a motherfucking flight risk.
And what is up, guys? Michael Buckeister here with Just for Clicks, live, raw, and uncut sports talk with my man, my brother from another mother, Michael LeBlanc. What's going on, man?
What's going on, brother?
Dude, for whatever reason, Joyner Lucas always just gets me going.
Yeah.
Always.
Joyner Lucas, man, I love listening to his music.
Yeah. Have you heard that song by him by like the Will Smith song?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Will Smith did like a remix of that, or like added a verse to it. Have you heard that? That's actually really, really, really good. And like it just I love the video. And like, is Will Smith the top 5 actor of like all time?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
yeah.
When you talk about actors and like an overall career, I mean, like, I feel like Will Smith has to be in every conversation. I mean, like, you have like Samuel L. Jackson. You know, he's definitely a top 5. I think. I'd even say Adam Sandler's probably top 5. Like, I love all of his stuff.
I mean, in comedy, I would say he's top 5, but like overall. I don't know, man. Will Smith.
He's done some pretty good serious movies, though, too. Adam Sandler.
I would have to say, like, Will Smith is like, probably number 1.
Do you remember that?
Really good movies.
And he's even better in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, I'd assume that's probably based loosely off of his life. I'm sure. But that episode where, like, his dad comes and visits him, he's like a truck driver, and like he's like, yeah, let's go try out for the world, and his dad tries to like sneak out, and then like Will's like, why don't you like, dude, I cry dang near every time I see that episode, and I know what's about to come. Thank you, Nancy, for the like.
You're kind of you're a little soft. You know what I mean?
I've definitely gotten soft in my old age. I mean, like, I was watching Bambi with my son earlier today. When I got home.
Please tell me you didn't cry during Bambi.
I was holding back some tears, man. I'm not even going to lie. Holding back some tears. So,
would you put Denzel Washington in that list? I mean, you got so many great actors: Will Smith, Marlon Brando, Jack Nicholson, Denzel Washington. Ooh, Tom Hanks. Leonardo DiCaprio.
I have never hated a movie that Tom Hanks has been in. Like I don't think.
Yeah. No, I mean, Al Pacino.
Oh, dude, man, there's so many like great ones, and
Anthony Hopkins, Tom Cruise, Clint Eastwood.
I don't know who Anthony Hopkins is.
Silence of the Lambs.
I'm not great with names. I don't think I've ever seen Silence of the Lambs.
You've got to go. You have to go watch that movie.
Is that the one where they're running in the woods and it's like a horror type?
No, not really. You go watch it.
Okay,
Cindy's a big horror. A suspense thriller.
Cindy's a big that type of like Cindy is a movie buff. Like my movies pretty much consist of action and sports, and I don't really venture too much like off of there because I know I'm going to like an action movie or like a sports movie because I can relate to it. Like
you know another one we left off the list, and rest in peace, Robin Williams.
Yes.
Wow.
You know, probably the worst movie that I can think of that he was in was Flubber, and that was still pretty good.
I can't think of a bad movie that Robin Williams was in. I can't.
I mean, what do you think his best movie was? Was it Mrs.
Mrs. Doubtfire? Patch Adams was really good.
Oh, I forgot about Patch. Yeah, Patch Adams was really good.
Yeah.
Man, there's so many. Dude, we just need to like binge out, like take a week and a half off of work and just like watch movies of like his and Will Smith's and
I should give you. I have a Plex account that my buddy has, and I have to give you access to that. It has more content than Netflix and Hulu combined.
Yeah, I think we we have it on our TV, like it came with it. I think I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, you just have to be tied into my server.
Right. So speaking of Tom Hanks, I saw a preview of a movie strictly on Apple TV, and when it's exclusively on Apple TV, I was like, oh, this is gonna be lame as fuck, right? But the show's called Greyhound. It looks like they're like a submarine, and they're like attacking and like stuff. But
whoa, hold on. What's up, Jameson? Jameson just posted something. Major investors demanding Nike, FedEx, and Pepsi to break partnerships if Redskins don't change the name.
Okay, let's go ahead and start the show. Let's talk about this. I mean, normally we like to banter a little bit back and forth, have some guy talk.
But Jameson just dropped a bomb on us, though.
I mean, like, so Pepsi, FedEx, and who else was it? Nike. I mean, first of all, Nike is a sponsorship to the NFL, and if the Redskins are in the NFL, how can they boycott that? Like, oh, you can't exactly. you can't wear our jerseys? Like, come on, like that's kind of asinine, man. But I can see like FedEx and Pepsi saying, hey, like we don't want to pay you $17 million to like advertise or but that would be stupid for them because Coca-Cola would slide right in there. UPS would probably slide in right in there. But I want to bring it up. Like, you have many names that are racist in the you have the Chicago Blackhawks. You have the Kansas City Chiefs. I would go out and far and say the Dallas Cowboys are probably a racist name like as well.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well say that. I mean, Cowboys ran around and shot Indians, so
right. I mean, so you had the Cleveland Indians.
Where do you draw the line? At what point do you draw the line?
I mean, I think if you are, what's up, Alan from Strikeout Beer? I'm going to call you out later, there, son. So you just
up, Tony?
You just be prepared for that, Mr. Strikeout Beer. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think you have to it is kind of like it's been. I mean, the Redskins have been around since what, the '60s, right? Like at least.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chiefs have been around since the '60s. The Cleveland Indians, they've been around since what, the '40s or so what makes the Washington Redskins name so horrible and not the Cleveland Indians or the Kansas City Chiefs? Nobody has ever said anything about the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, is Chiefs not a derogatory term because they were a leader of the Native American pack?
Yeah, I think so. I think Redskins is looked at as like a derogatory name, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm so tired of the younger generation with this. I'm offended by everything.
Yeah, I mean, like, what legitimately is offensive? I mean, like, I get it. It's a racial term, I guess, but isn't a cowboy a racial term? Isn't an Indian a racial term? I mean, because the correct political statement is Native Americans. Isn't a Blackhawk? I mean, like, I think a Blackhawk is some type of Indian tribe, isn't it?
Yeah.
So do you want me to take away the Chicago Blackhawks name because I'm isolating one Native American group and say, oh, I can't? It's stupid. Like,
I mean, it's just it started with the Me Too movement. Now it's the I'm offended by everything.
Yeah,
and like.
We're raising a generation
to
take
down
pussies.
All these statues of everything like that, and
I could see the statues because of the Confederacy and whatnot. I mean, like, yes, it's a part of our history, but I mean, but I'm talking about. I mean,
but those statues aren't. Some of those statues aren't celebrating, what they stood for. They're celebrating because they were great generals in the military. You know what I mean?
Yeah, speaking of that, like, I'm a Kentucky Wildcat fan, lock as well. I kind of had to like them to make my wife happy, but I've grown to like Kentucky sports, and apparently Rupp which is Rupp Arena, is where the Kentucky Wildcats play their men's basketball games. Apparently, he said the N-word back in like 1952, and since the stadium
now they
is
want to
named,
change the name.
yeah, because he says I don't want a bunch of N-words on my team. Back in the 50s, when we were still segregated, like at that point, if I'm not mistaken. Like I don't know my history by any means, but I mean, like Rupp made Kentucky basketball. Like if Rupp wasn't the coach, Adolph Rupp wasn't a coach for Kentucky basketball back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, nobody would know who Kentucky basketball is. Let's be totally honest. Like, why would you want to remove a name like that from your thing? But
Jameson's comment, I mean, it's on the same level as the derogatory word, and is what he's been told. I thought the derogatory was like, because I mean they call them savages. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I thought that was the.
And it's funny that you used the word savage, because I have I think it's an Under Armour shirt that says savage as AF, right? And some girl got in trouble putting a shirt. She put a shirt out that says savage female, and people got all bent out of shape about it. I'm like, this is stupid. I mean,
I think it's just a generation of everybody just wants something to bitch at.
I mean, like, so let's say that. I mean, like Jameson, like I know you probably know your stuff and you're doing research and stuff. If the Redskins is on the same level as the N-word, why are we just now saying something about it? Why didn't we say something about it in the 60s when the Washington Redskins were around, when they first won the first expansion team?
They've been talking about changing their name
for about 5 or 6 years, right?
Yeah, about 5 or 6 years now.
But I'm saying, why did they do that when the NFL team first came in? Like, hey, Redskins is the equivalent to the N-word. We should probably say something about this, but nobody said anything till 2009? Like, why? Hashtag me too. I mean, like that's what it comes down to. So basically what we should call all these teams is Dallas A, Kansas City B, to offend nobody, but then they'll be like, oh, we're third in the alphabet. Why can't we be AA? Or it's just something. It is always going to be something.
Like no matter what you do, you can't please everybody. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like there's people that watch our show that don't like us because of the way we talk.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I don't give a shit.
I actually got an inbox. Mike, let me tell you about this inbox that I got. All it said was, "You are a douche."
Wow.
Like I'm like, oh, like with a question mark, and like he's like, "You are a douche because I said so." I'm like, well, that clears that up real good. Thank you, man. And then like he just continued to tell me like how big of a douchebag that I am, but could never tell me why I'm a douchebag. I'm like, hey, let me pull up his name. Should I say his name?
You should call him out.
Tony Clark is his name. He is.
Well, Tony Clark, you're a douchebag.
He is from TCP TV. Apparently, like he's some networking over in Pennsylvania or something. So congratulations to the Amish land for having a network. But he just called me a douche for like never gave me a reason why. I can at least give me a reason why I'm a douche, right? So, and Jameson come out and said, Mike, it's been longer than that, but people have been getting offended easily. So I'm assuming they've been trying to change the name longer than that.
Yeah, I want to say it's been like longer than I want to say it's been like almost 10 years.
Yeah, so about 2009, I think, when it started coming to fruition.
It's this generation of entitled kids, man, that got participation.
It's my generation.
Yeah, thanks.
Well,
Fighting it up for the rest of us.
I mean, like, so.
How old are you, Buck?
I just turned 33, like, this year. So I'm kind of on, like, the tail end of the beginning of that generation, kind of like where, like, hey, everything's about, like, everything, like, about me. It is, it's almost like, actually about my wife's age is when like they started having kids and like, oh, you can't drink out of the garden hose. Hey, you have to wear a seatbelt everywhere you go. Hey, you have to sit in a rear facing car seat till you're 5. Hey,
I don't know how many times I drank out of the garden hose because when I was a kid, oh my God, if I went inside, if I went inside, that was it. You're staying your ass inside. There's no going in and out. So
I'm not
you want to
heating
take
out,
the drink?
I'm not cooling. I'm not cooling the
Yeah,
outside.
I'm not air conditioning the neighborhood.
Right.
So yeah, like it was. If you went inside, that was it. So
yeah.
Well, shit, I'm thirsty. I'm gonna drink out of the garden hose.
I mean, honestly, it was ice cold. It was readily available, and you can squirt your friends like, "Hey, motherfucker, got your ass right."
Yeah. I mean, well, when I grew up in Covington, I used to run around that whole city with this guy named this kid named, I think his name was Willie, and we used to go fishing and everything like that. And man, there would be times I'd be thirsty and I would drink out of the damn river.
That's pushing it for like me, because our rivers back in Kansas, it would not be uncommon to see a tire floating down the river. Like,
I mean, these kids today are just too damn sheltered. And it like when pre-show, when I got up and told the kids to settle down, you were like, oh, you got a yes sir out of them.
Right.
You damn right I got a yes sir. It's yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am here. We don't play that. Raising productive members of society, son.
Yeah, and I cannot wait till your kids are like adult to like pass down your parenting and like, because, you know, just from knowing you since like April, or like I know you run a tight ship over there, and I'm sure they will do the same thing when they're older and having kids and putting work in for society and whatnot. But Jameson, thank you for the post that you sent us here. So I got a general question. Let's say Nike does try to no longer support the Washington Redskins. Can they legitimately do that? I mean, because they support the NFL, and the Redskins are part of the NFL. So are the Redskins open to go to Adidas to get their uniforms?
I mean, you would think they would have to be, right?
Right. I mean, I coach high school ball, and we get all of our stuff from Under Armour. Under Armour jerseys and pants are freaking amazing, man. Like, I mean, like they come like 6 inches tall, but they stretch out to fit a lineman. You know, like it's a very beautiful thing that what they got going over there. So I bet you Adidas, Under Armour, hell, I bet you Reebok would make a comeback. And so
Reebok would make a comeback for sure.
Like, oh, you guys want us to put $1 billion in? Okay, where do we sign? Or how about even this New Balance? Like, you know, they could probably make a splash in the sports world too. Shit.
You may be a little too young, but do you remember Apex?
Vaguely. I'm not, but
they were like a big sports shoe company.
Yeah. So I mean, Nike's probably not a big deal. I mean, they can find other companies that would support them. I mean, pretty much every one of those competitors that were listed there, FedEx, UPS would probably jump on board. Losing Nike, Adidas would jump on board. Losing Pepsi, I'm sure Coke would slide right in there. Oh, losing Bud Light, hello Coors Light, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, you guys can say all you want, say the right things, but at the end of the day, Daniel Snyder has said many times that he's not going to change the name. I mean, it's history, right?
It is what it is.
But guys, we're going to take a quick little break here. On the other side of the break, there's been some big news in Packerland. The number 26 overall pick signs a guaranteed contract. What does this mean for Aaron Rodgers? Find out right after the break.
Who shot me, but your pumps didn't finish. Now you're about to feel the wrath of a menace. Nigga, I hit him up. Check this out. You motherfuckers know what time it is. I don't even know why I'm on this track. Y'all niggas ain't even on my level. I'm gonna let my little homies ride on you bitch-made ass bad boy bitch. Feel.
Get out the way, yo. Get out the way, yo. Biggie Smalls just got dropped. Little move past the mat. And let me hit him in his back. Frank Wright need to get spanked right for setting traps. Little accident murder.
All right, guys, welcome back to Just for Clicks, live, raw, and uncut sports talk. A little bit of Tupac there. Tupac's actually living across the street from me, along with some other legends. I think Elvis is over there, like as well. But during the break there, Jameson came across the chat here, and it says it looks like Washington Redskins would lose $65 million in endorsements if this does
$650 million.
Yeah, sorry, $650 million. So basically, all of their payroll would not be able to get paid probably for the 2020 season if this were to fruition. But I'm sure there's some clauses in there. I mean, most people probably sign a 5-7 year deal. I'm sure that's, I don't know. I think they'll be fine. They've been fine for, 60 years or whatever it's like it's been. I'm sure they'll be fine moving forward. But Mike, hit us with the news from Packerland.
So Jordan Love, the first rookie ever to receive a fully guaranteed contract, rookie deal, $12.3 million, just a little more than $12.3 million, and that includes a $6.5 million contract. So, Buck, I ask you, what does this mean for Aaron Rodgers? Is Aaron Rodgers officially on his way out?
So I've been going back and forth with some Packer fans earlier today, and Aaron Rodgers does have a 2-year deal left on his contract that he just signed last season. I think it's worth right around $30 million in total. This year being that high, that higher end of like 16 or 17 million that he is going to get paid this season. However, to have a guaranteed contract for a rookie, especially a quarterback, when you have quite arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks on your team still, that makes me question what Aaron Rodgers has been saying behind closed doors. He was unhappy with Mike McCarthy a couple years ago. They got him out. Is he going to say, "Hey, I'm unhappy with Jordan Love being here"? Are they going to get him out? No, they're going to ship a 33-year-old or 35-year-old quarterback out of town. I think
ship his ass to Dallas.
Yeah, I would say there are probably 80% of the teams right now would give a first-round pick for Aaron Rodgers for his services for even 2 or 3 years. The only teams I could not see him going to, obviously, right now is the New England Patriots because they have Cam Newton. Although, wouldn't that be something? Aaron Rodgers to New England Patriots. They trade Cam Newton to the Packers.
Belichick and Aaron Rodgers. That would be nasty.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be nasty.
That would be very, very intriguing. But he wouldn't go to Kansas City. Obviously, he probably wouldn't go to Tampa Bay because Tom Brady's there. Wouldn't go to Seattle because Russell. Obviously, thanks Harry for sharing the feed there, man. Definitely appreciate it. So there are probably only a handful of teams that would not give up a first-round pick for him. So if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I have wore out my welcome in Green Bay. I am being a cancer in the locker room right now. Hey, you guys didn't draft me any freaking help on this offensive side. I took you to 13-3 last season, took you to the NFC Championship with nobody on the roster. Yes, you can say you have Devontae Adams and Fuller, or I don't have the receivers off the top of my head. No running game. Defense was suspect at most, and you draft my replacement when I took you to 13-3. We are right there on the cusp. I just need a little bit of help. Aaron Rodgers is going to raise hell right now. Once training camp opens up in 28 days or 27 days now, actually, I'm going to be a cancer. I'm going to be like, you effing cocksuckers.
Jameson said he's there for at least 2 years because of the dead cap. The Packers can make up that money in a trade.
Yeah. I mean,
Packers can make up that money in a trade, and there are teams out there that would pay that money. They would happily pay that money.
Yeah, LA Chargers would be one of them. They would love him. How about Oakland Raiders? They would love him.
They would just take over the contract and just be done with it.
Right. They would take over the contract and probably give you a first-round pick as well. I mean, think about this. Let's throw out some possible trades that could happen for Aaron Rodgers right now. Okay? I can think of teams in the AFC West right now that would kill for him. 3 teams. Denver Broncos, LA Chargers, and Las Vegas Raiders. They would all give first-round picks for him, and their team would almost instantly be contenders in the AFC. They would instantly contenders.
One of their quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given. I mean, you send your starter to Denver to be a backup. I mean, yeah, that starter may not be happy, but you're getting Aaron freaking Rodgers. You are instantly
the Cowboys. Dak Prescott wants $45 million. Shit, I'll pay the $30 million, and I'll send Dak Prescott, and I'll send a first-round draft pick for Aaron Rodgers.
I would send. So if I'm Dallas Cowboys, let's talk about that. I would send you Dak Prescott. I would send you my number 2 wide receiver. What is his name?
Michael Gallup.
Yeah, I would send him like as well for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Because there are receivers in the free agent market right now that we're going to talk about later that I would love to pick up. Yeah, I can move CeeDee Lamb up to the number 2. I still have Amari Cooper and then pick up a free agent wide receiver easily. I could give him $3 million to come, be my number 3. And if I get something out of him, awesome. I still have Aaron freaking Rodgers. I am instantly a Super Bowl contender if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. Instantly.
Oh, you're more than a Super Bowl contender. You're probably, if Aaron Rodgers was on the Cowboys, you are easily the pick in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Who else? San Francisco's not going to be able to battle them at that point. That defense.
The only team I could see them getting a run for their money is Tampa Bay if everything starts to click for them and they pick up the receiver that we're getting ready to talk to on the second part of the show, or if the Saints are the Saints. It's some was that. If the Saints resemble anything that they had the last couple of years, they could give the Cowboys a run for the money, as well. But I'm thinking the Cowboys, 100%.
100%.
I mean,
it's Aaron Rodgers. It's Aaron Rodgers. Like the dude works miracles with nothing.
Right. We saw it last year, 13-3. The only reason why they lost the NFC Championship was because he didn't have anybody to throw to.
Yep.
You can tell. Green Bay Greg has been telling me these don't sleep on these receivers. Don't sleep on these receivers. I'm sleeping on them because Devontae Adams is all you got. Once the other receiver corps show me something, show me 100-yard game. That's all I ask.
They really don't even have a run game either.
Yeah, who is their tailback right now? Anyways, because they traded Ty Montgomery to the Jets last year. They did draft a running back, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have it pulled up in front of my face right now, but I thought they did draft a running.
Where's Jameson when we need him?
So Jordan Love's guaranteed was it $26 million? You said.
Yeah, with
$6 million guaranteed or $6 million signing bonus.
It's $12.3 million.
Yes, it was like a total of $18 million or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
guaranteed.
My thing is guaranteed money.
Yeah, and the deal also includes a fifth year option.
He hasn't taken a snap in the NFL. You're giving him guaranteed money,
and he's not even going to start.
Well, after today with his guaranteed money
like that, does that tell you that? You giving that kind of you giving guaranteed money away like that. I'm not giving guaranteed money for somebody to sit on the bench.
Well, it is like the New York Mets. Like today is that Major League Baseball name. Like I don't know his name off the top of my head, but July 1st of like every year till year 2037, the Mets got to pay this guy $1.1 million.
Yeah, Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that. So my gut is telling me that something in the backside is working. Like we haven't heard anything. Green Bay Packers are keeping their mouths hush because they don't want to fumble the trade or something. But they have to have something to work out to want to give Jordan Love guaranteed money without seeing any product on the field whatsoever. That tells me that Aaron Rodgers has one foot out the door, and the ownership, or I guess, because the city owns the Packers, so I guess the general manager is pushing him out the door as well. So
yeah,
that's what it's telling me, because we've seen it before. They did it to Jordy Nelson said he wanted to retire in Packerland. Like 2 weeks later, he's in freaking Oakland. Like
yeah,
he was arguably your number one receiver. Like. So I think Jordy Nelson is one of the most influential receivers.
Out the door too because of Aaron Rodgers.
Right,
they're following the same recipe.
AJ Dillon is
the writing is on the wall, and this guaranteed money just makes it even more clear.
Yeah, so Jameson, there you go, Mike. A.J. Dillon is the running back to the Green Bay Packers. So they did draft a running back. I don't know what he would do in the NFL. Like I said, offensive players are more susceptible to bust than defensive players are. But this means, I think, all of you people that have Aaron Rodgers jerseys, all you guys better frame them. Because they're going to be worth some money because he's never going to be playing Green Bay Packer ever again. I would not be surprised if he doesn't take another snap for the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. I think Jameson just brought up, he said, I believe Green Bay would still eat a $30+ million dead cap hit. I think they would too. I mean, they did it with Brett Favre.
Well, there are ways around everything. I mean, but
no, of course, but man, that's not good news for Aaron Rodgers. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm like, either I already know something, or
well, let me go on the other side. This is good news for Aaron Rodgers because now he doesn't have to have that shadow of Jordan Love behind him. You know, saying if let's say for some incredible reason they start 0-4. Aaron Rodgers is like throwing 165 yards, a touchdown, some interceptions like every game. Just not looking Aaron Rodgers-esque, right? You are going to hear rumblings, put Jordan Love in. Put Jordan Love in. He doesn't want to hear that.
No.
Nobody wants to hear that. I mean, he is a freaking I'm going to say he's better than Tom Brady. I think Aaron Rodgers is better
Aaron
than
Rodgers?
Yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady. The best quarterback in the league does not want to hear that. Like, guys, I led you to a Super Bowl. I led you to 13-3, and you want a rookie to take my spot when I'm in? He's still in his prime. Aaron Rodgers is still in his prime. Man, this is stupid.
Bring him to Dallas. Just bring him to Dallas.
Do you remember last night when we were talking to most dysfunctional organizations and we threw up like Chargers and Jacksonville and
Cleveland.
Raiders, the Cleveland?
Yeah.
Green Bay Packers is creeping up that list really freaking quick.
Yeah,
really,
I mean,
really quick.
You can't botch this with Aaron Rodgers. You have arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
But Mike, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We have some more news on the backside. The NFL season is starting to heat up. We got some talks coming. We got some rumors of free agency going to veteran teams. Air quotes there. Executives thinks one team's better than the other. But we'll be right back after this quick musical break.
You the one that's gonna come down with it. Hey. You the one that's gonna come down with it. You the one that's gonna come down with it. You the one that's gonna come down with it. You the one that's gonna come down with it. You the one that's gonna come down with it. Hey. You the one that's gonna come down with it.
And welcome back to Just for Clicks, guys. Live, raw, and uncut sports talk with Michael Buckheiser and Mike Mablah. If you guys have missed any part of the show whatsoever, we're on iTunes, Spotify, and iHeartRadio as well. Starting in just 4 days now, Mike. 4 days away. Mike and Mike's Man Hour starts. Same great rawness, but just a better production quality and just more rebranding to fit us. Like fit the vibe that we have going here 9 times out of 10. So,
hey Cindy, if you're listening, I'm throwing my hat in the ring for y'all to move to Austin.
Yeah. So
putting that out there.
So I kind of want to talk about this pre-show. Like me and Cindy are house hunting, and like every year, we kind of make that big adult purchase, right? You know. Mm-hmm. And earlier this February, March, when the pandemic first hit, we made our adult purchase and we bought a lawnmower for our yard. We needed a new lawnmower, right? So I go out and we have like a half acre, so I push mow, but it's more like it's one of those self-propelled ones, you know. You pull the handle and wheel spin. I go out to mow my grass, and the self-propeller wheels don't work anymore, and I forgot how hard it is to freaking push mow a yard without the self-propelled wheels, man. I was huffing and puffing, sweat was pouring down my face. I was like, man, am I that out of shape? Motherfucker. But, yeah, so Cindy, Mike would love us to move to Austin. And,
yeah.
You know, taxes,
you'd save money.
Taxes and
save money.
Think about how great the show would be if we were in the same room.
Oh my God, you would probably be touching me all the time. I don't know about that.
Luckily, I got like an 8-foot table here. I would bring down, so we'd at least be a little bit of social distance. So let's go ahead and get into some bulk NFL news here. So one of the biggest stories that I found intriguing for the day that came across my Twitter machine. I like to troll Twitter. If you guys are ever interested, you can follow us at Mike Manhour over there on the Twitter machine. But a ex-New England Patriot executive, he renamed Anonymous, which I hate when people rename Anonymous.
Yeah, you're gonna have the balls to say it. Say who. I don't
you're
want
gonna
to
make a bold statement. Put your name on it, right?
Yeah.
He says anonymously that the New England Patriots with Cam Newton will dethrone the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC. That's a bold statement from an anonymous tip.
I can make an argument.
Make an argument for me, man. Make an argument for me.
That defense is kind of they've got a good defense over there.
Who, the Patriots?
Yeah.
Yes. I believe they were top. They were the best defense last year statistically.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Statistically, I think they were number 1 last season.
Behind then the Bills number 2. Yep.
And you got that. You just got that genius mind of Bill Belichick. Think how much more they're going to be able to do with Cam Newton.
But are they really going to do much more with Cam Newton though?
Yeah, no, I think they will, man. Because think about it. With Tom Brady, it was just. He's just going to drop back. He's not scrambling with you. Right? Cam Newton, if healthy, right? If we're talking about a healthy Cam Newton, like everybody's saying he's healthy, right? So that's what we're going to go off of. You've got a running back now as a quarterback in the backfield, and you've got a quarterback who has an arm, right? I think Cam Newton has just as good an arm as Brady does.
Well, I'm not saying that Tom Brady has a noodle arm, but he has a noodle arm, and we saw he would consistently throw ducks on like 10-yard outs. Like he was definitely struggling to get the ball out there with like zip. Cam Newton will throw that with just like with like a flick of the wrist. So yeah, I could see that. But
I mean, so now when you're playing the Patriots, when you played the Patriots before, you knew what you were going to get out of Tom Brady, right? You knew you were going to get
game, right?
Yeah, you knew you were going to get the drop back passes and everything like that. With